Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome to Evil's Comics. I'm Evil Mike. Um, so it's gonna be my New Year, my New Year celebration. We're just gonna be like hanging out and chilling. Um, as always, it's gonna be anybody that wants to hop on. Anybody that wants to hop on, no one has to feel obligated. Until someone hops on, I'm gonna go over like my top I want to say it's not really like top tens, but I got like a top five, a top 10, and a top 20. Let's say that. Um, but I see a couple people here, and I want to wish everybody Happy New Year's. That's the point, give everybody a place to chill tonight in case they don't have anywhere to chill. You can come chill with Evil. We got Travis Station, Travis. We got Sheena. Hi, Sheena. What's up, Sheena? We got Beef It. What's up, Beef It? We already did your New Year's. What's up, Phil? How's it going? Um, I'm gonna throw down the link. Again, there's no real rhyme or reason, but anybody that wants to get on, kind of in the beginning, I'm gonna keep it to if you want to show off like your top tens, and it doesn't necessarily have to be comics. It can be your top five movies, or you know um I saw Rudy. What's up, Rudy? What's up, Rudy? Um, let me see. Did I do that right? I don't think I did. Let's see. I don't know about y'all, but where I am, it is very loud. So um, you might hear some some fireworks in the background here in Houston. We're allowed to pop them anywhere. So they're literally like right outside my window. We might go take a gander at some people popping some fireworks. Um, it's older than the rest of us. I think so. He beats us like by 10 years. What's up, Travis? What's up? Um, but anybody, no obligation, but anybody that wants to, they can hop in. You don't have to be a personality. I don't even need you. And, as long as you got a voice, you can always, turn your camera off. But anybody is welcome to hop on, and nobody has to hop on. I got, but I will be showing off like my top. I got top five Marvel from 2021. I got my I try to cut it down to top 10, but it's crazy. But for indies, I'm gonna do top 20, and I've got it broken down to like top three in indies, and then DC, I'm gonna do top 10. Um, I am a bigger fan of DC. Most people know that. I'm a big indie fan. I want to say I could have done like maybe an eight from Marvel, but I really would have just been kind of grabbing some other comics to fill the voids, and I didn't want to do that. What's up, Jimmy? Happy New Year's to everybody. Um, yeah, man, and I don't expect anybody to stay, man, especially because I know a lot of people have plans and stuff like that. That's not what this is for. This is for the people that don't have plans. So, of course, if you have plans, be safe. Get fucked up. Go have fun. Bringing this New Year's right. We've all had, I want to say a rough, past year, and the year before that was just horrible. So, I do believe we all deserve a little, celebration. Let's be safe about it, kind of thing. Um, but I do know that there's people out there with their families and their loved ones and stuff like that, and they're out there popping fireworks. My neighbors are outside, and stuff like that, and so this is really for people that don't have plans, and that don't have them families or friends or stuff like that. Yes, please. Thanks, Rudy. Um, I guess I get started. I could start on Marvel because it's the shortest. And I'm not being mean on Marvel. I mean, I didn't start reading Marvel until like 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So my list will be a lot more incomplete. It would have been more incomplete if I would have started before, but this was my favorite from Marvel of 2021. But Extreme Carnage was excellent. It had no tie-ins. It was an easy read story. It kind of caught you up to everything that was going on with Carnage and with Venom, and and I picked up this. This was actually my first Scotty Young cover, but surprisingly, I'd never bought a Scotty Young cover. Right? That's what I've been doing. Like, hey, motherfuckers, get out! You go pop them over there. You know, that's what I'm saying. Plans. I mean, I didn't even. I don't even want to schedule this, but I kind of felt like to kind of put the word out there. But I mean, I kind of like to do the unscripted kind of hangout thing. I know people are like, ugh, but it's kind of fun that way. The spontaneous part about it. That was like last night. I did not plan to go live that long, and it hurt a little bit, but it was so worth it because the conversation was so engaging. It was so fun. Um, but that's what it's all about, right? Um, right? Just come over here, just around the house. I mean, they're literally like right outside my bed. It's crazy how we do it here. They most people they kind of stay away from the houses. They try to, but I mean, literally, they're like right in the parking lot, and my apartment's like it's like parking lot apartment. I mean, um, if I get like two thumbs up, I will go take a look at the people popping fireworks, and I'll show y'all how close they are popping to my house. And I'm not talking about like you know the little the little sparklers or nothing like that. They popping the big boys, the boom. You will hear it. We'll hear it. You know. And I will apologize for the sound. I mean, it doesn't in my apartment right now. It doesn't matter where I go. In my two-bedroom apartment, I go, and the bedroom that doesn't have any windows, and we're still gonna hear the fireworks because they're popping it all over. Um, yeah, me too. I mean, if I had the wants and wishes and dreams, and trust me, there would be a lady friend here with me, my friend. I do not like being single. But I don't mind being single either. It's a little less complicated. Yeah, it was a great show. It was good. I mean, that's kind of like how I live my life. My conversation can go all over the place, but I mean, I can still keep it concurrent and kind of have a flow to it. So I hope it's enjoy. It was, for anybody that ever catches my rewatches, I always wonder how that goes down. Um, I know other places in America are like that, right? Actually, I will show up my t-shirt because I did wear a nice t-shirt. Look, it's got it right there. You can see the nump, just for you, but yeah, I'm not gonna stick, but there you go. I love this t-shirt. It was nice and expensive, and and, and I like my t-shirt. So there you go, guy. There you go, man. Happy New Year's. Right there for you, buddy. That weird guy that likes, looking at guys I guess bellies because you never asked to look at our crotches. I don't know. What's up, John Stout? Happy New Year. Um, that's never good. You might need to check that out. Help him out. It could be a fur ball. um, sometimes. Um, not on the new stuff though. That's where it's like I have on the animated and the movies and stuff like that. Yeah, but um, right. That's what keeps it interesting, Sheena. Okay, so we did Extreme Carnage. Next up, mine, because I'm doing my top five Marvel of 2021. My first one was Extreme Carnage, and these aren't really in any order. But another big one that's on everybody's list was Beta Ray Bill. I really enjoyed the series. I've always loved Beta Ray Bill, so I was kind of happy that the art, the story, everything, the paneling. It was just an excellent series altogether. And again, no needed tie-ins. No, I mean they kind of filled you into the story up to that date. I love that. Next up, this was one of my favorites all the way through. Alien. I was very surprised with the mix of Disney picking up Fox. I was a little worried, but they actually pleasant surprise me. I mean, it was actually well done so far. They've started a new arc, and the first issue was okay, but they've already kind of picked up the pace back again. And the second issue in the arc, I'd say, got really good. I know this is a toss up for a lot of people, but I am really enjoying Moon Knight. I don't know a lot about him. I know enough, but I've never really read him all the way through. Not like that, but I just know enough, enough about his character and stuff like that, his main villains. So picking up this book and getting into it, it was really nice. And I can see why people complained on, like, I think it was the fourth issue and stuff like that. But for me, it was new. So I've rather been enjoying this. It's pretty easy story, that kind of thing. Hey, what's up, Mars? What's up, Mars? Um, and look at that, Miss So too. Hey, Miss So, Happy New Year's. Um, looks like I got, look at that. Whoa, whoa, I got a celebrity coming in.
I don't know about
What's
celebrity,
up, man?
mate.
Oh, you a celebrity now, How you doing, man? Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year. Well, it literally is for me anyway.
Yeah,
Everybody else is doing all these live streams for New Year's and stuff, and nobody's even hit it yet, except for us over here.
well, I kind of wanted to go a little earlier, so give time before the whole celebration time. Get a whole, like, kind of like I wanted to do a tumbleweed snowball kind of effect before we hit midnight, so there was like a good slew of us to go in there
How far
together.
away are you? Like,
Right now here it is 10:12.
okay.
But I know on, like, on the New York side it's probably like 12, and then like California is the hour behind, so they're like 9 o'clock, something like that.
Mm. Yeah, well,
I know.
Simon finally messaged me at like 11 o'clock this morning or whatever, saying, "Oh, I'm going to do a live stream. Are you in?" And I'm like, "I thought we were doing it last night for New Year's." And he's like, he was too wasted."
I saw it
So,
on this. I popped in for a little bit while I was getting ready, um, and it was super rough, super, super rough. Sounded all depressed when I hopped in there. I was like, "Oop, maybe I joined the wrong stream real quick. I'll come back later and see what they're talking about."
yeah. Then I just watched for the last hour or so of DJ's stream as well, and then I'm like, "Oh, what else they do?" Because it's too hot at the moment, so I don't want to go out anywhere. So
Same over here. Right now it's like 98 degrees, something like that. It's
yeah,
pretty hot.
that's well,
Um,
we're 38. That's Celsius. So yeah, it'll be about 100 degrees, 105, 110, something like that in Fahrenheit. So
Damn it, it's 8:12 on the West Coast. Y'all are 2 hours behind me.
you got
Okay, so
time to go.
so I got to stay on at least 2 o'clock to hit everybody's, like, New Year's.
So
We did
another
we
like
did
6 to 8 hour stream.
we did New Zealand last night for Beefy. We got him
Yeah,
over
that's
the
right.
moon, and then today we're working on the rest of the world. Um, no, so how's your day, man? How's your day been going?
Just been quiet. Yeah, just sort of trying to get a bit of rest and stuff. And yeah, everybody's talking about 2022 goals for books and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't even want to think about it. Because as I've said, like my list is so big, it's not funny. Like obviously
Mm.
there's like some real like main books, like big main books that I'd love to go after, but I'm sort of finding it where I'm sort of losing faith in trying to get them, especially over here. So I'm just going after sort of small, minor sort of keys, I suppose you could say, first appearances and things like that. So, but you never know
See,
what the year will hold.
that's kind of the way I hunt, anyways. I mean, most people know my channel. I don't have the money to go after big keys. I mean,
Or neither do
you know,
I.
so I mean, like, in some of the keys, they're just, I mean, each year it's either you go for it now, or if you wait, they're just gonna, they keep climbing, and it's like now it's like you said, I've been focusing on, like, either minor keys or smaller key, first appearances that I can, maybe from like 80s, 90s, stuff like that, because most of the
Mm.
keys I've been going after is like Batman villains and stuff. Hold on, I saw somebody. I saw no, no, what's up? No, no, Happy New Year's. Um, let's see. Um, no, but I mean, besides like run fillers, because I've actually been trying to do runs. I've always kind of collected the same way. I haven't really. Besides that, this whole year, the only thing that I really switched up for YouTube that I can say is me kind of diving into indies, and it wasn't really like YouTube forced it on me or anything. It was just, all the excitement on the word of mouth train, like, oh,
Yeah.
something is coming Children, Ice Cream Man, Department of Truth, Stray Dogs, So I mean, it was like that's what got me on the indie train. I mean, no one, had that gun or whatever. But so I mean, for me, that's the only thing as far as buying. I've never been into incentives and ratios, and I'm not gonna say I don't cover buy. I do, but it's within stuff that I already pick up, so I don't feel like it's a loss kind of thing. I
You
will
just
say, like,
see it on the shelf at like a regular sort of cover price, and you go, "I like that cover. I'll just buy that sort of thing."
mhm. Or
Yeah, not
paying like
like I want that one in 100, and it's like $500.
yeah, yeah, or the like the Todd McFarlane that was like $950 or whatever for the 1 in 1,000 or whatever it was.
Mm,
Um, No, but like, I know I'll pay the extra dollar for like a card stock on DC because they do that from the A to B and stuff like that. But I think the only time I've actually picked up virgins or incentives is either when they get discounted so low that they're like five, when they're around regular cover price by that
yeah.
time. I mean, maybe $10 at the most for a cover that I really want. But I mean that's kind of like that's like a good question. Like how much, I mean, that's like how much would you spend on like one of your grails? And my answer is a lot lower than a lot of people right now. I mean, even if I had a good amount of money, I think the most I'd be willing to spend would be around 100 or something like that.
Mm,
And especially if I was getting like a graded book. I mean, I'd go more for a graded book, but then it's kind of like a trophy, kind of thing. It's not like
mm. And that's why I hate slabs, because regardless, and I always go for really low grade, especially older books, because yeah, like say for argument's sake, like obviously most people know I only need 4 issues or whatever it is for the Amazing Spider-Man run. If I
Mhm.
say came across like, I don't know, say a number 4 first Sandman, I'd if they had like a slab book, and it might have been $2,000 or $3,000, and they had a really rough, like ripped and torn and staples missing and never, but it was complete, and it was like $500, I'd be going the $500 every day of the week, because that's just the kind of collector I am. I'd rather spend less, have more money for other books, but still have the book, than going for like some slab stuff. But that's just me.
That's kind of like me. I mean, it's kind of like I think somebody said it last night. Like, I mean, if you had like $100, what would you do with that $100 in a store? And me, I'm more liable to go after dollar issues with that hundred
Mm.
bucks.
Get more
Like,
value for your money. Yeah.
I'm not saying I would just buy trash. I would dig, and I'd be picking out stuff that I needed or wanted or looked like a good read or something like that. I wouldn't be just wasteful with it. But as far as like either like spending $100 and getting like Wolverine #1 or something like that versus like maybe 20 or 30 books or something like that. I think I would take the opposite. But like, like, I mean, but that's the definition for me. Me is stories, it's like as long as I can keep reading, or because I see it as like a lot of things. It's a collection with benefits kind of thing.
Mm.
Because with me, it's like, because you can have a Funko Pop collection, and guess what? That's all it is I mean, it's statues, right? I
Mm.
mean, you leave them in the box, you take them out, you can have fun and like, hey, what's up, Glenn? And what's up, Cup? I saw Cup. I didn't say hi to him. What's up, Glenn? But with comics, it's like we're collecting them. I mean, once you get them, they technically go in the bag and board, go in a box, or they go on a
Mm.
shelf or a slab. But I mean, you get to read them, and it's like, and that for me, that's the benefit. It's like, because it's like games. I get that same benefit because it's like stuff with that my hobbies, they're almost all like that. I'd say books, not so much, but I do collect books. Like if I enjoy a book, I'll keep that one too. But I mean, everybody's different in how they collect and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, and also the other way I see it is because of the massive boom, especially in Marvel keys. Like, I think if anybody is a DC collector, I think they're actually like they have obviously jumped, but nowhere near as much as the Marvel stuff. Like, I do remember it was probably about say 4 or 5 years ago. I actually had a chance at buying ASM #1. It was around 1,800 to 2 grand in Australia. I didn't have that kind of money. I could have probably worked out something to try and get the money, but I'm like, I don't have that kind of money. Now to get that even in a like a 0.5 or a 1, even in a in a raw book is probably 10, 15 grand. So, but it's one of those things that everybody always gets FOMO about. Why, I coulda, shouldas, and wouldas, and all that sort of stuff. It's just the way the game rolls. That's pretty much all it is.
I can say on FOMO there is a real part, and I kind of stress out with people because usually once you find a good deal, you're not going to find it again. You might find a similar deal, but usually once you find that deal and it's a deal in your head, it might not be a deal to everybody, but if you know it's a deal, usually if you pass it up by that point, for one, you're not going to come across it again. Even if you turn back around seconds later, by fate, that sucker will be gone. Somebody else will pick it
Yeah,
up. All of
and
a
that has
sudden,
happened to me a lot of times because I'm very spontaneous, and I'm a very sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like I'm an impulse buyer,
yes.
but I still know that when to walk away if I need to.
Oh, of
Um,
course. I mean, and that's like being smart with money and, and stuff like that. But like that's kind of like, I mean, most people like, it's like when you see somebody spending money, you worry about certain people, but it's like, but with certain people, when they know how to manage your money, you don't have to worry about them. And it's like a whole nother thing. What's
mm.
up, Carlos? Um, Right. How is it in the future? They were in the future last night. Matt Spidey, they did their New Year's last night. That's why I did the
It's almost 3:30 in the afternoon on New Year's Day now.
right there. He's in tomorrow. See, we are literally talking to. I mean, it's literally the kind of like time travel, right? Because I'm on. I'm during the day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna go into it. Yeah, but it's weird.
Start getting confused.
Um, Damn, I lost where I was going. All these people are popping. Um, New
Yes.
Zealand. Well, he's an Aussie, but last night we did New Zealand first because I don't think we didn't make it to the Australian.
No, I really had to have dinner, and to have dinner at like 10 o'clock was very late.
um,
We did it all for Beefit.
yeah, we did it all for Beefit. Beefit told us, "Hey, I'm right there to my New Year's," and we were already streaming late, so I was like, "Why not?" It was a good conversation going. Um, yeah, we were talking about collections and what we would spend our money on and stuff like that. But it's like when when you go back and you look at someone that is spending a lot of money, you always assume that it's just like they're spending out of pocket or something like that. What's up,
Mm,
Jerry? Happy New Year. Um,
very.
but I mean, it's kind of one of those things that we just assume. But as long as like that person is taking care of stuff, it's all like play money or side money or hobby money or whatever they want to call
Mm,
it. But I mean, like when you get down to it, like say we're just talking about comics, not any other collectible. Like usually when you go out, you kind of have a set number that you're willing to spend on something, a key.
mm.
Like I mean, I want to say I assume so. I mean, that's how I kind of do it. That's how like most of the friends know.
Or you go out and you're like, okay, say if you go to a convention or something like that, you go, this is my spending money. This is what I can afford to spend, regardless of what I spend on it, whether it be $100 or $5 or whatever. This is all I can spend for that particular event. It's the same when you're going back issue hunting or anything like that. It's the same thing. Okay, I have $200. That's all I have. I cannot go over. I can go under, but I cannot go over. And that's the way I tend to look at it too.
hmm I mean, because it's. I mean, I even when I was buying like current modern books and stuff, and I plan to go back to that once I get a better money standard. But like, because I'm still buying new books now, but it's more like 3 books versus the 30 that I was picking up. But
Mm,
like even right now, I'm still picking up like the modern, but I'm still like shooting around and grabbing keys and stuff like that, but just not the more expensive one. I'm like, I mean, but it just depends because I picked up one of my keys. It was that Captain Carrot thing, and I did it right before George Perez announced his news. So when I picked it up, it was like $1 or something. Nobody wanted Captain Carrot. Everybody laughs at that. And then as
mm,
soon as they announced that news, like it went from $1 to already going to like a $20 book just because it was George Perez and he created that character. And,
mm,
and that's not even the reason I was after it. I was after it for like a spec reason, but not for that reason. I was picking it up for like multiverse reasons because I feel like both companies are doing the same thing. You know, and they're doing the whole multiverse thing with Marvel, and they're about to do that the whole multiverse thing with with Flash and everything, tying in kind of all the different Batmans and Flash and stuff like that. Um, but I'm not doing it for like a spec reason. I'm doing it so I can grab it now before it gets expensive. That's how my spec works.
Mm.
My spec works because I'm like you know, because you had mentioned that you buy stuff for you and you don't sell it, you know.
Mm.
Look, and I'll make sure I advertise it. And Ninja, just in case. Happy New Year's, Ninja. Um, but like I buy stuff for me, but at the same time, it's like you don't, it's like I hate turning into a YouTube channel, like seeing somebody flash a key and they're like, yeah, man, this came out like 2 years ago. And you're looking at it and you're like, damn, I want that so bad. That's such a dope book. What the hell? How did I not know about that book? And then you go look it up and it's like a $300 or $400 book. And you're like, damn it. It's a my spec's kind of like one of those things. It's like I'd rather have it cheap or like while I'm thinking about it and nobody else is kind of thing before it gets to that point where it's priced out of mine. That's like right now, one of my grails right now is literally a $20 book. $20 book. And I have not like broke the bonds and like bought the book, and like I've searched for it a couple different times this year, but whether or not I spent the 20, because every time I came across it, I was like, well, and like I turn that 20 and I'd buy like 6 books instead of the one book.
Mm.
Um, and that was kind of like the whole thing. Let's see. I do not do resolutions. I do not believe in them. I don't know about you, and most people that I know that set those hokey dokey, resolutions. No one that I know actually does them, and not only that, but they stress over not doing them, but they never do them.
Which was me when I was younger. I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this, or I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna go there, or do something like that, and then I just went, nah. I give up.
Tobacco's hard, man.
Yeah.
What's up, Pup? Um, Happy New Year to you. No, I could say that, man. Quitting cigarettes is not fun, and everybody. The best tip I can say, because I've quit cigarettes like 4 or 5, no, a bunch of times, but like for me, I have a set way to do it. But like for everybody else, I think they just got to find their own way to do it. Whether it's cold turkey, the pills, the gum, like somebody locking you in a closet for a couple days, you getting locked up, I mean, whatever it takes. But all I can say is just stick with the plan. Just you could do it, kind of thing. Yeah, see, I like
Yeah,
the.
it's not easy. I've
Like,
never tried, but I've never really wanted to either. I actually use it as a stress relief, but yeah, when you start looking at, especially like it's a lot harder for us because our packets are ridiculously more expensive than what yours is.
yeah, what's
Um, I'm
like
paying
18
like
or something like
40,
that?
$40 a pack almost.
Yeah, dang. Well, what's that
So
compared to American dollar though?
it'd probably be about
What's our
maybe
what's up?
20, 28 to 30 in US dollars.
That's still a shitload, man. I think up here, I want to say New York's probably like it, and this is just without any knowledge. I would just have to assume because New York's one of our more expensive places in America. Hawaii and New York. But Hawaii is definitely like, but I want to say there's like $12 a pack, something like that. Down
Mm,
here where I am, it's still like 6 to 7, depending on the pack you buy. And you can get them like 4 if you go really cheap. But
mm.
no, but even that down here is expensive, kind of thing.
Yeah, well, when I first started, I was paying $5 a pack, and that was well over probably 20, 25 years ago, I suppose. And yeah, so you can show how much it's sort of they just keep adding taxes, and it just keeps going up and up and up and up and up, like at least once a year, sometimes even a couple of times a year. So It just
I
adds
know
up after
this.
a while.
I know this sucks, but that's what y'all want them to tax. You know, you don't want them to be taxing everybody else. Tax the cigarettes and the alcohol and the marijuana, and we don't want them taxing the bread and the food and the gas and the stuff we really need. So let them like I mean I'm a tobacco user. I vape, but still, like
It's got to be within reason, though. Like, yeah, that's compared to the rest of the world. I think we're actually one of the most expensive, um, like in the world for cigarettes, especially.
how much do y'all get paid by the hour or whatever? And what's your dollarly wage?
Well, if you work in like say hospitality or retail, so they you like your bottom rung sort of minimum wage is usually, I think at the moment it's about 16 to 18 bucks an hour, something like that. And that's the base wage.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
Obviously, yeah, depending on professions and things like that, whether it up or down or whichever. But at least it gives you sort of a baseline. But because like a lot of the American system, from what I understand, tell me whether I'm wrong or right or whatever, is your wages in a lot of things, especially hospitality, is very, very low, and you work more on tips more than you do on an hourly wage.
Depends on the job. Most jobs here are actually salary, where you get an automatic pay depending on what you work. You could work like 5 hours and you still make that same paycheck, or you could work like 60 hours and you still make that same paycheck. That's salary. But that's usually like people that go to, either schooling or training school or degree or something like that. But then, like for a regular job, it's like it's either hourly or I mean, depending on the field, but our hospitality is usually like restaurants and stuff like that. Like, I'd say like restaurants, bars, like hairdressers, stuff like that. I wouldn't say they work on tips, but their hourly wages is crap. It's like, I think our regular hourly wage, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say it's somewhere around like $11 here in Houston. But like the waiter pay, I think it's like $2.30 an hour or something like that. But it's because they say it's like encompass the tips or whatever. Or, it's kind of I don't know. Look at that, and Glenn's already celebrating Happy Rear Day. I guess that's the holiday because he's already celebrating New Year's over there. um, No, but I do know it's crap like that. But we don't have a lot of job. Not, I mean, there's more that I just mentioned, but we don't have a lot. Most everybody here is either hourly or hourly, or they get paid like under the table. I know we've done some positions they even do annual, but I don't even want to talk about that. That's even kind of ridiculous. Like finding out that some people here only get paid like one time a month is kind of weird to me because
Yeah,
most of
well,
us here.
my missus only gets paid monthly. I get paid fortnightly, so every 2 weeks. She gets paid monthly. So, but that's just the way ours is set up. It's either weekly, fortnightly, or monthly.
Yeah, that like Carlitos is saying right here, go state by state, Cali, New York, everything costs more, but they get more. It's kind of like how it is in America. It's like, as I know here in Houston specifically, it's like our cost of living is real low, but our minimum wage is kind of low. So it kind of like averages out like the prices that you'll find everywhere. Like if I mention what my gas is here by the gallon compared to everybody else in America, they'd be like, because I mean it's just a lot cheaper to here, but we make less wages than most other places. But that's I
Yeah.
mean that's levels out. But then it's like when I lived in Colorado, it's like they paid you more, but their rent was more expensive. Like, for the same apartment I was paying over here for like 750. That same apartment in Colorado was like 1,200. I mean, and it was like that little bit of inflation. But I know like from Cali all the way to New York, it varies. Like you know, because back in 2000 when I went to New York and I was only there for like 6 months, and and that's why I didn't stay. It was just in my opinion it was like ridiculous to even try and live there because the cost of living, like to even have a car in New York City was ridiculous because it wasn't even the car that was expensive. It was the damn like parking for the car. It was like what the fuck. But
Mm.
I know like and she's calm because you said the Fortnite thing. We here it's like bi-weekly or every 2 weeks.
Mm.
um But no, I remember even back in 2000, it was like for a bottle of water, it was like $6. And here in Houston, even to this day, it's still like $1. It's like 20 years later, you know, it was like back, it was like $6 for a bottle of water. Um,
But some things are some things can be seasonal as well, and some things depending on situations as well. Like, you know, I think didn't you guys have like a water shortage or something at some point or something?
all, all over.
Yeah, something like that. So that obviously, yeah, like obviously bottled water sort of, you know, skyrockets and things like that.
I
Um,
want to say like Cali always gets hit the hardest. Like I want to say out of the whole country, it seems like they suffer more of the natural disasters that we get because it's like they suffer like hurricanes, fires, like droughts, like tornado. Well, not a lot of tornadoes, but earthquakes. But like but no, it's really it's like their fires and the droughts they go through, but they have like a water shortage every year where they have to actually like turn off the water like for like a day or two or something like that where they can't use water. And here it's like once every couple of years we'll have like a water shortage, but because here it's mainly wet. We're like right next to the ocean. Like where I am, it's like 30 minutes away from the ocean.
mm,
So I mean, we usually like it rains a little bit. Nah, it floods everywhere here. It's like it's because we're Houston's more like swampland kind of like like our land. Like they even tell us that our foundation here in downtown is like it's slowly like like sinking because of what they built it on. Like it's just like really soft and muddy land.
it's funny you say that because like it's like it's the old perception sort of versus reality sort of debate where to me like Houston is like, oh, it's Houston, Texas, it's dry, it's deserts, everybody's carrying guns and stuff, and you know, like you're all wearing bloody cowboy hats and you know and all that sort of crap.
Well, I
It's the
mean, you
same thing
can
to what
find
people think of Australia, that we like, you know, we have pet kangaroos and
right
you know, we have a crocodile,
koalas.
you know, trying to eat us in our backyard and you know, and all that sort of shit. You know, so yeah, it's funny that sort of way.
No, like I mean, you can find that over here. Like I could take you like even in Houston. In Houston, it's like it's more like modern. It's more like people dress, just normal and stuff. But hey, what's up, Dank? Happy New Year. Um, but no, I could take you to places and it gets like really countrified, but that's just like I mean, you'll find like elements all across America that are more countrified than other, and I hate using that term, but I don't want to use the stereotypical, but I'm gonna say countrified is what I'm gonna go with. But it's more like, and there's nothing wrong with them. They just listen to country music. They usually do wear the cowboy hats. If they did have a gun, it'd probably be a six shooter or something like that because they still sell revolvers. I have a revolver. But I mean, we do have kicker cowboys here. You'll see them like here in Houston when they still ride horses. Like, yeah, there are places where like we have one Kroger's, which is a grocery store that I live near, and there's like because where I live in Houston, it's kind of further out than the main like downtown or whatever. But there is one grocery store that actually has like a horse like hiccup and stuff, or because people actually ride their horses and they'll tie up their horses and go in and shop and stuff like that.
Mm.
But so it's not too irregular. But if you go higher up north in Texas, like you'll see a lot more of the country file. Like if you go up to Fort Worth, Austin, you still see modernized looking people, but you're gonna get more of a cowboy looking.
Mm.
What's up, Cop Gaines? Happy New Year. Um, what is this? Modern books or bronze, silver age?
We're on Silver Age all the way.
See, it's always like I don't know, man. I like all. It's like even like golden,
If I
man.
had to choose,
Right, I'm just gonna say modern, just because I mean the story's ever going. You know what I'm saying? And modern's like, I mean, even though modern's current right now, tomorrow this is gonna be the past. Um, let's see. You have to get ahead. Well, hillbillies. And I don't try not to use a term or anything, but yeah, we got hillbillies down here. I mean, I could take you to several places. You know,
it's also
I
the
think
perception sometimes of like movies quite often paint the picture to, oh, this movie's based in Houston, and they're, yeah, as I said, like they're all cowboys. It looks really hot and arid and all that sort of stuff. Or they might go, oh, this is based in Florida, and it's all just swamps and bayous, and it's bloody, alligators everywhere and stuff. But it might not necessarily be all like that sort of thing. So and that's where you sort of get, like, whether as you guys are like, obviously, well, you might have been to other states, you might not have, but you still sort of know because it's in the news. And so it's always, yeah, as I said, it's the perception versus the reality sort of debate.
This one's hard for me. Top 3 comic reads, and your opinion doesn't matter genre. Okay, here's the thing. I got I got my list. I got my stacks right here, and I can give you a top 3, but it's kind of like, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I even hate doing that, like top favorites and stuff. I like to say I had favorite reads, but to single one out over another, it's kind of like me. But okay, like if I had to say top reads of the year, for me, it was definitely like Batman Detective Comics, and I kind of see them as the same book. The whole Bat family genre in itself is amazing. I've enjoyed Batman this whole year, from City of Bane. Well, I mean, the ending of City of Bane into the Joker War and Fear State. I've enjoyed all of it. But my other two, of course, everybody knows my number one. That's Sweet Paprika, without a doubt. Sweet Paprika, in my opinion, and this is my opinion alone, but I mean, I got more excited for reading Sweet Paprika than I did Batman. I love reading Batman.
That's Merker's book, yeah. Merker and
Mhm,
Golfo. Yeah.
but if I had to say my third book, and uh, it's so tough, but I want to say it's either like a tie between like Bermuda and Barbaric. Um, because both of them, I mean, I have like, that's what I couldn't even pick like a top 10. I went with the top 20 in my indie reads because there were just so many great reads and some of them were like really short, some of them were, decent length and stuff like that. What's up, Chop and Drop? My boy, Happy New Year, man. Um, let me go see. Hold on. Let me go back. Because he doesn't do this very expensive. Look at me. No, I don't. And I mean, that's I give it to you real. Every book that I talk about, that kind of stuff. See, and most of these I have here in the stack. Like, oh look, I can show y'all while we're sitting here talking. Look, my top 20 indie reads of the year. Number one, in no particular order, but Never Never. I really
Sorry,
love
I'm
Never
laughing at
Never.
Comic Gaines' last comment.
I met a
that's,
bunch.
that's pretty much exactly right.
Um, yeah, they do like, and they're crazy guys. Every Australian guy I've ever met, they've been crazy cool, but they're crazy nuts. And we did. And Phil was just tossing really expensive books last night. Ooh, it hurt mine. Ooh, it was hurting my heart to see him toss those books. All right, so Never Never. I'm gonna try and speed past this. Somebody had mentioned this, but definitely Layla Starr was definitely one of my top reads of the year. Um, the whole way through. Broken Souls Ballad. I think I'm the only person I know that talks about this, but I love this book so much.
Keep showing books and go slow. I'll be back.
All right. Is definitely like my top, like one of my top horror reads, if not my top horror read of this year. Next up was Bloom. I really enjoyed. Of course, some of these series are not done. There's one more issue of Bloom, I think, left. But so far, the 3 issues that Ted Sikora has given us, I enjoyed, and I really like the art. Next up was Geiger. I really enjoyed Geiger all the way through. Every cover was dope. The art, it was just touching and badass. I don't know that one. I thought you were asking if you wanted to touch me, and I'm okay if you want to touch me. You don't have to pay that, whatever that is on Midtown. You hit me up and we'll work something out. Okay. Noctera all the way through was really good. I've enjoyed it. I mean, some people. I mean, that guy wanted me to stand up to show his T-shirt off. I did hear that Tetsucore might be on Spine Ticks tomorrow. I heard quite a few writers that we had on are going to make an appearance. But don't quote me. Um, oh yeah, definitely Batman. I'll have to check out then Touching Evil. And I know I was joking, but I'll look into that comic gangs. I love taking what do you call it? Suggestions, recommendations. Silver Coin was another one that I loved all the way through, issues 1 through 5. I want to say there was one issue, I think it was like the third issue that was okay. Another one that I've enjoyed all the way through was Made in Korea. Made in Korea was dope. There was I had the first and I think the third issue. The first issue actually almost got me to cry. Um, Lucky Devil #1. Lucky Devil all the way through was really dope. Actually reading the preview, I wasn't a big fan of it, but actually getting the book and getting through it, I fell in love after the first issue. Um, Hollow Heart. I don't hear anybody talk about this book, but man, I loved everything that they gave us from Hollow Heart. It was so dope. The first issue, if you can make it past the first issue, I promise you're gonna love this series. Um, no, I can't promise you nothing. Don't listen to me. All right, Carmen. Carmen, I love this book after the first issue. It blew my mind. The anatomy and the art was just I think it's some of the best anatomy I've ever seen in art wise. But the story is actually really cool, especially if you like Sandman and that kind of story. Another one that we might have tomorrow night, but a guy that is near and dear to the Spine Ticks family and me in particular. I have loved this book all the way through. Space Bastards was a great read so far, but I'm only on the fifth issue, so I'm still working on it. But issues 1 through 5 did not disappoint. Another big one that was kind of like hit or miss on some people's list, but it was on mine. I enjoyed every single issue, but that was Red Room. I loved Ed Pisker's art. I love it's not black and white. It's like black, white, and beige with some blue in there. But I actually enjoyed the story. Let's see, Nottingham was a wonderful story all the way through. I can't wait to get to the volume 2. It was a story that I did not think I was gonna like because I mean, how many times have they redone Robin Hood kind of thing? Getting closer to the top, like I guess fives or whatever. But Bermuda I had mentioned is like one of the ties for my top 3. But I love Bermuda all the way through. The art, front, back cover, they were just dope. Another book that I know me and my boy Roscoe was big on, but Cinnamon. Another book that I don't hear enough people talk about, but I love the art in this. The way she gets the cat to look fuzzy, I love that. And all it is just a blurring of the art. It's so dope. And one of the ones I mentioned for my #1, but Barbaric. I love this story. It's only 3 issues. It's such an easy read to give new readers, and I have done so, and it works. They actually get into it, and everybody that I've given this story to, they want more. The only problem with it is there's only the 3 issues so far. my my almost #1 right here was Vinyl, and this was mine hands down. Every issue was just great. I enjoyed the whole series all the way through. I love the art so much. I picked up everything he's done from Plastic. I'm waiting for, he's about to do a book called Narcos that's coming out that ties into the same universe. So tie box. Dang, comments said Cinnamon was great. It was. I love Cinnamon. And my #1, of course, everybody knows I have a Sweet Paprika with no bias. I've enjoyed this story all the way through. It's not, it's not rocket science or anything. It's just a basic fun story, but the art, the amount of thinking that I did, and everybody that has read this book that actually made it past the first issue, they always say the same thing, that they caught themselves going back to the book, thinking about different situations. I mean, I can't. I don't know how much I've spent thinking about different scenes from this book outside of reading this book, and to me, that just makes. I mean, it's just it keeps me coming back for more kind of thing. And I know everybody wants to assume it's the sex part of the book. It has a point to it though, but that's not everything. It's just it's a real fleshed out good story in my opinion. But that was my top 20 of my indie reads right there, and easily done. Look at that. And you missed most of it. all the pain. Thank God. If you want to show off any of your like favorite books or anything, if you have any top indie reads,
Oh,
since we're on indie
I don't
side,
have any. I don't have much books with me besides the last new comic book day books that I picked up, and that big pile that I got from the Nerds Day Out with Simon and Sarah. So, yeah, have not got much with me, and most of it's all just cover A stuff anyway. It's nothing really too special or anything like that. So
I can go my top five Marvel. We can do that real quick. Kang, Kang all the way through so far has been dope. Tie-ins needed, none of that stuff. And look at that, I got somebody
I
knocking
missed
at
issue one because I wanted to get that. Obviously, I only did that because of the spec sort of reason.
Dang.
But yeah, unfortunately, I didn't put it on pull box quick enough, so I actually missed issue one.
So
What
dope,
up?
man.
Happy
Yes.
New Year's. It's about
How's
to
it
be New
going, man?
Year's in New York in like 9 minutes. But you're all in different time zones, right? It already happened with you? Did it already happen
Yeah,
for? Yeah,
yeah, almost 4 p.m. on New Year's Day.
nice. Um,
We'll get to that. I think I answered that last night, Comic Games. Look at that. Look at that. I think we got a panda coming in. It's not a panda.
That was for this morning. Me and Panda were wearing the same hat, so we decided to be twins.
Machine. Happy New Year's.
Oh, it's been a happy new year, all right.
You got either one of y'all got any indies you want to show while we're still doing indies?
What?
Even if you don't have the books, you just want to, mention top five, let's say.
Top five indies?
Yeah. Or even I'll give you
Oh,
top 10 or,
Geiger, Norse mythology, of course. Let's see, indies. Gunslinger Spawn. Let's see. What else? Oh my god. You put me on the spot because now I don't know all my indies. This should be really easy.
What you got, Danny?
I would say like That Texas Blood. Um, it's just a great series. Stillwater is a fantastic series. Layla Starr, I guess. Then I've been reading older stuff actually from the library because I'm like not going to LCS as much because I'm broke. So I read Asterius Polyp, right, by David Mazzucchelli or whatever. I can't pronounce the name
Mazzucchelli.
correctly. Yeah,
Yeah.
and excellent. That comic is so good. And Chris Ware's last big book. Oh man, Rusty Brown. I think it's called Rusty Brown. Those books just blew my mind, and they're usually available at libraries. So, and I'm thinking of doing like a broke ass book club where, like, I'll schedule all the things we can all borrow at libraries, and then we can discuss those as if they're new comics. Just for people that are broke.
Look,
'Cause
hit it, bud.
yeah,
You said you
Yeah,
seen
just-
one?
Only once. They're very rare because they're very quick
that's
and they're
awesome.
always around water and they're not easy to find.
But I'm down with that, like a broke ass book club. I mean, like, especially if you can go. I mean, because that's the problem with book clubs. Because that there was like three book clubs, and even Tylox was a part of one of them. But I think y'all did Hush, right?
Yeah.
But It's like every book club that came up, I just didn't have the book to read. Either I hadn't read it yet, or
Yeah,
I didn't have.
I totally hit him up. I was like, "Hey, you want to do a Hush?" And he was like, "I ain't got them." They're like $20, $40 a book.
He wished he created Leonard Skinner. That motherfucker, like, bro, if it,
Dude, if I created Leonard Skinner, I would have way more than YouTube subscribers than I have.
The Me Love on the Dark, it would have been higher on my list. The first 4 issues were, but the ending is kind of where it gets weird for me. And it's not to say that I didn't like the ending, I did, but to me, it depends on if they continue the story. If they don't continue it and that's the end, it's going to change my outcome of the book. And not in a bad way. I'm just saying right now in my mind, like I still kind of believe the story is not finished. So that's kind of why I didn't put it higher on my list. But I really did love the Me You Love in the Dark. Always was really good. What were you showing, Thomas? You showing Spider?
Yeah,
Oh,
so I went
too.
to hang out with Brad and Brian from LCS. So all the books that I left from the comic crawl at
Are you
Brad's
upset?
house, I got a hold of all these.
Wait, let's see. What you
All right,
got?
so I got finally picked up some more Web of Spider-Mans because I'm trying to kill that.
All right, all right.
Got some of those, a whole bunch of them. They're all $1.
Ooh.
Great, especially this one. I think this is the cover. Is this the cover you had?
But we're getting closer, though. We're getting
Okay.
closer. That's almost what it looks like, but it's the
That's the
opposite.
annual. He had actual
I was
issue.
about to say because you said it was like the red circle
It's the
spider
opposite.
light.
It's like a thug on the ground, and the light is shining. Like
Okay.
it's Spider-Man that's shining the light.
Then I got that annual because
That's dope. I remember that one, the slug. Yeah.
and then bam.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm. I got this, but this is going to be sent out to Moonlit Comics. Is that okay for her? That's a her. And then check this out. Since the Just Go variants were a thing this year.
Yeah, I missed that one, unfortunately.
I just
every other one.
I just grabbed the Masterpiece by Joe Jusko, where I think it's like, I hope it's just all his book, like all his renditions. And then you got to have some Beverly Hillbillies, Dale 12-cent goodness.
I think I will agree with having one of those in my collection, but I don't know if I would ever want to read the Beverly Hillbillies in comic book form. I don't know why
I don't know what this is. I've seen it and it was $1, and I was like, you know what? I'm not leaving it for $1, and it's a 12-cent deal. I don't know if it's like an episode that they turned into a comic or if it's. I have no idea.
Comic Games. You got the questions tonight. It says when y'all collect comics, y'all guys go for cover A. For me, it just depends. I mean, normally I am a cover A guy because of money reasons, but that doesn't mean I'm stuck on cover A. If cover A, B, C, D, E are all the same price, like Dynamite, I mean, I will look at the other covers, and then it's based on art and maybe story. I mean, maybe if a villain's on the cover, I might go with that one. Or something like that.
I'm probably the same. Mainly cover A's, but occasionally it depends because if I have a look, if I see it beforehand before it comes out and I get a chance to order it, and if I like it or I like the artist, then I'll order it. But if not, pretty much just cover A's.
I was about to say, go with whatever. I just go with whichever one I like. I did get a cover B today. I picked up because we went to a shop in Columbia, so I grabbed some stuff. Grabbed a nice little stack. I grabbed. All right, let's see. I grabbed.
What about you, Dang? Cover A?
Yeah, usually cover A, but sometimes it depends on what the key is of the issue. So if it's the first appearance of someone and cover B has that person on the cover, that's the cover you want to go for. Whatever the cover, if it's related to the key element of the issue, that's the cover you kind of want to go for. Or if it's going to be a book that everyone's going to get, then you might want to get a more rare cover because then it's going to be flooded with cover A's. But if you don't know what's going on and it's random, cover A is just good.
Enough.
You got the thirsty cover. Get out of here. Yeah. Why do you have the thirsty cover?
I mean, because the dog, Haley is the shit, the 3-legged dog.
Out of all the covers you could have bought, you bought the thirsty cover. That's a girl
Yeah,
cover.
Jamal Campbell's killing it. Y'all can be mad if y'all want to, but Jamal Campbell's
No, I'm
like,
not saying it's a bad cover. I'm just saying that they call it the thirsty cover for a reason. And, you might have to ask Sheena and Inja about that one. They'll let you know because guess what? That's the cover they got, and they were happy buying it. All right, let's get back.
I've got all the Jamal Campbell covers, all
No,
of
it's,
them.
it's, it's a
It's
fire
not
ass
just
cover.
one.
That's
All
all
his
of it. Do you think it's easier to sell, invest in covers A's? I think it goes back into it just depends because if you have a cover that, it's like, I mean, it always depends because you could have like an event like Absolute Carnage or something like that, and you could have like a variant that gets popular in the beginning, but later on you could have years later it could be like a character that was off the variant that was just
This is a cover A. This is a cover A book I've been loving that nobody's picking up.
Fest Destiny. I read the first. It was all right.
I suppose it also depends because it's even like you could use the same question for like multiple prints. Most people want to go for first print because that's generally the one that most people will get and things like that. But then you get some that have like a very, very low print run and end up becoming a lot more expensive than the original release. So, it just, it's like everybody says, just collect the way you want to collect.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new phenomenon too. The whole second, third print and whatever being more valuable.
Because
no
one
gave a shit in the 90s. Yeah, that was all trash. Second print was trash, but now it's
it's not even. It's even more recent than that. I want to say this is the past year or 2 years that this changed because when we were all like, I mean, being a comic collector before the past 2 years, first prints and the Marvel stamp. The Marvel stamp that now is the reject that nobody wants anymore. But like now everybody wants the newsstand and the direct, but before it was the opposite. Everybody wanted the first prints and everybody wanted the Marvel stamp on the comic. And now it's like flipped where everybody wants the new, but it flipped for the right reasons, I believe, because you think about the ideology behind it. It is harder to get second prints, third like that. I mean, in my opinion, I believe that it kind of. And look at that way. I saw Mastodon. Happy New Year's, Mastodon. I saw Free Energy. What's up, Free Energy? No, but I mean, yeah, y'all feel. I mean, for me, it's like the last 2 years of that change with the prints and the direct and newsstand.
Because nobody used to talk about direct or newsstand. Like, as you said, like it's in the last couple of years, like the game has just flipped on its head. People are talking about variants, newsstands, different prints and things like that. And yeah, like when you're a kid, you just see a book and you just go, I like that book, and you just buy it. You don't go, oh, have you got the cover B and the third edition of newsstand and all that sort of crap. We didn't care about that sort of thing.
Well, I think variants are getting a little out of control, though.
Oh, like, way out of control.
That Stray Dogs, it's got like 80 covers.
Yeah, I don't even know.
But I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I think it's literally
the first
80.
Ronin had 82 covers.
I think it's more.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it's probably multiple prints now, of course.
And Carlitos was asking.
Special. Yeah.
Carlitos was asking what's cover A, B, or C. It's just cover A is the generic like cover that the main cover, but then they usually come out with like they usually have at least a B. I mean, sometimes they don't, but some comics they'll have a A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I mean, Dynamite, they might have like 50 variants for one cover, and that's all it is. The A, B, C is just like a different system to identify, the different variants. Cover ABC, they release the same comic with different cover art. Yeah, that's all a variant is. Technically, a variant is it's the same comic inside. Like this is a variant, but like, and I'm pretty sure like this guy right below me, he has the same comic, but I think he has a different variant than I do. Like you have Moon Knight #1, right, Tylux?
What?
You have Moon Knight #1, right?
Mm-hmm. I've got the cover A by Steve McNiven, and then I've got the John Romita Jr. cover.
And
I
then
got both those. I'm gonna get Ramita to sign that one if I run into him somewhere.
7. And see, like back then, I mean that's like I think that's around the time when because that was weird to me is finding out that comics had back then like either variants or they had like second prints or stuff. I don't even think I knew about second prints until like maybe 5 years ago or something like that. I mean, like I don't even think it was like a like I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, the only times they really done it back in the day was like Death of Superman and like those big epic like timelines.
Prime example. So that's your regular cover A for Avengers number 50. So that's just the one that you'd normally just see off the shelf if you had a pull list and you didn't ask for variants. That's what you normally would get. Don't ask me which is which because I've got no idea. And then they'd be probably your B's and C or C and D or whatever it happens to be.
I got. I skipped the cover A, and then I got.
It'll take just
I got
variant edition.
The Ron Lim cover.
Beefit is like, yeah, Carlito, they give you a choice of variants called milking the shit out of the collectors. Yeah, no kidding. What's up, Southpaw Brad?
The one thing I will say though is that because I talk to a lot of creators, mainly artists and things like that.
I got the
it is good for the artists.
And then
having the multiple variants.
I got the Caselli variant.
Yeah, I like that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I figured there needed to be a group book, and I didn't want a group book with just a bunch of heads on it, so I got this one.
I like floating heads.
I mean, sometimes, and it's like, I know that's a question in the community, and that there is, I mean, because that's like Dynamite, almost every book, they do come out with like, I want to say at the minimum, like 25 to like, anywhere between, it could be like 75 variants. I don't know. And I'm exaggerating, right? Still, they do pop out a lot of variants, and they've been doing it for years. So that's always, it's always like the misconception that because companies are doing it, they're wasting money and stuff like that. They're really not, because somehow Dynamite's been doing it forever, and they're not. I mean, you never heard of like Dynamite going out of business or anything like that. I mean, all they really sell is Vampirilla, Red Sonja. Like they don't. I mean, up until I want to say like 2 years ago, they didn't really have like a whole bunch of titles under their belt.
They used to have a bunch of different things. Like they really shifted their thing into bad girls or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. The thing about variants is just they're just trying to sell multiple copies to the same small group of customers instead of focusing on growth and getting new people into the hobby. They're just sort of milking what remains for as much as they can, because we've never had variants for every issue. What?
I really disagree, because like what I think they're doing is they're giving you a multiple of choices. Say you think cover A and cover B sucks, and you won't pick up the book if you're new. You're coming in, you're like, oh, that looks like crap, I'm not going to get it. But if you give everybody a multitude of stuff, you can hit a whole bunch of different. You can have a floating head variant, a group book, a group variant, this, that, and the other. I think they're trying to widen their net as big as they can. That way, somebody who's new is not going to be like, "Oh, Vampirella. Well, both those covers suck. I'm not getting that because that doesn't look appealing." So
I don't know if any new customers buying it just like on covers alone. Like so, if you're brand new, like really imagine you're brand new and you go into a comic book store and then you see like issue something of a series and there's 10 variants. You don't even know which one to buy. In fact, in studies, when you're given too much choice, you're crippled by choice. You're not really, it doesn't make you more likely to get, it actually can stop you from getting anything and it also makes you make bad choices too, actually. There was a study done where you're supposed to remember a string of numbers, right? And it could be 4 numbers, 10 numbers, whatever, right? They give you a string of numbers and you have to recite it in a room next door. In between, though, you're given snacks, right? And some groups, they're given a chocolate cake or fruit, okay? And then what they discovered was if you had to memorize more numbers, you ate chocolate cake. And if you had less numbers to memorize, you got the fruit or the, whatever, healthy snack. because the more choices you're given, the worse your choices are. That's like what they discovered. Like your brain doesn't have the ability to make rational, smart choices when you're given so much choices.
You do
And
know
I
that
think
applies, right? Who, who,
what?
who, who here has been to a fast food place?
all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so like, who has been in a car behind a car that's at the drive-through menu, right? They pull up. Why, like, you're trying to tell me that, like, this guy that's been to McDonald's a million times, why is it that everybody that pulls up to the menu, they get up there and they're like, I bet you I could go around and ask people what's on the menu at McDonald's, and everybody would like detailed give you like, yeah, number one is a Big Mac, number two is like, they break down the whole damn menu. But how come when they get up to the menu, it's always like, it's the damn choices. It's the stupid choices.
I always know what I want when I go to Macca's.
It's the choices.
I mean, and now their menus are like animated and changing, and it's just like
Oh, now it's all like
even
ridiculous.
and you make bad. So then you make bad choices. Like I have way too many copies of issues and too many covers, and I'm just like, what the f did I do? Because I'm like worried about, do I got the right one? But like, I don't know if brand new people, if that's a turn on or a turn off, and I would speculate it could be a turn off for brand new people that don't know anything, because they're just like, I don't understand. Wait, they're the same content, but so which cover? Wait, and this is more than that one. So why is anyone? And they got to do like hours and hours of research to even understand that there's this whole cover obsession, because we didn't used to be this. Like, yes, there are iconic covers that we really love from the past, but they sort of happened and then they became iconic. Now they're trying to manufacture iconic covers, which is a really different thing, because not all comics had variants. It was very rare, but now it's every issue of every comic, which is,
Well,
I don't know.
say you're just getting into comics. You walk in and you look at the Superman cover and it sucks. You don't like it personally. Well, you're not gonna read that Superman book. You're gonna go to this one over here that you do like the cover for. But you might end up liking Superman, and you're like, well, if it wouldn't have had that shitty cover that I didn't like, then I would have grabbed it. I mean, it all depends on the person. I can literally walk into a room and like look at a whole bunch of comics and just be like, I want that one. Like, it doesn't take a whole bunch of thought for me to be like, which one aesthetically pleases my eye.
And art
However,
is designed to be
when
visual, obviously. So some people will generally. I know about studies and all that, what you're talking about, Dan, because I've seen some of those studies and things like that. But it's quite often you will be drawn to certain things. You might look at one book and it might have 10 different things, but you're still going to go, oh, I do like that one better than I do like that one. So you're still going to have something in your mind that will eventually make you choose which one you want.
But then you have the unintended consequence of opening the book and the art is not even close to the cover.
Oh, well, yeah,
and that's also another turnoff, right? So I'm just saying, if you're
that.
brand new, there's so many, because it's not about new, they don't give a shit about getting new customers. They're focusing on getting as much money as they can from who exists.
Well, normally I just buy one cover. Sometimes I buy a couple different covers, and then I kind of, because I do my stuff online, my shopping online as far as like books. So if something looks good online, that doesn't necessarily mean when I get it in and I get up close to me that I'm gonna be like, oh, this is a really good idea. Like, I really like this. I might like a different one. So sometimes I'll get a couple and kind of pick and choose, and the other one I'll just be like, I'll get rid of it later.
Honestly, it's like this with everything in life. There's no, you don't get a rule book. And comic collecting is the same way. And there are things we learn along the way, because like we've mentioned this before, we're not all the same type of collectors. We, like me and Tylox could walk into a store together with the same amount of money. And I promise you that we will walk out of the store with a completely different set of books,
Yeah, just based on taste. It's like saying, well, Toyota can only make red cars or blue cars, and that's your choice, red or blue. But I like black. Well, there are no black ones. You don't get a black one. You get a red one or a blue one. That's your choice.
But I think a lot of the reason why manga is outselling U.S. comics in America, like in our own country, why they're killing us is you don't need to, like, it's like volume 1, volume 2, volume 3.
Yeah.
and they're selling story. They're like focused more on story than cover art and like all these tricks and things to sell multiple copies of the same thing. Whereas like you go into any store, you're like, okay, I got it. Volume 1 is the beginning, and then I know about this story because of the story, because of the quality of the story. Whereas you just don't know with our, I don't know.
Phil,
I mean,
Phil, who
I'm
is
a
taking
cr-
over the world? Who feels like we will
Talking
save you a
about
seat on the tribunal when we take
He's
over
talking
the
about ball people because Carlito said that all ball
the ball people.
look the same. He was saying me and Dank were throwing him off because there's like a ball person up here and then there's a ball. And technically, I got
You gotta move me and Spidey next to
um,
each other and you and Dank next to each other. That way.
okay.
There you go. He's
well,
doing
I'm
that
trying to
for
play One Punch Man. Actually, I
Okay.
want to do the live action.
He's
Like,
focused. Okay, so
I can do this. I can do that with the.
look at that. That's dope.
Can you do the big stupid
Is
eyes?
do that again? Like what? What the?
I mean, like a smile, evil smile. You know.
But like, yeah,
I-
getting back to that, like, I want you to think about the flip side of things as well, is because I've known a lot of, like, obviously, yeah, I'm not big on the variant covers and the incentive covers and stuff. Like, I don't mind because I do love my comic book art. I don't mind picking up an odd one here or there. I think stupid amount of choice is probably way too much. If there was 2 or 3 or 5, that's fine.
Yeah.
But look at it from the artist point of view. There was artists back in the 80s and the 90s that were living in cars doing their art because they weren't getting paid, you know, hardly any money. There wasn't enough work for all the artists out there. And then all this boom with incentive covers and that have given all these no-name artists work. It's given them a job, you know.
Nah, okay, so like I kind of I can go with that, but I think the easier explanation on that is what we're going through right now. Well, I mean, past 2 years with the whole pandemic and everything, we've had an influx of new fans into the genre, right? Into comic. So what's the best way to get their attention? With flashy foil and flashy chrome and flashy options on covers and big name artists. Like, bro, that's why, like, you're trying to tell me for like the last 5 years, 10 years, chrome and foil was like a dead thing. And all of a sudden it came back like a motherfucker. You're telling that's why. It's because all of a sudden all these companies were like, bro, people are buying comics again. I don't know why, but let's keep them buying comics. And they were like, I mean, because you're trying to tell me on like they printed so many berserks, they ran out of foil and stuff like that. And I mean, the fact like you can't tell me that wasn't some part of like that company's master scheme was to get Keanu Reeves attached to a project that he helped. I mean, you're talking about he got like Matt Kent. There's like 5 other writers that are associated with it. How much work did Keanu Reeves actually do into the book? I don't feel like he did a whole lot.
I just want it to make me look as badass as possible. Like I want
No,
to be
they
shooting
probably
things.
like
That's as much input as he probably had into the book. But I mean, yeah, it is a thing where like, you know, I do think it's kind of a thing that they're tapping into because a lot of people who are like my age in their 30s, when they were like young kids, it was the 90s, there was all this foil and holograph and all this other stuff. And now they're coming back getting into comics because of movies.
Go back to
it. And then the next thing they see when they go to the store is there's a foil cover. I remember those from when I was a kid. And they're like, grab that one, you know. And it really does, like, I grab them. Like, I've got one of the Berserk foil covers because I was just like, oh, man, they're doing this again? Oh, this is awesome. I remember this from when it makes me feel like I was 7 again. Oh, it's just bloody and people getting shot and killed. It's great. You know,
point, go back to the 90s during that time.
A lot of nostalgia, man.
It was all that foil and chrome but bro, it wasn't even on like popular titles. We're talking about they were putting it on Turok, they were putting it on Magnus Robot Fighter, they were putting it on anything that stuff to sell. Like one of my favorite nostalgic comics is probably like the cheapest book I've ever come across, like a quarter issue, but it was that Magnus Robot Fighter like 25, the silver like foil, and I just like the silver. I don't know, the book inside was so trash, but like the silver foil, you know.
Do you notice how like the foil's not as good as it used to be? Because in the '90s it was like it had texture. It was embossed and there was like layers
Yeah.
Yeah, that was about to say the
and this looks
legend.
like just art with a foily sheen on it. It doesn't look like that '90s foil, to be honest.
I don't know. There's a whole lot of people who see movies, and then the next thing you know, those comic books with that character in it for the first appearance shoot through the roof.
No, I'm talking about the way they make the foil covers now.
Oh yeah, yeah,
As
yeah.
it's not as robust or like awe-inspiring as the way they used to do in the '90s, which I don't know why I don't understand that at all.
We
That's just
probably
cheap.
lost the formula.
That's
We
that's
probably
funny.
lost like they probably like because with different printers and shit, and they probably lost like the technique because they just abandoned it over 20 years, and they were like, how did we do the foil again? Like, I don't know, like um no, but I mean, like all those things, like I believe they were just like, I mean, like us, the avid readers, we kind of saw like, I mean, because you can't tell me like from a year ago to today how many new books are on your shelf compared to like a year ago, like that came out on Tuesday or Wednesdays or whatever.
Oh, there you go.
Gotta love
Yeah,
the shiny
it's
90s.
like
Thing.
foil and no foil. It's like a mixture of textures, and it's
Look,
amazing what they used to
I'm drawn,
do.
I'm drawn in. Then I'm stuck now. I'm like,
Yeah, I
And
love those.
holograms, right?
yeah. See, we don't even have holograms. They're
And
jipping us now.
poly bags, having a poly bag to
No,
keep it safe because
no, we got
bags and boards
polygons.
don't exist.
Yeah, some of
Well,
us. And
CG.
Happy New Year. I know Dank's on. Dank's already. He's 20 minutes past his New Year's. And C-list E-man, Happy New Year. It's already New Year. Happy New Year. But some of us we're not there yet. I still got 40 minutes to go. And I
And
think
CGC has ended the polybag. Like polybags used to be important, but because of CGC,
they're
they're like remove them as soon as possible now because they're afraid it's going to damage the comic.
Actually, to slab or not to slab is going to be the next subject of my hot takes with Whack Comics and Rob Fatstacks. We're going to be talking about should you get everything slabbed? Should you not get anything slabbed? Should you get some things slabbed? Why? I think in Whack's case it would be to stop them from breaking it, but
Won't stop them from breaking it though.
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't. Really wouldn't.
I think there's gonna be a
New
minor
Year.
crisis with grading when the AI grading like actually takes effect, because then it's gonna put into question all the human grading that is already so inconsistent anyway that there's gonna be a little crisis once the
That's
AI
what
is
I would do,
like,
Phil. If you got like an ASM1, slab it.
No.
But if you've got like the ASM1 that came out this year or the past couple years or whatever, you don't have to slab it.
What's
You
up,
don't have to.
Empire
If you want
Comics?
to do
What's
that,
up?
that's up to you. But you know,
No, but that's like Mars. I know, like when you send a book to get slabbed and you send it in with the polybag, they either tear it off or they ask you to remove it because. But that's like if you send in a book without a signature certificate of authentication, and
So
you just send it
COA.
in. Yeah, there you go. COA. If you send it in without a COA, they just consider it like a mark on the book kind of thing, and they grade it down. Like even if it was a 9.8, it'll automatically go down to like an 8 or something like that.
Well,
Um,
realistically, it's the same sort of thing with the money making grab with all the variants. Like slabs is like, yes, okay, I need an ASM one. I'm never probably going to be able to pick one up. But in saying that, it's like, okay, well, if I buy a raw one, I might be able to pick it up for $1,000. I won't be
Yeah.
able to. I'm just saying, $1,000. If I want it in a
me
2.0,
too.
it's going to cost
Sick
me
of these humans.
$1,500. But it
Yeah.
might be the raw copy might actually be better than the 2.0, and then in a 5 it might cost me 10 grand, and then in a 9.8 would be like 100 grand, and it's just that's a money making scheme too, as far as I can see. But that's just me personally.
I mean, because it's like, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with slabs. I do and I don't. It's like I think I'm on the board with everybody else where I like reading my books, but then it's like the other thing where it's like there are certain books, in my opinion, that are getting that old and that rare that I believe they should be protected, kind of thing. So it's like, and then it gets to the like, because I don't have a problem with low grades. Modern books, I do. If it's modern, it should be like a high grade kind of thing. But if it's like, I mean, that's like if I found the Batman #1 and it was just like the corner piece of the book or something, like a .2 or something, I wouldn't care. I would, especially if it was like and somebody was like $50, I'd be like, heck yeah, a piece. I mean, because to me, that's more like a piece of
Oh,
history thing.
that's a good one, Phil. The whole I'm all for automated driving if it keeps slow peeps out of the fast lane. Actually, they just passed a law in South Carolina. The left lane is the pass. If you stay in the left lane, they're going to pull you over and give you a ticket because you're supposed to just pass with that lane. You're not supposed to stay in that lane and just go 85 miles an hour. Like they're really starting. Like they passed a law about it, and they're cracking people's heads open with that stuff. Especially people who have been used to doing that. They get in the left lane and just do 85 and just stay in there the whole. This is the fast lane. That's the slow lane. They're decking people. I think it's like a $350 fine if they get behind you and you stay in the left lane. It doesn't matter if you're doing the speed limit. Like they're like, no, you get in the right lane unless you have to pass somebody. Which basically they're trying to force everybody to, like stay in the right lane unless somebody's like doing 55 on the interstate.
I think
I kind of agree with Nora.
Noren's saying
Yeah, there should be a rule like on books that need to be worth a minimum amount to slab.
I
Like, I
think
don't,
50.
Yeah.
I think it needs to be
Yeah.
worth at least $50. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense.
because like that's like
Yeah.
and I agree with Phil, like, it's because I've seen that too, and and in my opinion, people are just, and I mean, they can do with whatever they want to with their money, but in my opinion, people are just losing out on money because they're slabbing everything, and it's like they're wasting the money to get a slab, and then when you turn around and sell it, I've seen books that were like, hot that week on for like $200 or $300 slab, right? A month later, and I've seen that same book selling for like $20, $30 shipped. Like, damn, you're not even making money. I mean, you're losing money on the ship part.
But you never know. Also, like I hate slabs, as I've already mentioned. But what if they see it as future proofing? Like that $2 book might eventually become a $2,000 book 10 years down the track, and they were one of the first ones to get it slabbed. Everything always starts off as a nothing book. Like, obviously not as much now because there's speculators out there ruining the market, but something might eventually, like a no-name, like think about Sleepwalker. Like Sleepwalker is a nothing character that nobody really liked in the 90s.
Yeah.
Now
And
all
now
of a sudden it's
people are
like,
trying to-
oh, they made a figure in the Marvel Legends series. He must be coming to the new Doctor Strange movie. Now his books have slowly started to go up, where there was always a dollar bin books. So it's the same sort of thing. Somebody might have slabbed a Sleepwalker #1 back in the day, and everybody's like, "You're an absolute wanker. Why'd you do that for?" And now they'll be in the money. So you never know.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about
the
that
opposite
today.
side.
See, like Phil,
About that.
slabbing a book does not add value. It does not. I mean, adding that piece of plastic around the book, does it? No. Like, I mean, technically, I could take a piece of plastic and mold it around the damn comic and encapsulate it. Anybody could do that. Like, even I'm a comic bookworm, and he's got his like, it's just that flat press or whatever in his little like stand or whatever, but he made that himself, kind of thing.
I think it should say slabbing a book should not add value. Not add value. Because everybody knows that as soon as you slab a book, regardless of what book it is, people will charge more, and people will pay more.
And some people will pay for it. Well, that's just like I said. I said it today. If you've got a book that you say is $100 book, but I buy one for $60, your $100 book's worth $60. It's not worth $100. It doesn't matter how long you have it listed at $100. Yes, somebody will buy it, but there's a fool born every day. I'm gonna buy one for as cheap as I can get it. And if I have to sit there and watch you leave it on eBay for 6 months before I message you and be like, "Hey, do you want to sell this book or not? Like, how about I give you this for it?" And then you're like, "Okay, yeah," then that's fine. But like, you can always pass and just always pass on it and get one later, find one cheaper, find one in a rougher shape. I mean, you can read them as long as it's.
But that's like even us here in our community, and as tight knit as we are, and with our knowledge and word of mouth, there's still like there's still things that we miss on, like this comment right here. That's why I left it there. But the A character gets expensive, the B character goes up. I mean, that's the general theory, but does it always work like that? Not always, because you see people picking up like the second appearance of Carnage or the third appearance or something like that, because people forget about the second and third appearance kind of thing, or like the foreign like release of a comic. Might not be able to get like you know, Swamp Thing #1 American, but like, people will go around the bush and get like an Italian version or a French version or something like that. So there is
The
like
Australian version. I thought I saw a question about that earlier too.
yeah, and I mean there's and I mean it's not to say that I mean yes, that I mean okay, what collectible genre do you know of that doesn't get expensive on some level? I mean that's the whole point of the collected genre thing. That's why I mean so I mean, we could be talking about baseball cards, VHA. It don't matter. Everything's got its like high end, right? So I mean, like when you get into it, like comics, it's like we have like several different things that can make this genre very high end, like ratios and incentives for one. But then you're talking about slabs and stuff like that, especially if you're not even slabbing the comics. If you're just buying the slabs, it can get expensive, especially if you are going for the keys or first appearance or stuff like that.
Don't ask that question, people.
No, I love watching that. I haven't watched his channel in a while, but Team CGC 9.8 CGC or whatever, that guy, he's like Canadian, and every episode he's just talking about 9.8 slabs. And I'm just like, and he makes an episode every day, and I'm just like, holy smokes, dude. But he's a really like
a channel that I watch on YouTube where a guy honestly, it seems like every book he gets in, he literally sends it to CGC and he gets it slabbed. And if it comes back and it's not a 9.8, he really looks like it's broke his heart. And I was like, dude, they're not all perfect. They're just like people. Sometimes they have flaws. Okay,
you're not talking about Bryce comics.
No, it's not him.
I was about to say that's what I was thinking of when you said.
You're not talking about that British guy.
No, he's not British.
There's a British guy that like would freak out and get like really aggro with his wife. That's the camera person.
Is that Triple J?
He would look.
No, I don't know. He changed. He started changing because he got more popular. But in the beginning, he would just get like, he would get super upset, like in a way that
he'll do like this. He'll be like, "All right, let's see what it is." Oh well, okay, 9.6, I guess is all right, but kind of wanted a 9.8. And I mean, but I guess this is still pretty good. And then and I'm like, dude, if that 0.2 stole all your thunder, was the book good?
And I'll say to that as well, if anybody wants to start buying slabs, don't look at the 9.8s necessarily, because 9.6 to most untrained eyes, you would not even notice the bloody difference between a 9.8 and a 9.6, and you will save shitloads of money, especially on bigger books.
Brad can attest to this. I went to the shop today that we went to, and I looked down in the case, and the guy had a 9.6 Ultimate Fallout 4, and I was like, "Hey, how much is that that Ultimate Fallout 4?" And he was like, "Oh, it's." I was like, "I'm just kidding. There's no way I'm buying that book." Like, don't even answer that question, because it's way more money than I'd ever pay for that book. Like, I mean, I want to read the man's first appearance. I don't want to just look at it, just stare at it.
And that's why the only slabs I've ever bought, like I've bought a couple of mystery boxes that have had slabs and I've used it for giveaways, but the only slabs I've ever bought is because the book that I bought was cheap enough to buy, regardless of whether it was slabbed or not.
I know,
and I cracked them. So
I can't speak from experience, but I know Dank. I know Dank's done like, I mean, those are some of my favorite Dank videos.
Oh, I got screwed. Yeah, CGC gave me a restored grade for a book I didn't restore, and then I fucking sent it back. I cracked it, submitted it, fucking not restored anymore. I'm like.
Yeah, and he got it back without. I mean,
you sons of bitches, yeah. And I spent all this extra money. I was like so frustrated because I was the original owner, so I never, I never dream of like restoring a comic.
I know, but Jerry,
a lot of these prices with comics and video games. You know how there's like right now there's like a 20-30% correction on a lot of the big sales or whatever, and a lot of those big sales happen through heritage auctions. And now there's this video game scandal. Right, because they're realizing they all work together, the buyers, the sellers, and they're all working in cahoots and putting out these press releases to bring up the prices, and like they're buying their own stuff in some cases, and in fact the co-founder of Heritage Auctions was accused of doing that. And Comic Book Investments, he said his dad knows that he does that with big comic books actually. And this, it was mentioned in the video game takedown, but looks like, based on what I'm hearing, it seems actually the comic market was also propped up by Heritage Auctions, and a lot of these giant sales may have been bought and sold by the same person. And so like he's the guy that runs Comic Book Investments said his dad knew for certain that Jim Halperin or something, he had major keys in his comic book collection. He would put it on the market, raise the price like crazy, buy it himself, put it back in his collection, and every couple of years just bring it out to market again to increase the price on his own that he buys and sells on his own. So these wild prices that have driven all of us crazy with the spec market, it might have been a fraud, and now we're getting this correction. But if you're smart, you knew this correction was coming. These prices went way too high, and I think part of that was market manipulation, which we're trying to act like it was only video games. I think this happened to comics too. It's just like we're not. No one's investigating this right now.
Well, that's like the guy who like faked a signature on a book, sent it in to CBCS, and then it came back graded, and he was like, "See, this is why you don't use CBCS, because if it was CGC, they wouldn't have even cared about the signature because they didn't see it happen." And I was like, "Yeah, but it's like assholes like you who sign a book, who didn't get it signed, who sent it in, who screwed that over. So did CGC pay you for that? Because you're obviously trying to screw over their second biggest competitor. So did they pay you for that, or are you just like trying to get free slabs, or what are you trying to get out of it? Did you just do this out of your own?"
I kind of feel well, I know, one Key Collector got caught doing that, and I don't think it was Key Collector. I think it was somebody that they were working for. But like, I do know that they got in trouble for it. But like, I believe a couple other companies have been doing it specifically with the market manipulation stuff, moving different books around, having different sellers have the same book. Like,
they caught a major sports card seller on eBay doing it this year. He was what was he doing? He was getting friends of his to bid up, like somebody would bid on a comment or on a card, and he would get his friend to go in there and bid higher, and then they would have to bid higher if they wanted it. And then if he bid it higher and they didn't get it, then the guy would just pay him his money back. And
still bidding. That's been illegal on eBay for a long time, because a lot of people have been caught doing it.
They started that with the whole like sporting cards thing back when, I mean, that's what kind of killed the sporting card genre in the beginning when it first moved to eBay.
I mean, the problem, I think that the heritage thing is a really, really big deal. It's a systemic thing, because those are the news story things that bring in all these new buyers and speckers into our market and kind of screw up the prices of books, making them astronomical.
I mean, what's the difference between now and 30 years ago, comic book wise? There is an answer, and all y'all know it.
Yeah.
No variance.
Movies.
Yeah.
Comic books are not just invested in comic books anymore. They have more. They have merchandising. They have movies. They have other things they have to worry about. So we've already seen that comic books are not only moving the movie franchises, but they're also like doing the same thing, I believe, as far as moving the keys of upcoming characters or stuff like that. We've already seen that as far as like speculators within the YouTube creator, category, because we see that all the time. Like he had mentioned earlier, oh my God, they're making Sleepwalker an action figure. That means the character's coming. I better pick up the keys now, And it's like, it's almost like they're doing that on purpose. You want to say it's like an easy shell thing or a market manipulation. I think it is an overall big thing. And I'm not saying it's just one company that's doing it. I'd say they're all.
It's all of them. Yeah, it's all
Yeah,
of them.
all
Like
of them.
Moon Knight, the Moon Knight books just came out. They started a new Moon Knight series, and next year Moon Knight show's coming out. They're doing the same. She-Hulk's coming out this month, and the She-Hulk show is supposed to be starting sometime soon. So I mean, it's because Marvel is now owned by Disney, and Disney's making the movies. So Disney's footing the bill, so they're trying to make as much off of it as they possibly can. Which more power to them. I mean, if I owned a business, I'd be trying to make as much money as I can off of it too. But Heritage is
Yeah.
now owned by CGC. So anything that Heritage says that sells that they say is they're putting it up. I mean, is it literally they're putting it up for auction and people are just bidding on this, or are they like helping?
I don't even think that.
No, it's
I
a
think it's all like set up from the get go. It's for us to see these books go that expensive. Maybe the
because
first one does sell
it's
for
all
that because
anonymous. The buyers are anonymous. The sellers are anonymous, and it's
yeah,
and then
because
and a well-known insider has his
you
father confirmed that he knows for certain that he would the owner of Heritage is the one that is putting up his books, buying them himself,
what's the
and he just
golden rule with eBay? I bought this for like $1.50, right? But if I put it on eBay for $100 and some fool buys it for $100, how much is it worth after that guy buys it for $100? It's worth $100. That's how our stupid ass market works.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? All it takes is for my company to take a slab comic and be like even though this is like normally it should be like a $60 comic, if I put it on eBay and say like it's worth $200 and all of a sudden somebody buys it, guess what? Everybody else gets to start putting this comic at it's sold for $200. Now I get to put it at 220 or 230, and that's how it starts. Now whether that first person was like a real buyer or a real seller, I don't think so. I think and it's not, I mean, you can almost see the influx of like character shifts. Like, and it's so funny, it's all related to movies. Bro, Venom. I mean, I'll just throw it out there. You know what I'm saying? Wolverine. I'll just throw it out there.
I mean, I was pretty convinced that MCU peaked, right? I'm convinced they peaked, right? So, because this Spider-Man movie is not technically MCU. It's half. It's not the same, So, like in terms of MCU films,
it's like bits and pieces because like I watched it today and I was like, okay, so we're taking volume 1 and we're taking some of volume 1 and we're taking some of volume 2 and then we're taking some of what's going on now and we're splicing it up. We're putting it all together, which I do give them credit because that movie they took 3 different trilogies, and split them all up, and used parts of each one of them to make a whole complete, movie out of this one. And I was like, see, that's interesting because you had to take what somebody did before and then what somebody else did before, and then you had to make it relevant inside the story that you were writing. So you were giving yourself blinders while you were writing this screenplay, and you still had to make it all make sense. But to do that, you had to take some of volume 1, some of volume 2, and some of what's going on now, and kind of just cram it all together and make it work, which I was actually shocked it was that good. I was like, this is actually really good for how they were like writing handcuffed, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, hey, whoever wrote this, good job.
but
It was like 2 people who were the writers credited.
historically, when a genre, like a film genre, like when The Wolfman meets Frankenstein meets Abbott and Costello, right?
Yeah.
That's a sign it's the beginning of the end. That means they're creatively bankrupt, and they don't know what to do anymore. Like the only creative thing I saw out of Spider-Man was the Spider-Verse stuff, which I'm more excited about.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just started selling a lot more. I look at the movie industry and how that's going, because once the genre starts to like peter out, we're gonna see another correction of all the prices of comics. Because
going back
again,
back to what Mad Spidey said in the beginning of this, and he was talking about like because most of this conversation has been on the Marvel side of it, even though it hasn't really been said, but like okay, on DC's end of it, I'm loving it because like for one, there's a secret hatred for DC. So like DC keys are not expensive, and like it don't matter. Like bro, the Batman's coming out, Aquaman's coming out. Like nobody's hyping up on keys in DC. Like nothing,
That's
nobody.
that's like
You
one of the
keep it
hottest
that way.
books.
Like shh. That means I can get all the books I want still at the same price. Like I mean, like
Yeah,
it kind of sucks on one end because
My
it's like
ASM run will never be full.
yeah. And
yeah,
it's
Spider Man.
yeah.
I'm a
Uh,
Spider Man. I'm trying to get Spider Man now. This past year and a half, it's ridiculous. It's like a nah. You might as well stop because going under like issues shit 400. I mean, you're already getting into the $50, $60 books an issue kind of thing. You're talking about the beginning of Venom, then the whole Craven run. No, it just gets ridiculous. And that now it's like Spider Man keep anything Spider Man, dude, bro.
I'm screwed.
And then
Yo,
this is like,
Especially when
and
I
this
only
is
need
you
the,
like
guys are
4 issues.
really going to screw up my
the
year
guy
plan.
that keeps
You really
asking
are going to
questions
screw up my year plan.
for the speculation. If you want to get into some speculation, it's easy. Just buy some Spider Man and flip some Spider Man because Spider Man sells up to Wahoo. It doesn't matter what Spider Man. It
You
could
know,
be
this is the second
like
time I've heard this
Raimi,
today, and I'm going to have
Spider
to like
Man
review my whole year plan.
3059. It don't matter. I mean, like as long as it says Spider Man somewhere in there. Without hate, I mean,
I,
I'm
I
not
I
hating.
think it's gonna shift though. I think DC books are gonna spike like crazy because I think at this point the Marvel MCU it's there's too much backstory now. Like you have to watch 30 films to understand what's happening, and it's the same thing with manga, right? DC films they're more experimental, so anyone you watch, you don't need to know backstory as much. They're making these movies where you don't need any backstory. Like the Joker film cost nothing. It made gangbusters. The Aquaman, it's not really connected to anything. It did really well because they're just kind of taking that risk of not connecting it all anymore. They're like, fuck it, we're not even gonna try. Right? They've finally decided not to compete with the MCU. But over time, as these films keep accumulating, it becomes daunting, and then nobody watches the Eternals, right? Like it's just not. And I saw kids coming out of the Spider-Man movie being like,
Well, that's
"Oh,
the
you
thing.
need to watch nine
That's the-
films now," and like the other kids like, "What? I don't even know what happened." Like kids don't even know what happened, because there's too much backstory now. Whereas the DC,
honestly,
like the Batman, you don't need any back. You just
It's
watch
not
the
even that
Batman. You're
because
gonna
yeah.
love it.
well, for one, I can say like, and they saying DC is gonna have his day. Yes, for us adults wise, but like think about it. Like DC has been going in a very dark and gritty like relationship in the movie wise, which I'm a fan of. Like I don't believe that Batman should be a kid's story. It is about a detective that tracks down serial killers and murderers. And why would you be telling that to your children? Okay, so anyways, like they have been going on this dark and grittier path, and we have already seen that the next Batman movie even looks darker than the Christian Bale kind of stuff. So like I don't like Disney in my mind. They're doing it better advertising wise. They're not catering to the fans. They're not catering to children. They're catering to like every motherfucker out there because they got the stamp on Disney on everything. I mean, if you go wherever you go in any store in America, and I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but I mean, every aisle, and I promise you, I mean, besides the vegetable aisle, and you'll find a Mickey sticker on it, but like every aisle and all the stores, you're gonna find something Disney related on some of those stories, that, and it might not be Marvel related, but it's gonna be Disney related. I'm not, and the thing is, it's that mass marketing. They're marketing to kids. They're marketing to, you know,
Mhm.
uh, us on the nostalgic factor. They're going after fans. They're going after elderly people, anybody that they can reach out to, and that's why, like, I mean, if you look at all, like, look how far from the Avengers to where they have gone out. They did Guardians of the Galaxy before Blade or Ghost Rider or and I get the licensing, but there's a lot of licensing that they've had that they're not using. Main characters. Why the ever expanding, bro? That's what it is. I mean, why do the Eternals? Why and Shang-Chi? And of course that's to get that genre of people that are in that minority. Why not? I mean,
I
they're,
will
they're
say, I will say the best thing that made me pop, and you can ask South Paul Brad when I watched the Spider-Man movie today. The biggest thing that made me pop was the credits at the end where it says Spider-Man created by Stan Lee and Steve Ditko. And I was like, how fucking hard was that? How fucking hard was that for you to say, and Steve Ditko, you dickheads? Like, I mean, like, I love Stan Lee. I think he's a great guy. But the fact that he couldn't be like, this motherfucker helped me make this, just, it blew my mind. That I was like, dude, you got him to help you design that character. Don't say you came up with that shit all out of your ass. Like, it was you and this dude. Like, and like, you've been shafting him all these years. You would never admit that Steve Ditko helped you create Spider-Man. Now it's Stan Lee and Steve Ditko, and I was like, see, now that's something I like.
And look, to answer free energy, why didn't DC sell to Disney? Because they didn't go bankrupt. That's why.
They didn't go bankrupt. Yeah, they never went bankrupt.
Warner Brothers. I mean, because they've been backed and owned by Warner Brothers for like ever. But
that's not exactly what happened with Marvel. It was a little different. What Marvel did, they took a huge risk. They took out massive loans to make Hulk, Captain America, Iron Man, right? And if they failed to pay back these massive loans, they'd have lost everything. But the payoff was so good that they were like flush with cash.
They'd already failed. I
understand, but that's why the rights to all the characters are all over the place, right? That's why Fox had this, and Warner Brothers. You know, they all had different things. But then MCU, like the Marvel Studios, with Iron Man and Incredible Hulk, like that last wave, that was part of a 3-picture, like massive loan that they took out. And they were pretty sure they could do well because based on Spider-Man, based on how well Spider-Man did and this new superhero renaissance, they're like, all right, we want in. We're going to try to do it with the characters we still own. And then after they succeeded, after Iron Man, then Disney was like, we'll give you $4 billion. And that's the same price Star Wars was bought at. And that's the same price vitamin water was bought at by Coca-Cola, one of the worst.
At the same time, they made this last set of Star Wars movies, and people were like, "This is shit." And now they're like, "Hey, George, come fix this shit for us." Like, they brought George Lucas back into it and be like, "Hey, come fix this." And he was like, "Well, if you guys would
signed off on all that." He signed off on all that. You got to remember, like, even though he's not like the owner of Star Wars, he still had executive. He's
still getting licensing and royalties and stuff like that. Now he's getting double money, because not only is he getting licensing and royalties, and he sold it once before. Now they're bringing him back in as a consultant to make it good. You can't just when people write stuff like that, when people come up with ideas like that, you can't just shit that out. Like, you can't just be like, hey, you make this movie, like, it, because to that person, they don't have a whole lot invested into it. This person like sat there and wrote. How many books did George Lucas write before there was Star Wars movies? Like, I mean, he had sat at a house and wrote some books.
Just the three
books.
Yeah, just 3. That's it. Like, all the other Star Wars books have always been written by everybody else. Like, even the original, like 6, 7, or 7, 8, 9 that we had in book form, the Dark Force Rising, the Last Command, and the Heir to the Empire. But like, I mean, technically, all those books he signed off on. Like, and during those ages when he was like the main executive producer or whatever, like he was avid about going through like every story and making sure it fit in and stuff. Now, after he sold it to Disney, and now there's 3 people in charge. It's not even one person. Everybody wants to blame Kathleen Kennedy, and she is. I will say that's the big part of the blame, but she's not the only one at that table. At the Star Wars table, it's 3 people. That's like Marvel. Remember you were talking about that girl? Marvel, it's like 5 people that's in charge of like the comics, and it's like it's like 5 main people, because Feige's the head of both divisions, but I mean, he's got like an assistant that's right under him in the MCU, and he's got an assistant that's right under him on the editor comic side when I looked it up. But I mean, it's the same thing at DC. They got like, I mean, Jim Lee's the president right now, but he's got an active CEO, and they have I forget they have a publisher and an editor. They still have all that shit all the way down the line.
I mean, and Disney bought back Pixar, you know, and then they've been making all these sequels and movies that aren't awesome all the time now. Because Pixar used to be like every film is awesome,
Yeah,
but now it's like I don't know, and that sucks. Because Disney, they're just pumping. They just want to pump out. That's what they're all about.
I mean, but like, no, I don't, me included, and I'm not the biggest Marvel comic book fan right now, but the MCU I've rather enjoyed. I mean, you can't tell me that they haven't been making good movies. Now, I'm not talking,
that
I'm not
movie was
talking
dope.
about like
So,
the Sony side of it, but I even give Sony a pass because I enjoyed the first Venom. Venom 2 is okay. It wasn't like great, but it wasn't bad either. It wasn't like, I mean, because we're talking about comparatively like movie wise, right? And it's like a different standard now because it's the MCU or the DCU or whatever. And it's not. They're still movies. Like the whole comparison of special effects to cinematography to soundtracks to acting, stuff like that. That I still hold all these movies up to those standards. So I mean,
the big thing that did throw me off was when the movie started. I was like, okay, well, I can tell this can't be Marvel 616 because who the fuck are all these other people besides Peter Parker? Like, that's not Ned Leeds, and that's not MJ. Who are these people? This has got to be some kind of multiverse shit. And then I was like, so is it 616 or is it not 616? Like, and I mean, I know they were trying to weave a story, but I was just like, if you think MJ, you think Mary Jane, you think Redhead, you think Tiger, and all that other shit. You don't. I mean, Michelle Jones, and I was like, okay, now I've got to remember this name. Like, who the fuck is this person? Like, is this person in any comic? Is there a Michelle Jones in any of the Spider-Man comics? I don't think there has been. So who the fuck is this person? Ned Leeds? That is not Ned Leeds. If that was Ned Leeds, you could put him in any costume you want. He'd come back and be like, ha ha ha, and I'd be like, who? Ha, yeah. Who the fuck are you? Go on somewhere. Like, I'm not scared.
Which a lot of people don't realize is that Ned Leeds becomes Hobgoblin.
I was like, dude, that is not going to be Hobgoblin because there is no way on God's green earth that man will ever be scary to anyone. Like, my cat would look at that cat dude and be like, meow. Like, I mean,
that was supposed to be the secret reveal in this movie, and they kind of ditched that because he was actually gaining and bulking up for the role. I mean, that was kind of like the hype was we all kind of knew because his name is Ned Leeds, and Ned Leeds becomes Hobgoblin. I mean,
yeah,
it's kind
and
of.
I was like, dude, that dude will never be scary, not never.
And,
I mean, maybe
don't forget about Flash.
You can put him in a costume.
Mars, I think the MCU. I think, and I might be mistaken, but I think the MCU is 654 is
or
the
something like that. Yeah, it's a whole different thing.
because it does show up in the comics, like the MCU side of it. They have like during that one where they took the Watcher's eyes, the one that Silk's from, Original Sin. They went to the MCU version. They met like Captain America.
That was another thing is the fact that like I was like I was like yes because like my favorite Spider-Man was present but I was like they gave him PTSD. I mean I kind of get it but they gave him PTSD like
But yeah, think about all the characters. Yeah, like as you mentioned, MJ, Flash Thompson. There's no way he's a big football jock that ends up becoming bloody Venom. Betty Brant is, some high school chick. She should be working for the Daily Bugle. There's a whole heap in there that you're just like, that is not my Spider-Man.
Yeah, and that was the big thing to me was I was like, okay, well, I know this isn't 616. This has got to be something else, and not just like the Marvel MCU thing. This has got to be some other universe because you're taking people and just throwing them all over the place. Like, I mean, if it's this new thing, then I'm going to have to learn this new thing. But
I mean, the MCU has been very different from the get-go because Tony Stark was not the Tony Stark from the comics. That Iron Man, that depiction was very, very, very different because the comic book Tony Stark.
That's really weird because he's done embodied that so much to now. I don't call him Robert Downey Jr. I call him Tony Stark. Like I've caught myself doing it where I'm like Tony Stark. I mean Robert Downey Jr. Like he's done molded into that so much that you couldn't see Tony Stark any other way besides that way now. It's really weird how some people they can do that with, and it works really well. And I think it just has to do with the actor.
But
And then
also,
some
like,
people,
Thor was comic accurate, and then they made him a total comic relief goofball. Like, they
yeah,
changed him, and he's absolutely not comic accurate anymore, but he was when he first came out.
Yeah, look at the way he talked and acted in the first movie. You know, with like Shakespearean type, you know, sort of wording and things like that. And then now he's like, he's just like some regular Joe sort of thing that just happens to be Thor.
I just think they don't know what they're doing as much as we think. And just because they make a bunch of money doesn't necessarily mean they know what they're doing. Because
yeah, I mean they have
money
no
is
idea.
just money. I mean, I know we like to put money as a standard of rightness or something, or like genius or whatever. But there's diminishing returns, and over time it's gonna shift. I think DC is gonna start to rise, and Marvel will, because Feige was like he was super confident Eternals was gonna be the best thing
Well,
ever, and we were all gonna love it,
here's
and he
another
was
one
so
right
wrong.
there.
Like,
What is the best Marvel film that you have seen? Beef it says, is it the best Marvel film? Yes. To me, The Avengers is still the best Marvel film, and that came out years ago because that was the truest one to the books for me. That was
Which
the
one?
truest one, the original Avengers movie before you started screwing with people's characters and flipping people around and adding new characters and stuff like that. The original Avengers was pretty true to the comics. It's as true as they could possibly make it. Natasha Romanoff was a sexy badass who used her looks and used her wit to get what she needed to get done, no matter what she needed to get done. The Hulk was a guy who had to come to peace with the fact that he'll never be normal and he can't control it, and he's just kind of got to ride with the punches. Captain America was a strategist. That's it. I mean, he's a strategist who had superhuman endurance, superhuman strength, a little bit of superhuman strength, and that's pretty much it. Like, Hawkeye was a dude. He was a dude who, when he falls from somewhere high up, he gets hurt. Like I mean, he's got trick arrows, and he's a normal guy who's a good shot. I mean, there was no, anything extra added to his character. These characters were all. The only one I think they really had to tweak was Tony Stark, and that was because they had already made 3 Iron Man movies where they had tweaked that character. But other than that, I mean, that's still my favorite is the original Avengers movie because that's the truest one that goes to the books without having to change a whole lot of different stuff. They screwed up and they failed a lot at the beginning. They couldn't work together. Nobody liked each other. They didn't trust each other. It was the way it was in the comics originally. How could you trust a big green guy who just gets mad and smashes everything?
I don't know what my favorite, and it's kind of funny, but I'm actually coming to Blade. Like, if I had to say,
yeah, Blade was awesome. Blade
Like,
just blew my.
First one.
Blade
Yeah,
or
when it
Spider-
comes to that
Man,
that effect of like, holy shit, that was a movie. I was yeah, Blade. I would agree is similar. Like the
Man, that
the
first
Nolan
Like-
trilogy are probably top comic book films. They're in the top 10 ever. And if they're not gonna make the film, if they're not gonna try to make it that good, like, man, it
Winter
sucks
Soldier
because.
was good. Winter Soldier was good because it stayed pretty true to the comics.
No, I understand, but the Nolan trilogy, it's so like he cared about making it as best as he could, and I don't feel that from any MCU film. Like, I see them compromise all day long, and even if that third film people didn't love, he still tried his best to make it as compelling as possible, and I don't feel that from the MCU almost ever. Like, I see tons of compromising and just not really like trying to make the finest film ever, and that's what we need to see. I mean, I think I liked Thor Ragnarok because it wasn't even trying. It was like just trying to be a comedy, It wasn't even trying to be like, I don't know, but
I like Thor Ragnarok because I was thinking of like movies that I could watch over and over again, and Thor Ragnarok I enjoyed. But
Hmm.
like that's like Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2, bro. Like Guardians of the, and before like Thanos Darkseid. Thanks for chilling with us. I'm sorry you're feeling bad. And happy 2022. It's gonna get better. And I have not read Swamp Thing Green Hell, but I do plan to.
Yeah, I
Um,
do plan on getting
I
it.
will put a review up. But thanks for chilling with us, man. But I mean, there was a lot of the MC movies that I enjoyed. All of them were really good, right? I mean, there's no like second guessing that. I'm not gonna say that. Like I enjoyed Thor. I enjoyed Thor 2. You know, I mean, there's ones that I enjoyed
The first
more than
Thor
others.
movie was pretty true to to a storyline in the comics.
But
So I
Thor
mean,
1, I know people in the audience said they didn't like it, but for me, it was a big win. And two, it's by one of my favorite people in the world. And it was like, I mean, it was done by Kenneth Branagh. Like, I mean, the fact that they got him to direct an MCU movie was, I mean, acting wise, that was just dope. I mean, that's like getting like Anthony Hopkins to direct a movie for the MCU or some shit.
mhm.
Um,
I mean, are you really gonna watch No Way Home again and again and again? Because I feel like after you watch that 3 times, it's like
I
gonna be
haven't seen
hard to watch. Well, yeah,
just,
I'm just
I haven't
saying
seen
like rewatch value. I don't know. I don't know. I understand the value of like watching it for the first time in the theater and being surprised, but I don't know if it's gonna be as rewatchable
Oh,
as we
dude,
think right now.
Empire's seen it 3 times in theaters, and Brad watched it with me today for the second time in theaters. It's for
Well, I
real
mean, that's
thing.
like people say that, but like Justice League,
I
I mean,
know,
I
but
was
that was like happened with Phantom Menace. That happened with
Oh, that's true. That's true.
what's it called? There was another movie where everyone thought it was great, and even oh, Force Awakens, even right.
every
For
Star
like the
Wars.
first 6 months, no, well, especially Force Awakens and Phantom Menace. First 6 months, everyone thought it was awesome, and we watched it like six
Oh,
times in theaters. And then a year later, we start realizing, wait, it's not that awesome.
I think it was a generational thing because the bass player for my band at the time was 18. He had just turned 18 or whatever, and we went to go see it together. And it was the second time he had seen it. And after we got done, like he knew I was a big Star Wars fan. After it got done with, he was like, "So," and I was like, "That was shit. You like that?" And he was like, "What do you mean that was shit?" I was like, "They killed Han Solo off by his bitch ass kid, who's like a little emo fucking kid who just can't please daddy." Like I was like, that's like the most horrible ending to one of the greatest characters in like nerd history. You thought that was good, and he was just like, "Whoa, he is really mad." I was like, "Did you watch any of the other Star Wars movies before this one?" Like I was like furious, and he was just like, "Okay." I think it was a thing where if it was like one of your first movies, yes, you thought it was epic, or if you was younger. But if you had seen the other movies, you were just like, "This is shitting on all the characters I liked as a kid." Like, what are you doing? Like, you know,
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
funny. It's
that
funny actually that
it was the
you mentioned
whole
Blade earlier, Dank, because I remember when the first Blade came out, everybody was bagging the absolute crap out of it, saying, "Oh, this is the worst movie of the year.
oh,
Give it, 0.5 out of 10 and all that sort of stuff." And I went and saw it 5 times at the movies. I absolutely loved it,
dude. I
and
loved it. I thought
at
it
the
was incredible.
time,
yeah.
once it became released on DVD, it was actually in the top 10 all selling DVD re-releases ever.
Dude, yeah, I loved it. Little things about that movie that I loved. The part where the guy picked up his sword and then it sprung the trap on him and like cut his hand off. And I was like, dude, that is dope as shit. Because who would have ever, like, what happens if he drops his sword? It cuts your fucking hand off if you pick it up and don't know how to hit the right switch. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, little stuff like that, like you can tell they put thought into that. They were like, well, what happens if he loses his sword? You know, he can go all
so
Xena Warrior
before
Princess on your ass and throw
before
those
we
little
get
boomerang things.
before we get too far ahead, I would like to reiterate to the I am a Star Wars fan. I did like the new movies, but I mean, like that scene that you're talking about specifically, that shit made me cry when Han died. Like,
Yeah,
and yes,
like I was
yeah,
like, what the fuck is this?
I hated that they killed off all the old cast, but you think about it, come on, it just fixes a problem. Like you're talking about a writer's MacGuffin if you ever had one. But no, but I mean I did enjoy there are things that I did not like out of the new movies, but I
Because
did
in 20 whatever it was 2017 when that came out, 2018. I think it was 2018 when that came out. Yeah,
Force Awakens.
the first one. What was the first one in this new trilogy? You couldn't have Han Solo walking around calling women sweetheart and darling and all kinds of other stuff, and it would just be a PR nightmare. They'd be like, he's sexist. Yeah, he was. He was. That was a character flaw. He had as a character, and he even though he would admit that that was a character flaw. Did he think women were as capable as him? Hey, Leia saved his ass a few times. Like, I mean, you know,
If the new sequels were good, right, we wouldn't have cried so much during Mandalorian.
mm,
That final scene of the Mandalorian, whatever. The reason it was so moving was because we really felt like they really screwed over. Wait, can
No,
we
that's
talk spoiler? Right, we can talk
I mean, well,
spoilers, right?
I haven't seen Mandalorian, but I mean, if you
Oh,
spoil
you
it,
didn't?
it's
You
not gonna
didn't
break
see
my
it?
heart. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll see
I
it when
got
I
I,
see it.
I got a
Oh
clip.
yeah, no.
Hey, shut up.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. You should definitely.
That. Oh my god, that is incredible.
Okay, look.
And then when I meet people that don't know Star Wars, I tell them
Look,
watch
don't spoil the shit out of stuff. You better get the hell off my channel. Look, okay,
watch
now Spider-Man, it's still fresh, so yes, don't spoil that. But like anything that's been out longer than a year sucks for you. You better get to watching. It's been out for a while, so
Yeah,
yes.
Mandalorian. It's not gonna break my heart if you spoil it. I mean, I'll
No,
see
but
it.
like
No,
okay,
you should do it though. You should watch.
Oh, I will. It'll
If that's your opinion on the sequels, The Mandalorian kind of
Oh,
the
yeah.
final scene really gives you redemption.
Yeah, I'll watch it eventually, and
Glenn
it's gonna
said
happen. But
2015 is
it's a money thing. It's not a hatred thing. It's a money thing. All right,
Oh, you don't
No,
have a
but
Disney Plus?
what's
no,
up,
I don't have
Simon?
Disney Plus.
Here he
When
is.
my taxes come in, right now all I have is Amazon Prime. When my taxes come in, I'm gonna get Disney Plus because damn sure need to get it for Moon Knight because I'm hyped about that. And then at the same time, Happy New Year, Simon. Cheers to you. And
But okay, look, going back to Star Wars.
I'm gonna get what's the one for DC? HBO Max. I'm gonna get it for DC.
Yeah.
So yeah,
But
but yeah, you can go ahead and talk about it if you want to.
New Star Wars people, they should watch Rogue One, original trilogy, Mandalorian. That's like my recommendation for Star Wars, like right now. And then other stuff if you want to, if you still are compelled. But really, all you need is Rogue One, original trilogy.
I will say
Mandalorian.
this: Samuel
Oh,
L.
screw
Jackson's
that.
badass.
You need Rebels and you need Clone Wars. Okay, now hold on. Let me get into my Star Wars spiel real quick. Okay, first off, going back.
Wait before you flip
Yeah,
out.
yeah. And I'm not gonna get too far into it, but okay, look, and I'll try and speed it up as much. Okay, like there are things I didn't like about the new movies, but overall I liked them. They were okay. My problem with the new movies is where the fuck are we going next? And they're not really telling us anything. Yeah, shot. You better get to. All right, so my thing is like we don't know where it's going, and they haven't even hinted on where we're going next. So that's kind of the biggest problem. My second biggest problem is what they did with the older characters. You could have done it a million different ways on killing off Luke, on keeping Luke regular, anything like that. And the way they killed him off, like he was saying, the way they killed Han off, they didn't have to kill Han like that. Like you could have killed him off. That's fine.
Yeah,
I get it. Actors are getting old.
he goes
But-
out and blaze the glory.
Like-
Not.
And don't get me wrong, I love Kylo, and I know like
Now,
like Glenn,
I did like the way that they dispatched Luke. I did like the way that they did that because he literally Jedi mind tricked himself to death. Like he literally like fucked with somebody from a distance to death. And I do love the part in the movie where he was teaching her how to use the Force, and he was like, "Reach out with it," and she reaches out physically with her hand, and he was like, "You got to feel it," and she touches the little leaf or whatever, and she was like, "Oh God, I feel it," and he's like, "Do you feel it?" And he's like wagging the leaf in front of her, and she was like, "I feel it," and he like slaps her in the head, and he was like, "That's not what I'm talking about." And I was like, "That's hilarious. That's great," because you seen that look on Luke's face of, was I this stupid when somebody was trying to teach me? Was I this bad? Yeah, I probably was.
I think if you watch The Mandalorian though, it's gonna change even this perspective you have right now.
Hey, Vinny, Happy New Year. One thing I can say about The Mandalorian, going off what Dank says, first off, if you have not watched The Mandalorian, you are missing out. It's some of the best Star Wars. But okay, for one, it's just good TV because most of the people that I know that are watching The Mandalorian, they don't like Star Wars. They can't stand Star Wars, but for some reason they're drawn into The Mandalorian. Like my best friend, he hates Star Wars, but he loves The Mandalorian. Like he's watching the Book of Boba just because the Mandalorian's like but I mean it's just a different type of show and it works. Like it's set up like as an old school like kind of wet western space drama, you
What up?
know.
There's a very simple reason why they're very different though. The movies are trying to remake the movies and kind of give you what you think you want. Whereas the TV series is they didn't look at the movies to influence the next movies. They looked at what influenced the original movies, which was samurai movies.
Yeah.
And that's why Mandalorian is Lone Wolf and Cub. And that's not a secret. John Favreau said he literally took
Yeah,
Lone Wolf
based
and
on
Cub. Right, because Lucas was studying the samurai films to make Star Wars. So instead of just looking at
Kurosawa.
Star Wars to make more Star Wars, yeah, Kurosawa. Did I say something? What?
No, you just said samurai movies, not just.
Oh yeah, yeah. Hidden Fortress is almost it, A
yeah,
New Hope is Hidden Fortress. Like when you watch, you're like, what the fuck?
ET.
But yeah, their strategy was totally different. They're like, let's just do what Lucas did instead of trying to copy Lucas. Let's just do what influenced Lucas. Let's go deeper, and that's why it's so
Well, they
much
wanted to
better,
go
and
back
that's what's original. Like,
they wanted to go back to the roots, was the way John Favreau put it, and that's why, like, when him and Taika Waititi, when they did that whole interview, that's what they were talking about. Like, the whole conversation was about Lone Wolf and Cub, and like how they were like using that same plot device, like in Mando, and then almost if you've ever seen any of those movies, the first two movies almost plays like the first season, almost like, I mean, minus the Rhino, but
and I
like,
bet you, Boba Fett, Book of Boba Fett is, and I love how he says Boba Fett, by the way,
Boba,
because it's not like
yeah,
how we used to say it.
yeah.
Is gonna be Yojimbo. Watch.
It
Watch.
is. Like no,
Book of
because
Boba Fett, and he's
You
gonna
could say
play
bits and pieces.
everybody to murder everybody. What?
You say bits and pieces of all of them, yeah, like Hidden Fortress, Seven Samurai, Buddy, all those sort of ones. Yeah, you could say bits and pieces throughout all
but
of them.
that's like that's like okay for those that don't know. There's not very many real, genuine, like fresh out of the box ideas. Everything's kind of based on something, or
No,
looks like something else.
even like if you think
Like
like
bro,
was it
like
Hulk?
Dragon Ball
Hulk
Z,
was Jekyll and
Dragon
Hyde.
Ball Z. How old that is with Dragon Ball Z? The first season, the first story is all Superman. Dragon Ball Z is actually all like Terminator 2 mixed in with like a little bit of Highlander and another movie. And he famously states that's where he got the inspiration from, was from
But
those movies doing so well over here kind of thing.
but the key to making these properties fresh and exciting is not to just make a property based on the property itself. You gotta like look at other things completely. Take different outside. Like there's I think Tom Ford, the filmmaker, when he looks at photo books to get inspired for. He doesn't watch films to make films, you know.
James
And the
Cameron.
problem is they're just watching like Star Wars films to make Star Wars films, Marvel films to make Marvel films, blah 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 blah, and that's a very creatively bankrupt way to make stuff. It's better to.
Well, we talked about that last night. I know you weren't here, but I was saying that like, why are we making comic book movies and they use storyboards and scripts to make movies, but making comic book movies, but they're not using the comic books. Like, I mean, they already have the storyboard and the script right there. Like, why is it like once it get Hollywoodized? Like, I don't know how you want to put it, but why is it this thing that they have to make it like fresh and different? Like, bitch, like first off, like there's comic book people, right? And we're only like 1 million in the world, like supposedly is the outreach number of like comic book fans supposedly. But like, so you're trying to tell me the millions more viewers out there, if they
So many
ran
answers to that question though. there's religious reasons, there's political reasons, there's the
Oh yeah,
fact that
yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah,
dang,
but that's us.
like
We
dang,
don't
it's
have
not
to do that.
Mephisto. It can't be Mephisto because they can't release it in China that way. You know what I'm saying?
We, we
It's stuff like that that
but
makes you have
we
to.
don't have to do that. I mean,
We
because
don't
that's why
have to, but
because
Marvel's
look,
gonna.
we have the opposite in both means. In comics, we have indies, and in movies, we have independent films. So
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to, you know, like I mean, and Dank's done conversations about this recently, like
yeah,
catering to a country, or like you said, catering to a religion, or I mean, we don't. That's their choice. We don't have to. I
yeah.
mean, I don't.
But Marvel's about that bottom line. That's just like when John Cena comes out on Instagram or Twitter or whatever it is and goes, "I'm sorry, I hurt somebody's feelings," dude. Like for real, like your motto was hustle, loyalty, and respect. So you just all those are throwawayable for a
Out the
paycheck.
window.
Is that what you're
Hmm.
saying? Like you just piss all those away. That doesn't mean nothing for a paycheck. So like it's all the mighty dollar, man. That's what it's about, and it sucks because the stories are already good. You don't have to change shit. If it's a good story, it's a good story. 100%. I agree. Like
Every I mean, I get it on books, right? There's that common like concept. Oh, it's never the movie's never like the book, but they forget this
true.
concept that it's like 40 hours that like 20 or 30 hours that it takes to read a regular book that they're fitting into a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, it's not going to be like the book. That's why, like nowadays, I'm kind of preferring that if they're going to do a book, I'm kind of preferring they do a TV and not movies because you just have more room to play with. I
Mm-hmm.
find it weird. I mean, how weird is it that we just got a TV show called Chucky, right? Chucky's an hour and a half film at best, right? All the movies, but they just spanned it out to a 8 episode show. I mean, so you're trying to tell me that that I mean, and that's a good writer. I mean, it, you could take the simplest idea and expand on it like a rubber band, but that's the difference between like people that can't write and people that are just trying to like make money on something. Like I
Mm-hmm.
believe that's like a lot of Hollywood. They get sold these ideas and they just pass around scripts and they're like, hey, you want to make this, or and there's no passion, there's no love. It's like going back like Bryan Singer. Like, why make X-Men like that? Like, that still blows my mind. Like, at least Sam Raimi, at least he kept it to like one genre of Spider. But like, why, why would like even back then Marvel was making like weird decisions. Like, why allow him to like pull stories from like 4 different generations of X-Men? But not only that, but he pulled from like the Ultimate Universe as well. Like and then they tried to make like a concurrently story, but then they banked future franchise movies on it, like sequels and shit. Like I don't get that. Like why can't we just we have the comics. I mean, you're talking about 80 years worth of stories for some of these comics, and they got to make up their own stories, like their own version of it. Like
Station.
Station.
What's
Happy
up,
New Year.
Ken?
What are you swinging on, Tyler? They know the
I
shit.
am swigging on Old Granddad.
Pull up.
For my Christmas present, Southpaw Brad gave me 2 pints and a liter of Old Granddad. He gave me enough liquor because I don't drink a whole lot to last me pretty much for the rest of the year. Like I'm gonna drink tomorrow night on Spontex, and then I probably won't drink again until my birthday in March. And then I might drink 4th of July or something like that maybe. But like I don't drink a whole lot, so he gave me enough booze to last me all year basically for my Christmas present. So and I mixed it with Coca-Cola because Old Granddad is not my go-to. But
That's what I do. I mix. I don't.
yeah, I mean even my go-to is Jim Beam. I love Jim Beam because it's really really sweet, but I still mix it. It's not like I shoot it straight. I sip on it.
Mm. Makers is my go-to, and
What is?
Makers Mark.
Oh yeah, dude, I like Maker's Mark. I do. It's just more expensive. Like it is really good though.
I don't drink like crazy. So when I
Yeah, make it count. I did kind of get hooked today. Me and Southpaw Brad went to a cigar bar, and I picked out a cigar and I smoked a good cigar, and I was like, dude, I really like this now. Like every once in a while, I'm probably gonna start buying me a $10 cigar and smoking on it, because that was actually like, it was really weird because it tasted good while I was smoking it, but after we got out of the movie, I was like literally sitting in the car, just like, I still taste it, and it tastes even better now than it did, you know. It tastes even better now than it did when I was smoking it. Like, this is really good. And he was like, yeah, dude, it's a thing. And I was like, damn it, you done got me into cigars now. Like,
You just keep
uh,
adding stuff to the stuff you're already buying, because you just read you're buying comics, you're buying sports cards, and then now you're buying.
I'm about to take a month break. All of January, I kind of overextended myself in December. I think it was from all the books getting pushed back, and then Christmas hit at the same time, because all these books were getting pushed back, and Christmas hit at the same time. So I was like, you know what? I'm taking all of January off. I've suspended my pull list. I've deactivated it. I'll pick it back up in February. Anything that I missed, I'll go back and just get. But like, yeah, I'm taking a month off break just to make sure it's not like I'm going to lose the lights or the rent, but at the same time, it's gonna be a tight month. So I'm just like, you know what, take a break. I got 11 more months to spend on whatever the hell I want to spend it on.
I don't think you're going to be the only one in that boat, because most everybody's coming off of like Christmas, and I mean a lot of birthdays in December too, and
there was a lot of birthdays in December.
it's just, I mean, that time of the year, and usually January, February is kind of tight for everybody until we get tax returns, and then it's frugalist times again.
Oh wow, congratulations, Roscoe won Rookie of the Year on Tony's The Hunt. But yeah, it's really weird, because when I was younger, I can tell I'm getting older and wiser, I guess. When I was younger, I would have been pissed if this would have happened. But Gray Man hit me up and said, "You want to be on Cover Slingers on Saturday?" And I was like, "What's the topic?" And he was like, "The 5 best books you got for Christmas." And I was like, "I didn't buy any books for myself from Christmas besides whatever I pulled in December." And he was like, "You didn't buy any extra books?" And I was like, "No, I was too busy buying stuff for everybody else." And he was like, wow. And I was like, yeah, and I'm not even like, my feelings aren't even hurt about it, because I got to see the joy on other people's faces, giving them shit that they like, and at the same time, I did get plenty of shit that I like. And I've been buying books, since May like crazy. I bought like almost about 400 or 500 books last year. Like, so I was like, no, I have no reason to complain. I have no reason to bitch, because I've got plenty. I mean, look around. I'm not going to run out of shit to read.
You said that's how many you bought in a year?
Yeah. Well, not even a year, because May. Since May.
Yeah.
Like, that was what I was buying, like almost a month. I was going through like almost like up to 300 comics a month was like my
Well, let me think. Well, because I did sell some books. But I did turn around and buy some more books with the books I sold. So I don't know. It's got to be a good little chunk that I bought. So it didn't feel like I lost out on anything. He was like, nobody gifted you any books? I was like, dude, people who know me don't like, people who live around me, they don't know, hey, are you looking for Nightwing #1? They don't know this shit. They don't like, they just hand me money and go spend it. I mean, they don't take the time to, what books are you looking for? No, I never get any of that. So, but I bought plenty, like the comic crawl. I bought like how many books during the comic crawl? For like
30. Yeah, he bought like 30 or 40 that day, and something like that.
Yeah. So I bought 20 at Second and Charles. So I bought gifts that one day. So I was like, yeah, dude, I've got plenty. I'm happy with how last year went. I'll take a month break in January and just chill and just enjoy it, read some back issues, stuff like that. Sports cards, I might buy a pack of cards here and there, but that's because cards are like, a couple bucks, versus a pull list every week that's 40 or 60 or 80 bucks, something like that.
Yeah, I stopped my pull in November, actually. I have to confess. Cause and then no, cause I'm on another
we
show. I'm
know.
on the show where we talk about what we're gonna buy next week, our favorite book, and I'm just like, I just like, I'm not buy. I pick one, but I'm not buying it, right? And I gave away tons of slabs like in December to viewers and also kids, like especially
That
like
is
kids of
something I
color.
plan
And
on
if I
doing.
had like a first appearance of a character of color, I'll give it to kids, and it would
Yeah.
just like blow their mind.
That's something I plan on doing for Halloween next year. Halloween, I'm gonna go out and get some dollar books of like different characters. And if a kid shows up at the house and he's dressed like Spider-Man, he's gonna get a Spider-Man book with his candy. If he's dressed up like Batman, I'm gonna give you incentive to be into comic books. Damn it! Like you're not just gonna get candy, you're gonna get a book also. You like Spider-Man? Here you go, little man. Read the Spider-Man. You like Batman? Read this Batman. You like Flash? Read this Flash. I got that idea from Harry L. Fat Guy. He's been doing that for a while, for a few
Oh, I
years.
was gonna. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I just sent Mike a giant package actually
Oh, for
today.
real?
Yeah,
Oh, you
with
did?
like
The 52?
yeah, like yo, I thought I
52.
had the whole. Yo, it's not all 52. It's missing a couple. I was like, there's a couple missing, but I added 2 extra trades.
You sent him a whole new 52 run, didn't you?
I sent him a huge,
Uh,
like a
It's called.
heavy
It's called. It's called.
countdown to Final Crisis.
Yeah.
You sent him that. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember when those came out. Yeah. Those were actually, from what I remember, people were iffy about getting them when they came out because it was 52, one per week, and people
Yeah.
were like, "This might come back to bite me in the ass." But in the end of it, people were actually pleasantly pleased with it. So I mean, yeah.
And then randomly the other day, I think was it yesterday, I found out I
Well,
won.
no, Glenn, and Halloween here we give you candy. So like I'll give you a handful of candy, and then I'll give you a comic
So you
book.
don't even have to buy the
Just go back
candy.
20
He
times.
He gives you
Yeah,
the
you have to
candy,
come back 20 times. You have to earn it,
and then
man.
you
You have
get a
to
free
walk that
book.
line.
And then you just gotta walk down the sidewalk a little bit, and you turn back around.
Come
You
back.
bring a different mask.
And
It's
you know
half-
what? You know what? And to be honest, you might the next time you come back, the second time you come back, and be like, you know what? You have gusto. You get a high five and some candy and another comic.
High five.
Little extra incentives, man. That's what makes it. But
Yeah, we don't have Second and Charles here. I know Miss So was saying that. We have half price books here, but that's
there you
that's
go.
all.
Yeah, we don't have half price books here. We don't have that.
Yeah, see, we don't. I think it's like the verses. That's all we have here. And
I just ran across we don't have an Ollie's in Greenville, but when I was in Columbia today, Brad was like, Ollie's, and I was like, I've heard, but I haven't seen one.
mhm.
The post office will print out your shipping label.
Yeah.
You can do it online and then send it to the post office, and they'll print it for you, and you can put it on there.
Or you can do it when they get there, and that's that. I just hand it to them when I get there, and they print it out.
That's what I do too.
But it depends. Like sometimes it depends on who you're shipping to. What rate is the best? Like sometimes regional box B is better than not
That's why-
regional
that's-
box or.
It's personally why I go in, because I can ask them, because sometimes you can get like better deals, like if you because not the media mail, but there's document mail, and sometimes if you're only shipping one comic and like not a gem, and like the flat rate with like cardboard inside, it's like it's $1 or something to send.
Yeah.
It's all based on different. Ollie's is like, I'm trying to think comparatively like what it is like to us. It's kind of like
It's like Barnes and Nobles, but you get cheap trade paperbacks. Like it's like cheap omnibuses and trade paperbacks and stuff like that. Like they sell the big stuff.
it's kind of like, I don't know if y'all have it over there, but it's kind of like our Five Below, but our Five Below is a little more, but it's kind of like at the book section. Five Below is kind of like Ollie's, because it's not
going over my head because we don't have any of those stores.
But that's why I'd have to say it's kind of like
We are welcoming you anytime you want to move to our country. We are accepting
which is funny. Which is funny because when the pandemic started, I was getting in touch with a lot of like writers and artists and stuff like that, and just usual chit chat, how you going, everything all right, and all that sort of stuff. And a lot of them are like, we're moving to Australia. we don't want this because obviously you guys had like ridiculous amount of cases compared to what we had. But yeah, I kind of find it funny. But we'll get away from that topic because that's just depressing.
Did shipping prices go up like from the U.S. to Australia recently?
It's,
yeah,
they
went up.
weren't even shipping. They weren't even
Something-
shipping unless you sent DHL or FedEx were about the only two that were still shipping, and even them, the prices went up, and the regularity went like really sporadic. Apparently,
crazy.
I don't know whether it's changed, but you're only allowed to send express to Australia.
It blew my mind. Yeah, I went through USPS because I've been sending packages to Australia, like all over. Because the giveaways, they go all over. And then the post office guy was like, "Yeah, the prices. I don't know what happened. They've been up since the summer." I was like, "No,
Well,
it hasn't been since the
I think
summer."
they're starting to
Because
come down a little bit now, but it's still. I'm
insane.
actually finding because DHL and FedEx have always been the most expensive way to send over here. The quickest way, but the most expensive way. But it's actually petering out now a little bit where DHL prices, I know for a fact, are actually getting a little closer to USPS prices.
Oh, okay. Beefit, I think, said in a chat and on one of my live streams, he said that no mail is allowed to come to New Zealand because of COVID. And I was like, none? You can't get mail, like, at all. Like, if I send you a package, you can't get it. Like, they'll just tell me
It might have all the ports shut down. It might have it might be on like full country lockdown. They've done it twice already. Where like no planes, no
We
ports
had
are
a
open.
few like that. Well, I know you can get out of the country now, but you have to still go through special circumstances and all that sort of stuff. And it's still painful. They're not really letting people in unless you're an actual Australian citizen, or you got bloody money like a movie star or bloody music or something like that.
It's amazing how the rules do not apply when you have a bunch of money. It's amazing how that happens.
And that's what's annoyed us the most. Like, obviously, Melbourne, where I am, Melbourne is the most lockdown city in the entire world. We were locked down for close to 290 days in total. And yeah, but yet all these like sports stars, like we have like what we call Aussie rules, which is our football. They are allowed to jump from state to state, even though normal people couldn't go state to state. Like all the movie stars were allowed to come into the country and film movies and stuff, but we have to still stay. And yet the government kept telling us, everybody follows the same rules. There's no exceptions. And I'm like, well, that's a load of crap. Because they get all special treatment.
We have a saying in America. It says, "Don't piss down my back and call me and tell me it's raining." Like it's not the same. It's like that here too. People who have more money have more access to, like, if a movie star has something wrong with them physically, they can have medical care come to their house. Me, I have to pay an exorbitant amount of money to get an ambulance to come pick me up and take me to them. And so it's that way here too. It's
the old double standard sort of thing.
It's the whole double standard thing until people get pissed off enough about it to where they're like, a lot of people are pissed off. We probably need to stop.
And that's why we've been having so many protests and stuff in the major cities and things like that. Is like some of them are the anti-vaxxers, and stuff like that. And I just don't have any time for them. But because we've all done the right thing, we've all had to go get vaccinated because that was the whole way. That was the whole plan. Get vaccinated, get out of lockdowns, so on and so forth. But yeah, it's just. But yeah, the protests for the people like, that are actually vaccinated, actually doing it for a worthwhile cause, do it in a non-violent way, go for your life. But the anti-vaxxers can go to hell.
Yeah, we don't really have. I mean, here it's just like speculation, like within people. I don't even. I mean, I don't know about where y'all are at in America, but we don't really. At least as far as I know, we don't have the protest about the vaccines or anything like that.
No, if you want it, take it. If you don't, it might it depends on where you work or where something like that. It might affect
There's places that are like forcing.
Ours was the cause and effect because we've been locked down so much. people are being so
Yeah.
frustrated and angry. If we
Mhm.
weren't locked down as much, you wouldn't have seen the anti-vaxxers and the anti-vaxxer protests. You wouldn't have even heard about it. But
Yeah.
because of the government, as I said, especially in Melbourne, was absolutely like, the guy that runs the premier of our state is Dan Andrews. They called him Dictator Dan because of this particular, because he was the hardest one. And everybody had enough. Like, pretty much if they put us into another lockdown, I reckon like even the normal people that have done the right thing would have protested.
Mm-hmm.
I know we would have here because, like, shoot, I don't know how long y'all were on lockdown, but like maybe a month and a half, something like that. We were on lockdown, and like, I know if we would have went on
I
lockdown,
didn't have that option because at the time I was at the beginning of this, I was working 2 jobs, and then I ended up getting, was lucky enough to let one of them go, and then just get one that paid the same amount. But all my jobs were marked as essential, so my ass was to be at work. I didn't have.
I don't sell floppies, Beeford.
There's
not many.
Damn it.
Well, luckily, it seems Omicron is more dominant than Delta, and Omicron seems to also give Delta immunity. And Delta didn't seem to give Omicron immunity, actually. So that's, some good news sort of come from the research right now. And then now they're projecting it will peak January 9th. Like, that's how fast this peak is happening based on the data from South Africa and England.
To be honest, anybody who says I'm projecting or I'm predicting, you're full of shit. You don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody. You could be an expert and then the expert of experts, and you don't know. Nature's going to do what it's going to do. It's gonna happen whether you put rules and parameters. What did Malcolm say? Life finds a way. So it's new to everybody. This whole thing is insanely new to everybody, and it's really funny how it's like everybody was used to instant gratification. Things were the way they were, and this whole thing has thrown a wrench in everybody's wet works. It's I mean, I don't think anybody can say with 100% certainty this is what it is, because you don't know. I mean, before it was just this thing, and now it's this thing. Oh, now there's a variant. Now there's another variant. Things evolve, things change, things, flex and bend. It's nature. It's the way things go. So, I mean, it's to me, it's just rolling with punches, just taking it the best you can, protect yourself the best you can, do the best you can, and just get out on that end of the tunnel. You know what I'm saying? Like try to make it to the end line. But
all this was kind of known because they knew that it was infant, teenagers, like adolescent stage, and we were gonna face a final stage of that. Yeah, we haven't got to that yet. This is still like the adolescent stage. We got like say 2 more rounds will be the final, like the run of the expected, and they're still guessing. Like you said, we don't know, but they did know. I mean, that's it. I mean, this virus does work just like every other virus. I mean, in some regards, like it's got the same kind of lifespan. I mean, but it's just like humans. Not all of us live the same lifespan, kind of thing.
And if I eat something that somebody else eats in their country that my body's not used to, it's going to wreck my stomach. Somebody else might eat it who's from that country, and they're like, "Why is this tearing your stomach up?" It's like the first time I went to eat.
Hey, during the week, Simon.
Have a good one, Simon. It's like the first time I ate Indian food. I was like, "Oh, this tastes so good," and then my stomach the next day was like, "Bah!" And I'm like, why is it doing this? Because you're not used to eating this food all the time. You just ate it. It's the first time your body's ever encountered any of this stuff. You're going to have to eat it a few times to get used to it. It's not that it tastes bad. It tastes good. But you're going to eat it a few times before your stomach kind of gets used to it and your body figures out a way to process it. Or it may never get used. You don't know. Every person's different. Every person on this planet's got different stuff going on. So I mean, to me, it's like it's all up in the air. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Like it's really weird because I always heard my dad say, well, I'll worry about tomorrow when tomorrow gets here. And I was like, how can you plan life like that? And then I'm like, wait, life sometimes is uncontrollable like that. You don't know what, you have plans, but you don't know if you're going, if they're going to go to fruition. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and I'm just like,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with planning, but like you said, I mean, you can plan for some things, but there's always going to be the unexpected. So, I mean, you can't get mad when the unexpected happens. You just, and that defines, in my opinion, that's what makes better people, is those people that can adjust to the change or modify, or, to continue living as normal in this world as possible, kind of thing, whatever normal means. But it's kind of like that, I mean, because we all face issues, problems, choices, dilemmas, natural disasters. I mean, what human
Carlitos, he must be an apostle. The book of mullet. I'm that New Testament.
Matthew.
That new.
That's in my Bible. It's a Southern thing. It's the apostle, the Tylox the Mighty. It's in King James, the like 6056, printing or whatever. That's where you'll find Tylox the Mighty.
Don't put me involved in that book, because I'll see like a 7-headed dragon and be like, oh, awesome.
Normal flu's still there. Normal flu's still there, and Big Pharma's still there. And trust me, our Big Pharma's never going anywhere. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird for everybody else around the world, but for us, it ain't going nowhere. That's There's even discussions like, there's weird discussions. Like, even if you took one of those out of the picture, they are, I mean, someone said, I think it was Miss O or somebody said it earlier, but then the circle of life, you minus one thing and it does affect all the other things.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. It's causing, with Newton, one thing you do affects something else. Without, for every action, there's an equal or opposite reaction. It's physics. It's the way it happens.
On the 8th day,
it's got people on the payroll or something. All these bloody comments.
I have no idea.
Aaron, with your mullet, you might as well just turn around backwards and just sit with the mullet facing us. There you go. But look at. I mean, he's got it all like nice and like it's all straight and shit. That boy takes care of that length of hair right there. You know what I'm saying?
Which is funny, because I always thought mullet was an Australian thing.
Do what?
I thought mullets were an Australian thing.
Actually, I did research on this, because I did mine, and I was like, people were like, oh, it's a Southern thing, it's this thing, it's that thing. So I did research on it. Actually, it's French. Yeah. It started in France in the 1700s, and it was like, when people had their hair longer in the back and they would tie it with ribbons. It was a mullet. It was shorter on the front, kind of like this, a little pumped up, a little pompadour going on. And then it was a mullet in the back. And it started in France in like the 1700s, and it was like a sign of status and all this other stuff. And then
that's not what it said when I looked it up. When I looked it up, it said a guy named Billy Bob in like 1960.
Well, later on, a guy named Billy Bob in Tennessee didn't want back in the neck to get red, because it's really funny, because people are like, South rednecks. Actually, in Tennessee,
no, it's been around for a long time.
Long time. Yeah,
you could say it's been in other cultures, because
now I do know that Australia, you Australians do have some epic ass mullets. Y'all have taken it.
Yeah, they've come back because they were massive in the 80s. The 80s, like everybody was trying to grow a mullet in the 80s. And then it all went out, and then it's only just sort of started coming back in the last probably 5 years or so.
Same thing here. I went to go get gas one day about 4 months ago, and this 17-year-old kid was pumping gas, and he was like, nice hair. And I was like, for real? And he had a mullet too. And he was like, yeah. He was like, did you get yours too recently? And I was like, yeah, like a few months ago. And he was like, yeah, it's the thing now. It's coming back. And I was just like,
You say the line of business in the front and party in the back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Business in the front, party in the back. If I go to a business meeting, I pull it back, put it up, and, nobody knows. And then, like, when I turn around and walk away, they're like, holy shit.
This guy's a bargain.
So it used to be pronounced moulet?
Moulet.
Is that what
we're
French. Saying?
It's literally French. Moulet. Yeah, it literally was. And I was shocked to find
Moulat.
Yeah, Moulat. Voulez-vous coucher Moulat? Would you like to sleep with the mullet?
He does play in a band.
I did, and I will be doing music sometime in 2022 as well. I'm working on home studio now, but I will start doing music quite again. Hold on. Yeah. Yep.
Is it a Les Paul or is it a knockoff? Epiphone, yeah.
Which
Still
actually, this really weird because this is an Epiphone and it's made in China. It's a newer one made in 2018. But to be honest, this thing actually, like, I got lucky. I found one that feels like it was built for me. Like, it fits my hand perfectly. It's got really good action. It's really loud acoustically. And once I got it set up, the guy who played it was like, this thing's really nice. And I was like, I don't know. I went and played it. It felt good to me. I bought it. I got a good deal on it. And he was like, this thing is really nice. This thing's like Gibson nice. And I was like, I know. I don't know what happened. Somebody
at about a quarter of the price.
I mean, like whoever Inspector 11 is at the Epiphone factory in China, you did an incredible job because this thing feels phenomenal. Like it plays really, really well. Like it shocked quite a few people who own expensive like Gibsons and stuff like that. They're like, this thing's really nice, and I was like, I don't know. I just got
you can't buy a Gibson Les, like obviously I haven't been in the music scene for a very, very long time, but you can't buy a Gibson Les Paul over here probably under $3 or $4 grand. I'm assuming it's probably about the same.
I bought this for $340 here, US, and brand new they're $600.
Yeah.
So I bought this one for $340, and dude was like, "You gotta steal it. This is really nice. Like this is as nice as some of the Gibsons that I've set up." And I was like, "I don't know."
That over here would probably be about a probably $1,000 to $1,500 guitar.
I'm leaving that up there because I got to figure this out. He said, and they've been going off on the hair, right? And then John chimes in. He's like, "Mine's party in the front."
He's probably got full long hair.
Well, he said front side, so I'm thinking he's got some hair over here. He's bald up here, and he's got
it all the way around. He just grew all his. John's got long hair. He just grew all his stuff out. His party in the front, party in the side, party in the back. It's all long.
I remember what John looked like, and I don't remember him having like long.
But I was the vocalist for a death metal band called Kingdom Faust. We're on YouTube. They're on YouTube. You can look me up. There's a live video of me opening up for Doyle from the Misfits. That's like our biggest thing that we did. And, I did that for a while. And I'd never done vocals before.
Turn it on. Strike a chord.
Well, Simon was in a punk band. That's part of the reason why the hair.
Oh, yeah. And originally, I started out as a young punk. I loved Ramones, Misfits, Operation Ivy, Rancid, all that kind of stuff. And then, late 2000s or whatever, that's the stuff that I originally picked that was my kind of music. It wasn't my dad's stuff that he listened to or my grandparents' stuff that they listened to. It was stuff that I liked that they couldn't stand. And eventually it went to, thrash metals, death metal, and it just kept going. And now that I'm older, I listen to all of it. I listen to country. I even listen to gospel every once in a while. There's a few gospel songs that I just really like the chord progression of. That if I hear them,
it's funny how you get more eclectic as you get older.
Yeah, it's really weird. And the bands that everybody loves that's critically acclaimed are the bands that I really don't listen to at all because, like, I've heard so much Beatles and Zeppelin. That I can't even like Guns N' Roses for a while. There was a period I couldn't listen to Guns N' Roses for a good 4 or 5 years because I had to let it get old again before I could even put it on and listen to it again because I heard it every 30 minutes on the radio or something like that. It just
I was actually saying that to the missus the other day. We were listening to the radio on the way to somewhere, and I was always one of those guys, unfortunately, that I was more influenced by the group of friends. So, early years, I was a real heavy metal sort of guy, and then different groups when you go to high school, it's like everybody was into rap and R&B and all that sort of stuff. So you got into that. and I never listened to Aussie music at all. Like the guys that have been around 20, 30 years,
Yeah, yeah.
well-known bands,
You would
didn't want
call
to
it
listen
old
to it at
people
all. But now
music.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. You know, when I was in high school, if you like metal, you couldn't listen to country. It was forbidden. Like if anybody found out you like any country music, you were a poser. You know, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. Now that I'm older, I'm like, dude, it's some of the stuff I was raised on still appeals to me. Like, I mean, I can't deny it. Like, why deny it? Just embrace it. But you find new stuff all the time. It's funny how there's bands like Power Trip that are thrash bands that sound like stuff from the 80s. You know, it's like a mixture of like thrash and hardcore. And these kids were raised on that stuff. But then at the same time, Power Trip's from Texas. So like their stage moves are like Texas swing moves and stuff like that. He'll do a thing where he threw the microphone up in the air, spun around and catched it, and then would do vocals. Like it was, you know, so I think the lead singer for Power Trip said that he was like they were like there's a thing here where they give bands gift cards at this Amoeba music store and let them go in and pick out whatever they want. And the singer for Power Trip picked out an Al Green record, and they're like, "Why?" And he was like, "It's good chill music. You can't listen to screaming stuff all the time. Like you need something with a little soul to it. You need something with a little bounce to it. You know, you can't just blah all the time. Like,
you need variety."
Yeah.
But I will say one thing. Unfortunately, country music is about the only thing that I really can't listen to.
It's that way with a lot of people. It's literally just where I was raised, and it was stuff that I grew up on. It was like the first stuff you hear. So Keith Richards, if you ask Keith Richards what his influences are, he'll say Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf and all these blues artists that he really liked. But then he'll also say there was a jingle that was always played on the radio or on I think it was on the radio in England where it's like, I'm a red toothbrush, I'm a blue toothbrush. And he'll never get that out of his head. It's always like he'll be walking down the street or something and he'll start humming it. He can't stop doing it because it's something he was raised on. It's like embedded into his brain. So he was like,
minus the Legend of Zelda theme song. Any given time, I could all of a sudden do.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that. I mean, stuff that you hear, you just can't unhear. Like Final Fantasy, that fight music from Final Fantasy VII. You'll never unhear that. Like it will always be that. It'll always be stuck.
I can agree with what Matt's by, and I love the way he put it. And the older you get, you do get a lot more eclectic. I like that word that he used. But it is very true because I'm not like I will admit that growing up, I hated country like with a passion because, for one, my whole family was entrenched in it. My sister, that's all she listened to. My parents, my mom was a little different where she mixed it up with like 80s, but it was still like soft rock kind of thing. But like, as you get older, it's like I specifically, the first time I noticed this was I love movie soundtracks, and not like I love both types of movie soundtracks, the instrumental versions, the symphonic versions, and I also like, straight like back in the 80s and 90s when they used to do like real soundtracks. They used to have artists like featuring Metallica and AC/DC, like different. So like
the two main themes from the original Transformers animated movie.
Yeah,
they're the ones that always stick in my head.
On the way to Columbia today, I was blasting Indiana Jones theme song. It was blasting in my car on the way to Columbia today. I was blasting Indiana Jones. It was
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it's just whatever. Comes from my childhood. What is it? Maximum Overdrive. The whole soundtrack was done by AC/DC. It was basically Who Made Who. The whole Who Made Who album from AC/DC was Maximum Overdrive soundtrack.
Yeah. But like going back onto that, like since I listened to a lot of different soundtracks and like some of my favorite ones, I started noticing there was always like one or two songs that I would skip past. It wasn't for me. It could have been an R&B like on a like Batman and Forever. Like I like Brandy, but it's just random that Brandy is on that soundtrack. It's so weird. Like all the other
Love
songs
Kiss
were
from a Rose. You love that
yeah,
Seal
I mean,
soundtrack.
yeah, Steel, and I mean that's one of my favorite soundtracks of all time is Batman Forever. But like, you got U2 on there, you got Seal, you got like, I mean, but like, okay, there's this one artist, and this artist is PJ Harvey. And like this artist, for some reason, kept popping up on like all my other soundtracks. And I was like, man, I was entrenched. I mean, we grew up in MTV and VH1 and
Yeah.
like entrenched in the music world. And I was like, who the fuck is PJ Harvey? And like during that time, while that stuff was current, I didn't like PJ Harvey. But like now, like getting older and like, now it's grown on me where I love those songs, all the PJ Harvey songs I came across. What is that, a cat?
All right.
Wallaby? Or what you got, a koala? Puss?
Yeah, because I just keep them lying around.
I'll give
Right.
you a perfect example. The town I grew up in was a town that doesn't even have a red light. It has a caution light. It's a one caution light town, right? Raging rednecks as far as the eye can see. It's farmland and mill workers and people who do construction. And this guy that I know who did construction came into like a deli. Well, it's not a deli, but like, a place you go get food. It's like,
Yeah.
he came in one day and he was wearing a Prince shirt. He was wearing a Purple Rain shirt. And I was like, you like Prince? And he was like, Prince is like one of the greatest guitar players ever. And I was like, you like Prince? Like steel-toed boots, Caterpillar trucker hat, does construction. He was like, Prince is one of the greatest guitar players ever. And I was just like, you know what? Music has no boundaries. It really doesn't. It can go anywhere. And if you have talent and you're good at what you do, people are going to like you no matter, I mean, this guy would not probably agree with Prince's lifestyle, but he loves his music. He agreed. He literally flat out said one of the greatest guitar players ever. And I was like, what? I
That
was
was,
just in shock,
in my life, that was one of my most bullied moments throughout my life was because I liked Prince
I love Prince, man.
and
Prince is like one of those unsungs, dude. He's like one of those guys. If you ever want to look up some Prince, that's really awesome. He did a show at New York University where he did acoustic, and basically the crowd sang the songs back to him. And if they sang it wrong, he would stop the song and be like, do it again," and he would make the crowd sing it back again. And
you know how many instruments he played, Tylux? Because you said
all of them.
It's
He
42.
played so many instruments.
42 mastered. Like,
there was another thing that he did where he played a show. Where it was like Tom Petty, Steve Winwood, George Harrison's son, all these big rock kind of 70s rock guys were playing on stage, and they were doing a tribute to George Harrison, and Prince played on the song with him, and he played a solo that was phenomenal. And Tom Petty was like watching him play, just like, oh my God, he's so awesome. You could see it on Tom Petty's face where it's like, he's incredible. He was showing off. He was doing it on purpose. And he was just really getting into it because he loved George Harrison. It was a big influence to him. So he went all out on it. And I mean, those two performances right there are ones that the Super Bowl performance he did was phenomenal. In pouring rain, he played Purple Rain. Like it was raining like cats and dogs in Miami, and he played Purple Rain. Like didn't care. He was like, they called him and said, "Hey, it's raining. Are you going to not play because it's raining?" He was like, "Can you make it rain harder? I have a song for this." Like, so.
Oh, but like that was in my life. That was one of my more bullied moments because like ignorant people, they used to call like because I listened to Prince, they were like, you listen to that, I'm not gonna try to say any words, but they would call him like, homo and this and that.
Yeah, you get all that, and
I was like, what are you talking about? I was all like, you not like listen to music? What's up, Dave? And Happy New Year's, man.
What's up, Dave? Brian High again. The Trick or Treat soundtrack by Fastway. I mean, Fastway. That was Fast Eddie. That was Fast Eddie from Motorhead. Yeah. It's what he did after Motorhead. So if you don't like Fastway, I mean, you don't like the guitar playing from early Motorhead because that was Fast Eddie. That's he left Motorhead. He did Fastway. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, me too, Miss. I never got to see. There's a bunch of bands I didn't get to see.
Oh
You know,
God,
I
there's
was.
so many I didn't get to see. I didn't get to see
I
Pantera. I didn't get to see. I haven't seen
seen,
Metallica yet.
I seen
Hopefully, I'll
Metallica.
get to see them before they quit. I haven't seen Iron Maiden. I probably missed my
Oh,
chance to
yeah,
see.
I'd love to see Iron Maiden.
Oh, I missed my chance to probably see Judas Priest because Judas Priest just did their last tour. So I missed that.
One of my biggest one I always wanted to see because I've always loved them since I was a kid was Kiss. But
I
I
never got
wanted
to see Kiss.
I wanted to see them as the original lineup though, or at
Yeah,
least
Yeah,
like a couple of the replacements that were sort of in the 80s and the early 90s. All the besides Gene and Paul, the other two, I got no idea who the hell they even are now.
yeah. No,
I
man. There's
always,
a bunch of
I always told people, because Tommy Thayer is a good guitar player. He's a phenomenal guitar player. He's good at what he does. But they did a Tommy Thayer rig rundown on Premier Guitar, and I put a comment on it and said, you know what, Ace wrote them all. I mean, Tommy may play them to death, but Ace wrote all those solos. He wrote all that, all that good classic stuff. You all right,
what kind
Dave?
of music, what kind of music you like, Dave?
Yeah.
Oh
We
well, I
all.
originally I grew up near the project, so I listened to hip hop in the beginning, and then I moved to the suburbs, and then rock was God. So rap was God, and then rock was God, and then I
They're both
realized
incredible.
Limp Bizkit is God in
Oh, I
the
like that.
end.
I will
I
say
just can't. I
this. I
just
will say this, and we had this discussion in my band. We had this
Yeah.
discussion in my band a few years ago. The band that Limp Bizkit has, Wes Borland, is an incredible guitar player. Uh, Otto Graham, the drummer, is an incredible drummer. Sam Rivers is an incredible bass player. The thing that gets the most flack from Limp Bizkit is Fred Durst, and it's hilarious that he's pretty much the only guy in that band holding them back. But I mean, it fits for what they're doing. Like his vocals fit for what they're doing. Like it wouldn't sound right if anybody else did it.
there's a new Beatles documentary called Get Back on Disney Plus, and it's 60 hours of footage condensed into 6 hours, directed by Peter Jackson, and it shows them make the album in 20 days from like nonsense gooblety gook into these famous pieces, but like you
Mhm.
really see it, and then they film the moment when the song is finally created, or they film the actual recording of the song, stuff like that, when they didn't even know at the time, when it was happening. So that's interesting. What I love about it is watching like trash turn into something great. Like with a lot of artists, they get all caught up in trying to make something great immediately, and then it holds them back like crazy. It's like, no, you make trash, and then you turn it into something brilliant later. Like that's how it works. So, and then you get to see the Beatles do it. You see the Beatles go like, yeah, and they're just like mumbling nonsense and just making shit up, and then eventually it gets refined.
Something that blew me away by the Beatles is I seen an interview with Paul McCartney who said if people knew how much stuff that we created out of hearing someone else, and I mean it's not just someone else like we were influenced by the stuff we heard when we were kids. They say that like Sergeant Pepper is their pet sound because they heard pet sounds by the Beach Boys and they were like, oh my God, we have to do something like this. And so they did Sergeant Pepper. It's amazing how they literally listened to like they said that they heard Hendrix and then they ended up creating Rubber Soul. Like it's amazing how they heard all these changes in music genres and they're like just always like trying to do their own version of that thing. So they're always influenced. They're like we're always influenced by other people.
Yeah, and you can see their like personal drama too, because it's like right before they break up, pretty much. This documentary, so that's also interesting. Have any of you guys seen the Summer of Soul
No.
documentary?
I haven't seen
It
it.
was it was a Harlem music festival that happened in Harlem, or whatever. It was like a free, massive concert
Oh wait, yeah, I
event.
did see that. I did see that. That's right.
Yeah, but it came out the same time as Woodstock. I mean, it happened, near Woodstock and the time period, but everyone almost forgot this Harlem Music Festival. Like, it was almost totally forgotten, but
Yeah,
they
it was
have
like
this
James
incredible
Brown.
footage.
It was James Brown, Sam and Dave, Shaka Khan,
Sly
like
Stone.
yeah, Sly and the Family Stone. Yeah, I do remember that.
Babe.
Yeah, and it's incredible. It's mind blowing, and it's sort of like one of the greatest concerts ever that very few people know about.
I don't know
I
the
It's
haven't,
pretty
I
song.
haven't seen
incredible.
Trivium live. Trivium is incredible live, but I mean, I've seen so many bands live. It's not even funny. Like I've seen Slayer live. They were incredible. They were flawless. They it was amazing how their stuff is that complicated and you didn't see them mess. I've seen Megadeth mess up. I've seen Dave Mustaine say the same lyrics for the first verse as he did for the second verse because he accidentally said the second verse first. And you could see it on his face. Like he like cringed and then like he even turned his head away from the mic and he's like, fuck. And then he starts singing the second verse again, and it's the same thing he just sang. I've seen Ghost. I've seen all kinds of heavy bands that were just like I tell you a band that really blew me out of the water.
Tylox, what's your favorite band of all time?
Manowar.
Dank, what's your favorite band? Any genre.
Favorite performance I ever saw was Manu Chao. Have you heard of Manu Chao?
No.
They sing in like Spanish, Portuguese, English, French, and they were just switching parts. They were like one guy's the singer, but they kept switching. They were just fucking around. And there was having so much fun with the audience, and they knew the audience was on psychedelics, so they were just like messing with us, and it was a lot of fun. That was a fun show. And then I've seen other bands that are more famous that like they didn't give a shit, and I was like, man, fuck you guys.
All right, so
There was a band from like New York.
trivia.
I can't remember the name of it right now.
Before you go on, Tylox, who's your favorite singer?
Oh God.
Dank will be the same question. Well, who's your favorite singer? Now, my favorite band is actually Soundgarden, but my favorite singer would be James Maynard from Tool.
Tool, yeah, Maynard's good. I've seen Maynard. There's a live clip of Maynard.
I've seen Tool like 4 times. I've seen Pussifier twice. I've seen Perfect Circle.
My favorite singer of all time would probably be Dio, Ronnie James Dio.
Yeah.
Like he was down there. I did see a live clip of Maynard. Maynard went to go hold out a scream, and he like cut it short because he just couldn't hold it out. And he got so pissed that he like spiked the microphone and walked off because he was so mad at himself that he couldn't perform to the ability that he normally could do. It was actually really something good. Gore was amazingly fun. I saw Gore live, and Gore was incredible live. That was not only they played incredible, but they were amazing to watch on stage. They really went all out. They gave us their all.
Dank, who's your favorite singer?
I don't know.
You
There's
don't have one?
there's too many singers. It's so many genres. It's like because every genre has their greatest singers. That's a hard question to answer.
Well, pick a genre and give me one out of the genre. Rock, rap, hip hop.
I'll say
Rap is Tupac.
neo soul, Jill Scott.
Ooh, Jill Scott. Okay, Jill Scott. Mad Spidey, favorite like group or band or like a group of people, like as far because it could be rock, country, and could be favorite.
It's probably once again it's very hard. Like I could probably narrow it down to a few.
You're gonna have to give me a decade and a genre.
Yeah, it's
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, now.
you, mate.
Oh, hey.
Hey Dank, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
How do you handle that guy? That you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, so I was doing a stream, and I guess it was like a QAnon supporter. That's what I'm... And, he asked me, he's like, can I you want to hear something that'll blow your mind? And I was like,
Yeah, blow your mind.
yeah, and
Did
I
he
was
blow your
like,
mind, by
oh,
the way?
sure. And then I was thinking like, and I said it out loud. I'm like, oh man, am I gonna regret this, right? And then he went on a massive like QAnon rant with like numbers and number connections and stuff, and I guess I don't know. The thing is, it's sort of like a Jehovah's Witness or a evangelical Christian that's like
Okay.
going
Yeah. I
on
get
a Jesus rant, you know, like, and they like really believe in it and they're super intense, but they're not really listening to you or like feeling the temperature of the room. You know, they don't do that at all. They
Yeah.
just proselytize. Because I mean, he was proselytizing to us ultimately. Um, and I've hung out with QAnon supporters. You know, I've done that before, like groups of people that are QAnon supporters. And generally speaking, whenever they say something really crazy, I'll tell them something that is equally crazy but is true. Like, and it's verified fact, but people don't talk about it. Like certain true conspiracies that are messed up, and that's how I never respond directly to QAnon supporters. They say something crazy, I say something equally crazy that might contradict what they're saying, but doesn't exactly, and then they have to like rethink what they're, because you know they're getting all their information from like one source. This
Yeah.
Q person, you know,
It's
who is
Yeah.
really
You're
probably this
handling him
guy.
very well, but
I just put the
I
script,
just
but
couldn't stay there. I just couldn't stay there. I feel like I was abandoning you because I wanted to just get out of there.
Yeah, I
That actually
understand.
happened to me at work too the other day. I had a guy who was like, I heard such and such that believe in like Christianity, and I was like, I don't. And they were like, really? And I was like, well, I'll tell you. Let's put it this way. All right. So the main thing is, it says in the Bible, the thing that separates us from angels is the fact that we have free will to choose whether we believe in something or not, and we choose to believe. Right? And he was like, well, yeah, that's right. And I was like, all right, so if God is omnipotent, he knows what you're going to pick. So do you have a choice, or are you just following along with the line? And he was just like, that does kind of make sense. And I was like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you're trying to make me answer stuff on the spot, answer me on the spot. And he was like, good point. I actually can't really answer that now. Let me get back to you. Maybe I can in a couple days. Maybe I can't. Maybe I just like walk up and be like, you know what? You believe what you want to believe. And I was like, fair enough. And that happened to me a couple days ago at work. And I was like, that's kind of weird that you guys are bringing this up, because that totally happened to me a couple of days. Because I don't care. You believe what you want to believe.
My answer to the faith is that faith belief is that you got to have some doubt to be a faith. If you don't have doubt, then it's no longer faith and it's a total trust, right?
Yeah.
So
you gotta have faith in what
you
you
say
yeah.
if you have faith, then doubt follows. Doubt
Yeah.
doubt is there. So
Well, that's
otherwise
the thing
it's
about
not a faith.
yeah, the thing about real prophets, like prophets that actually believe they were speaking to God, and fake prophets that are just trying to make money off everybody.
Yeah.
Generally, the real prophets, they had doubt. They had like severe doubt, and the phonies, they have no doubt. They're like pretty confident.
Yeah, they wouldn't admit that they were, they wouldn't admit there's a possibility they could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't admit that. They wouldn't be like, oh, they'd be like, no, there's no way. And I'm like, I mean, you got to have something in there where you're just like, I could be wrong, but you know what? I don't care. It's what I have faith in, and that's really important. That's something I really admire about people.
And Mike, I'm gonna show up some of my albums since you guys have been talking about albums.
Oh my God, he's gonna show some Kiss. I know he's gonna show some Kiss.
I'm not gonna show Kiss.
Oh, okay.
I do have Kiss.
For the Kiss to come up.
ooh,
Oh, yeah. Shoot to Thrill was in there.
yeah.
Wow.
The movie sucked, but I love the record.
Hey, I actually like Iron Man too. Okay, Whiplash was dope.
I love this movie. This is one of my favorites.
Oh, Warrior.
Where's Simon?
In the city. Yeah, that's my jam, man. That's my movie.
Now this one I had a acquired taste for the music
Oh
itself.
yes,
That's one
that
of my
soundtrack was so
that's one of
good.
my favorite songs right there. Is the Cure "Burn," man.
Oh yes,
Pure Burn.
Yep, that's one of my favorite albums right there.
yep.
There's so many great bands on there. The
Oh,
second album is
Never stop raining sometime.
the second album is one of my favorite.
this is one of my favorite album also.
Heavy metal.
Mm.
Oh yes.
You got
See, I
Black
was never.
Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult, Chip Trick, Devo,
Black Sabbath is one of my favorite bands of all time. They're my
Journey,
number two.
Nazareth, Stevie
Blue Oyster
Nicks.
Cult.
I mean,
Man,
this
don't
is
fear
packed.
the reaper. And when in the rain. Yeah,
I forgot the Spider-Verse one. The
oh, you
Spider-Verse
got
one.
into the Spider Verse? Oh yeah, I like that soundtrack. That whole soundtrack is dope. But see, I'm not a big fan of like the Guardians of the
Okay,
Galaxy.
yeah.
Dope soundtrack.
Now, that's a good
You got
list.
all them. You got all them Target exclusive. Either that or is that the Best Buy one?
Well, I don't know. I bought it from like Discog and stuff.
Okay.
I think that's the Target exclusive.
I think a lot of my stuff come from Amazon and stuff too.
Young Hearts Run Free, man. Yeah.
Oh man, don't get me started.
Romeo and Juliet. That's one of my favorite songs.
Oh,
Superman.
And this is actually a comic
A
book,
book
by the
and
way.
record.
yeah. I was about to say, do you have the book that goes with it? Okay, yeah, there you go.
It's a comic book comes with it. Actually, it's in the album itself.
That's dope. Slap that sucker now. Now that they're doing
The
vinyl.
album is basically reads for you. You don't have to read yourself. With the sound effect of helicopters and things like that. Take it away from me now.
All righty. That was cool. Anybody got else they want to share?
What are you eating, Spidey? What do you got there? Yeah. Look at that. We're everywhere.
Let's see what the fuck.
Colonel.
So what Kiss album do you have, Alex?
I have Love Gun and I have Alive.
Yeah, I have those.
Alive.
I have those too.
Yeah, I have Love Gun. I need to get Hotter Than Hell. I want to get that one.
Kiss
to-
concert was my very first concert when I came to the United States. I didn't speak the language.
You're very
I
lucky
didn't speak
because I
the
still
language.
haven't seen Kiss.
I was
Dirty
12.
deeds, man. You
And-
dirty deeds.
My friends took me to a Kiss concert, and so I'm just Bob, right? And I'm watching these guys dance. I mean, those elevated, what do you call those elevated stage?
Yeah.
Goes up.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
spit fire and blood and lights everywhere, laser beams, and I was going, "Wow, this is like, this is what America is like." You know, it's like I'm going.
Mhm.
It was like my first experience, and I've never seen any better show. First, stage wise, with all that action going on, I never seen anything like that before. I mean,
For me, it was Tool. Tool is like at all the concerts I've been to, and I've been to quite a few. In my opinion, Tool was the best performance I've ever seen. But see, I haven't seen Kiss, or I've seen Metallica, and they were okay.
I've heard from quite a few people who've seen Kiss, and I mean not Kiss, but Tool. I haven't seen Tool, but I've heard from quite a few people who have that Tool was phenomenal.
Yeah, it was.
I love their songs. Their songs are incredible. I love their songs. But
I noticed that when the newer Kiss concerts, when they're elevating these guys up, they got belts on and things that to keep them from falling and stuff. I don't know any of that kind of stuff when I was first watching these guys when they were young. These guys are like 70, 80 years old guys,
Yeah.
What we saw
about Kiss, one of my favorite Kiss albums, I listen to it at least once a year, is The Oath. The concept album they did that was supposed to be like a fantasy album, The Oath or whatever it was, or I think it was The Oath. Yeah, I love that Kiss album. I at least listen to it once a year. Dress to Kill was good. That was a good one too. Them in suits and stuff like that. But I was made for loving you, the disco song that they did. I like I was made for loving you. It's catchy.
Yeah, man. Detroit Rock City, man. And they
Oh,
make has a whole bunch. That's like all the grades. I mean, you could pick any one of those grades, like Rolling Stones, Queens, Led Zeppelin, Jimmy, the Beatles. I mean, all you have to do is take that moment to sit there and listen to it for a little bit, and you're gonna find some goodness. I mean, especially how vast some of their libraries are. It's like, that's what I started doing when I got older. You're talking about eclectic. Well, like I started like trying to listen. Like I started listening to people that I hated growing up. Like I don't know about y'all, but I wasn't a big fan of Rod Stewart growing up. I love '80s music, but like for some reason growing up, I just wasn't a fan of his '80s music or whatever. I always thought it was weird, like that he had this huge like he was just basically a pussy wagon like magnet. And it was like, what the hell? Why Rod Stewart kind of thing, But like growing up, I mean, listening to him now, I love his music now. It's like, yeah, it's like I think it's like it's kind of like drinking coffee. I mean, you might not like it black the first time, but if you keep drinking it, you're gonna like it. And it's kind of like music. And I wouldn't say you
Yeah,
could do
some require a quiet taste.
that.
Some require a quiet taste. I always liked Ross Stewart, but I think he had a bad press, and there was a lot of at the time of listening. I mean, there were a lot of what do you call it? I don't know.
I actually have. I actually thought about sending it to you, Nam, and I still might do it. I have Kiss the Second Coming on VHS.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like when they did the '96 tour or whatever it was, with the original lineup. I actually thought about sending it to you because I was like, you know what? I don't even have a VHS player.
I have a VHS
never,
player.
and I've never watched this. And I know Naaman would love this.
Don't worry, be happy. And Bob Marley didn't write "Don't Worry, Be Happy." That was another guy.
Yeah, I was going to say Rob Stewart had a bad press because at the time when we were listening to that guy, a lot of us were homophobics, and and he had a really bad press at the time.
But there was some. I mean, there were like you can't. I mean, there were some like just '80s and '90s performers out there that just had that press to begin with, and some claimed it, but others like. I mean, because we had bands like Milli Vanilli, like Boy George, we had like George Michael, we had Prince, and they're like whether or not they were straight or weren't straight in real life, like their kind of stage performance was kind of confusing for the general audience. Like I could see why people would look at Prince and assume that he might have been on the other nature, versus I mean if you actually listen to his music, I mean it kind of told a straightforward story kind of thing.
I mean, a lot of people. I mean, I'm just going by people I knew, college kids that I used to hang around with. A lot of them actually liked his music, Ross Stewart's music, but they got turned up by, all the, whatever, whether it's fake news or not, and a lot of it is geared toward the homophobicism, whatever you call them. So.
And the knocking.
I love Ross Stewart's music.
There's the '80s Kiss, what was it? The soundtrack to was it Bill and Ted? The God Gave Rock and Roll to You. I love that Kiss song.
That was '90s.
I have Bill and Ted's album too, by the way.
After that song, I didn't listen to him anymore.
Bill and Ted's movie is awesome. Second and
third, when Prince died, and
I love that first one. And
I didn't like any of Animalize or anything like that. But that one song, I was like, this is really it's the way they built that song up.
So I still like the '80s Kiss stuff. Animalize, Lick It Up. All that
Kiss started in '70s, even actually in '60s.
Oh yeah. They were a thing back in the day.
73 is when they started.
Yeah.
So they actually started '69. '69.
I think first album 73 though. Yeah.
Yeah. But they had been playing before that. They actually had to put out their first album on their record label. They had to start their own record label to put out their first album because nobody would sign them. Nobody liked it. Nobody bought it. There's another band from the '70s/80s that I really love called Pentagram. Pentagram originally was supposed to get signed to Gene Simmons' record label. He had already gotten Van Halen signed, and he went to go hear them play because he heard that they were playing this kind of music that nobody had ever really played a whole lot before. It ended up being Doom, is what it ended up being. But he went to go see him. He said, well, there's 4 of you, and the band's called Pentagram, so the gimmick doesn't work. And they were like, I mean, the gimmick is the music. Like the music's original. Like nobody's tuning to beat. Like, you know, nobody's playing these kind of like slow but really riffy kind of songs except like Sabbath, and Sabbath wasn't even doing that then, you know. So like, they were like, you know, we're the only ones kind of doing this, and he's like, I'm gonna pass. And I absolutely love that stuff.
So that answers your question.
Yeah, Miss So was asking about Living in John. I like Xanadu. I love Xanadu.
Well, I have a Xanadu and Grease. So
Grease, I'm not so much of a big fan of. I mean,
for the Aussies, love to say it.
You didn't like how they ascended into heaven at the end of Grease?
No,
yeah.
They're just like us. They didn't die. They just ascended into heaven.
Yeah, they just ascended up in the air. I love how the car just kind of
Devil
floated.
Driver.
Devil Driver's. But I mean, I was a Coal Chamber fan before I was a Devil Driver fan. I love Coal Chamber.
How you interpreting that thing?
Huh?
They're ascending to heaven. How are you interpreting that?
Well, in Greece, they were in the car and they drove off into heaven.
Yeah, it starts floating up in the air.
So they died?
The theory,
they went to heaven.
The theory is that they died in the beginning of the movie, and if you listen to the songs, they all paint the picture of like that they really died, that they never came out of it was a car accident supposedly, and it's the last song that really.
You guys watch that Lost episodes, the Lost series?
Yeah, Lost.
Yeah.
Lost.
Oh yeah.
Season 1.
The whole thing turns into where the final season turns into heaven thing.
Yeah, and some all night heaven.
Don't give me this about Grease too, guys. I mean, I don't need that.
No, I realized the second season of Lost. I realized they didn't know what they were doing. It occurred to me. I was like, oh, they don't know. They don't know the answer.
They're just making stuff up as they go.
That's fucked up.
They did, because I predicted it all the way back in the beginning, like what was going on, not to the T, but like I knew it was like some kind of purgatory or some other shit, because I started noticing that all the cast members were bad people and all the people just died in the plane accident. I was like, how convenient is that? But like, not only that, but in the first season, you see all the mythical stuff in Lost, like the smoke monster and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like, no, so I mean that like. No, but like Game of Thrones, you could say, like, I mean, they had no idea what they were going to do, because they were like surpassing him. Like, you know, I mean, no, I like Lost, but I can agree that the ending was kind of like hokey and everything. I wish it would have had a different ending.
By the way, I just want to let Miss So know the Swan here is the artist in Xanadu. So just to let you know.
Oh, for real?
So there's a Warrior and Xanadu connection.
As far as hip hop goes, I'm like, you know, I like Tupac, I like Lil Wayne, I like Jay-Z. I like all kinds of like Eazy-E. I like his solo stuff. I love NWA, you know, Dre, all this stuff. Snoop Dogg, especially his first album, like Doggy Style, incredible. Like the way rappers use words, the way they twist the English language to fit what they're doing is incredible. The first time I heard Lil Wayne, I was like, dude, this guy's brain works exactly like mine does, because I'll hear stuff he says and it makes sense to me. And everybody's like, doesn't that blow your mind? And I was like, no, it makes sense to me, because my mind kind of works the same way with words his does. He just uses them at his free will. Like,
Look, you want to hear a scary thing about Wayne?
what?
Like a real fact. For one, he's never written down a single piece of music. It's all in his head.
Yeah.
And that's every single album, and that goes back.
He literally goes into the studio. He starts smoking. He plays the beat back, and then he just goes.
He's notorious. He's like one of the only rappers that's known to do that. Like, where like most of the other ones, they have to keep tracks of previous albums or stuff like that, because after you make so many songs and you go back, especially when it's concerned to rap and when you're getting into like the free roam and stuff like that, they lose track of what they're saying. So for him to come out with like 19 plus albums and he can still remember like every song on the first album that he came out with, that's pretty ridiculous. Yeah.
He has a
No.
crazy life story too. I mean,
Yeah. He's down here closer to me, Louisiana. Look at that.
I thought he moved to Atlanta. Or no, he was originally from Atlanta, wasn't he? And then he moved to New Orleans.
Try
guys, I
Nice.
gotta go. I gotta go.
All right, Dank.
But
Thanks for
Happy
stopping
New Year,
by.
y'all.
Happy New
Happy
Year,
New
Hank.
Year, man. See you in 2022.
Kill it, yeah.
Oh man.
Peace out, y'all. Thanks
Bye.
for hosting this.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, man. It's good to be
I'm
here.
running out of beer too, so I gotta go too.
I just poured me another one, so I'm good.
Happy
Right.
New Year, guys. I want to go too.
Happy New Year,
Happy
man.
New Year, man.
You know what?
Last Friday.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Norman, shoot me your address. I got a package that's gonna come your way.
Me?
Yeah,
Don't you have it?
yeah. Shoot me your address on Instagram, and I got a package that's coming your way.
All right. All right. All right. Thanks.
Have a good one, man.
Bye, Nam.
Guys.
Bye, Nam.
How do I leave this?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I mean, rap and stuff like that. I mean, like that's like hip hop to me is like the ones that you mentioned and the one that Dave's talking about. That's kind of like the older stuff. And you did mention some current ones, like Wayne. I would say is still current. Jay-Z, well, not really Jay-Z. He doesn't come out
I
with
think
anything.
KRS-One. KRS-One is one that
KRS-One
does not get
stuff
mentioned
out.
a lot. Love KRS-One.
No, but that's
I
like
can't handle
debating.
any of the new stuff. All the new stuff
Oh,
just
I
doesn't sound like rap or hip
See,
hop to me.
I love the baby, little baby, like Travis Scott, like and
I
Cardi
like
B.
Travis Scott. I like Travis Scott, but that's because to me, I don't really think it's a persona for him. I think he's really who he is. I think he's genuine. Who else is another newer guy who I actually like?
I can say like Houston people specifically, like Slim Thug,
Yeah,
Bun B,
Slim Thug was good.
Paul Wall. Paul Wall's like
Pretty good.
Like
I haven't
we
heard
have
of any of these people.
well, most of the last people that I like, he mentioned Travis. So he's Estonian. Like Megan the Stallion, she's Estonian. Like Slim Thug, Paul Wall, like
E40.
who? Chameleonaire.
E40. Yeah. I like Tech Nine.
Zero,
I love Tech Nine.
Zero. Fuck, how did I forget?
Tech
Yeah,
Nine, my jam.
I like Tech Nine.
Mhm.
Zero. I can't believe I forgot Zero, but I love Zero, man.
Wasn't that Hop Sane? I like Hop Sane too.
But
Okay.
Snoop, not so much. After he did the whole Snoop Lion thing, I kind of like.
No, I didn't like the whole Snoop Lion thing.
He's all over the place.
I'm too old school. I'm like Tupac.
There's a lot.
Biggie,
I mean,
Tribe Called Quest.
Yes, Tribe Called Quest.
Yeah, Wu Tang.
Arrested Development. Busta Rhymes.
Yeah. Outkast.
All the old school people. It's like that's about the only thing that I would listen to if I was going to.
I do like. I can't believe I'm just now saying this, but Run the Jewels. Run the Jewels is new, and I love Run the Jewels. But those guys are like.
I will post the link. No, but I mean that's what I'm saying. I can, I mean we're talking like he had mentioned like genres and stuff like that. I can because all music. I currently listen to all music currently. Not really much so country, but every other genre, yes. And it even goes so much as far as like Japanese and Spanish music and stuff like that. Because
I love my anime soundtracks.
Oh, I do that, but I have like
even if it's like they're like like
honestly one of my favorite
honestly
one of my favorite all-time bands is a band it like for one the name is just dope, but like they've been around forever, but they've had, I mean it's a real band, but a lot of their songs are known from animes, but it's the band name is Porno Graffiti.
Oh
and
yeah.
That's the name of the band, but they've done songs on My Hero Academia, Bleach. They were the first, because most animes they have different every season they'll have a different, theme song or whatever. But like Porno Graffiti did the main two for Bleach. They did the main two for My Hero. They did like and a whole bunch of different manga. But like no, but I have different like I listen to Hindi music. Like I have a playlist in my playlist, and I know nobody ever checks out playlists, but I have a playlist where like I actually share the music that I'm currently listening to. And like
Oh,
earlier,
yeah.
Miss So was saying she's listening to like yeah, I have a playlist and it's called What Evil's Jammin', and it's
Oh,
like and I just throw like different YouTube videos in
that's a
there that
really
like.
good idea.
Well, I throw that in there in case you're like curious to what like my and I don't throw everything in there, but like I come across a song and if I end up listening to it like more than once, twice, three times, something like that, I'll throw it in that folder. So like you can go in there and I have Hindi music, I have like Japanese music, I have like American stuff, I have like soundtrack stuff. I mean, it's not as I've been adding stuff slowly to it, but it's kind of like just a mix of stuff. Like
Have you heard Kabuki?
oh, bye, Mars. Good night.
Bye, Mark.
Kabuki? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Kabuki is like I found that out through Jello Biafra from Dead Kennedys. He said that he bought that album from his dad out of his dad's record collection. He paid his dad for this album, and it blew his mind. He was like, back when I used to smoke pot all the time, me and my friends would get high and listen to Kabuki, and I was like, huh. And so I started listening to it one day. I like had me a couple drinks, and I was like, this is really good. Oh my god, like. It's really weird because I watched a documentary called Crate Diggers because I'm
Mhm.
into vinyl, and all these guys who have massive record collections would share what's in their record collection. And I found out a bunch of different kinds of music from all over the world from this thing. And Jello Biafra straight up was like, I hated the stuff that was from my area, which was like Eagles and stuff. And I was like, I love the Eagles. But then he would name all these other bands that I didn't know who they were. And I found out who they were. And I started listening to them. And I was like, some of this stuff's really good. And I love Dead Kennedys. But I also love Eagles. And I love, like,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So it's really weird how, like, people that you listen to that you like, other people that you listen to hate them. But you like it. Like it's no sense whatsoever. It's all just personal taste. It's all just literally whatever gets stuck in your head. Like, I mean, or whatever you grew up on. So
That's why I love so much of the anime stuff. Like obviously, like I don't know any Japanese, but it's still just the even like. And the thing is though, like even listening to it enough times, you can sort of pick up words even if you don't know what the actual translation is and things like that. And like it's one of my favorite Japanese ones, and it's only because of seeing them so many. They've done so many anime soundtracks. Is a band called Flow. It's just it's FLOW pretty much. And they've done everything and anything. They've even done like tours of. I think they've even been to Australia. They've been to the US, like done tours and stuff like that. Like they're probably one of the biggest ones that have been around quite a long time.
I don't remember a lot of band names, so I mean, it's somebody that I could have come across. I don't know, especially if they're that popular. And probably the only one that comes to my mind as far as like anime music, because I get a lot of the songs translated like to English, just for like clarification sometimes of what the hell they're talking about. But like Annabelle Lee is like a big popular. Like she does like usually all the like main popular like anime to English translations. But she's famous where she's on like every platform or whatever, like Google Music and Amazon. You can find her on like I think she shows up on Spotify and but like
Tank did the theme song for Cowboy Bebop, but they did all the music for Cowboy Bebop. Like I found them because they did the theme song, and then I was like, oh, Tank, they did the theme song, and I started listening to their whole albums, and I was like, oh, this band's phenomenal. They're like some kind of like Japanese jazz fusion kind of crazy like stuff. Then you got stuff like Return to Forever. And like, what was the one that Jocko was in? Weather Report.
Yeah.
I mean, bands that when I was a teenager, if you would have said Weather Report, I'd have been like, that sounds lame. I would never listen to that. Now I listen to it, and I'm like, this is phenomenal.
That's honestly that talking about country. That's honestly another genre that I've never been a big fan of. It's not that I don't
Yeah.
like the music, but honestly, punk is has been. Now, it's funny because I like the Dead Kennedys. Like when comparatively compared to Sex Pistols and some of the other, earlier like the beginning of punk rock, I kind of went Ramones and
Yeah, I love
uh,
Ramon.
Dead Kennedy, but later on Vader and Sodom and some of
Oh
the other
yeah.
newer age ones, but like, and even some of the fake punk rock bands that have, but like, I mean, because that's like, then you have bands like, ska and stuff like
Oh
that. And
yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that.
never been a
I
big
like that
fan
stuff
of
too.
ska.
Yeah.
I've liked some stuff, but that's like Big Daddy bands like Zuzu Riot and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, Cherry Poppin'
You
Daddies,
know, yeah, I can dig some of that
Brian
music, but
Setzer Orchestra, the Stray
yeah.
Cats, and shit like that.
Yeah, but enough where like that's all I'm listening to. Nah, like
No.
me right now, I'm kind of like with Miss So. Like right now, I kind of mix from like modern rap, where it could be anything from like Little Yachty to Baby, Little Baby, and like you know,
Um, there's
sap
a
rock,
guy. There's
or
a guy named well, there's Little Dicky, but Little Dicky did a song where he did a song where he was trying to make a epic rap video with as little money as possible, and he got a guy named Robin Hood Quan or something like that, and
mm,
he did like a bar on Little Dicky's song. And I was like, dude, this is phenomenal. Like this guy's like the way his voice is and the way he was using words, I was like, who is this guy? And I started looking him up and I was like, dude, I like his stuff. Like what, like it's really weird because I know if I were to ever see him in public and be like, dude, I dig your
it's
shit.
a Rich Homie
Tell me
Quan.
Quan. Yeah.
Quan.
If I were to ever run into him in public and be like, dude, I dig your shit, he'd be like, you like my shit? Like for real? Yeah, save that money. Dude,
NORAD.
he's
The
so
comic
good.
Echolands at the back of the book has the creator and listed as the music that he didn't he um nah, but like but that's like everybody that's like because Lil Dicky's like middle way in the ladder because it's like it's like Wayne, Drake, and a whole bunch of others before him, but Lil Dicky runs in that crew. But yeah, Rich Homie Quan, like uh I don't know, but I mean I enjoy a lot I mean, but right now I'm listening to either rap or like electro music. Right now I'm listening to like more electric music. Like I'm listening to this like right now I'm jamming like it's a group called I don't even know who it is, but it's a dude. I'm assuming it's a dude, but it's a dude called Spirit of God, and it's just like electronic music. It's kind of like that, that our opening spine ticks, that doom 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 doom.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just
Let
electronic.
me see if I can find it on YouTube real quick. If I can find it on YouTube, I'll tell you to look it up and see if you like it. But I don't know if it's even. I mean, I know you can find anything on YouTube, but we'll see if I can even find this, and I'll tell you to look it up and see if you like it.
There. I'll pop it in here for a second. Mike, you ever check out Fantogram? Not that I know of. I'm bad with names, guys. So just because I don't remember a name doesn't mean I haven't heard them. It's usually like I have to hear the song. A lot of bands I do remember the names, but I have to hear them repetitively. Miss O was saying kudos on the trivia stream the other night. I'm terrible at trivia, but it's fun to watch you guys. Thanks. And I got more coming specific. I've been asked to do like Transformers and GI Joe trivia. But I'm gonna do a music trivia, but it's gonna be like genre.
There's a sampler. Oh, here it is. It's probably this one.
That's the
There's a
tag.
sampler called Dark Tranquility, like 2000, I think it is. Dark Tranquility 2000. It's like it's like industrial goth electronica music from back in it's like 2000 or something like that.
I like that. I mean, I listened to goth back then too, and I mean, I even have like a favorite vampire band. That's Damn, what's the name of their band? You have to give me a second. But yeah, they got all kind of different genres out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they got Viking bands. They got,
Oh yeah, yeah. Amon Amarth.
yeah,
Um,
I listen to Viking bands.
Manowar, pretty much you could call them a power metal band, but Manowar did pretty much Viking music. All their songs were about battle and drinking and stuff like that.
And
You know,
I
Massive
love
Attack.
it.
That's one that you don't hear a lot, Miss So. Massive Attack. They did the theme song for House. Yeah, that's how I found them, was the House theme song, and Massive Attack rules. 9 Inch Nails is kind of in that vein too. Oh, there you go, Mike. Music trivia on your trivia
Oh,
channel.
I got that. That was already like, no man. You know how many recommendations I got after I announced that I was taking
Dude,
recommendations.
do
Handcrafted
you
on
realize
that.
how much you brought TM out of his shell? Like,
Well, that okay, like people don't know that, but that was modeled for like three different people in the community, and one and like overall, two of the people took their challenges, and one of them didn't do so good, you know, because TM he didn't do so good on the cartoon challenge, you know.
but TM literally, like, TM says, he has problems with social anxiety. Dude,
He,
he was talking shit to get people to come
yeah,
on and go up against
he
him,
was
and that
trying.
was
Well, okay, he didn't.
incredible.
And I agree with them. No one wants to go through trivia alone. I didn't want him to do it alone. I probably wouldn't have ran because I set it up. Okay, the trivia is going to be set like eventually when I get it going, it's going to be set up different, and there's going to be some shit talking and some clout and some there's because like there already is prizes. I've already gotten two people to donate, and there's going to be a slab, and there's going to be prizes for them. But like right now, it's gonna be more like cred because like the way they're gonna be trivias that are set up how you want it to set up. So say you want to do the trivia, but like you might not want to do cartoons or movies. So like you'll pick your death, and then I handcraft the questions and see how well you do on some of your favorite stuff that you claim to be a fan of, or stuff like that is the way I see it. And I'm not trying to like bring any, I'm not trying to call anybody out and anything like that. It's all fun. It's all, and I mean that's like a
No,
like
it was really good, because I mean, like, the way he did it, I was just like, look at TM, look at Travis just
he
over
got
here just coming
Sheena
out
killed
swinging,
it.
like,
He made that mistake and he brought Sheena and Sheena killed it, man.
oh, Sheena.
Bro, I
Dude, when
had
she came in and said "fuck your bitch" and the click you claim, I was like, she went straight Tupac on him. She just went all Tupac on him, just off the rip. Like, that was incredible.
I had stars next to two questions in the cartoon category, and she got both of the hard and like star questions. She was the only one that got the hard questions out of
Which
both.
ones? Shoot them to me, because I had to dip out, or else I would have jumped in. If y'all would have caught me at the beginning of my lunch break, like, I would have like totally jumped in on that. Look, he's got them written down. He knows which ones they were.
Yeah, because these were all handcrafted, buddy. Because I was going on like I googled like trivia questions and I was looking at different lists and stuff, and I was just gonna copy and paste, and they were all like generic and the same questions. I was like, fuck this, man. So I started coming up with my own questions. All right, so but see the way they're oriented is they're basic. All you got to do is watch a little bit of the show, and if you did, I mean, you should know this. But okay, so
Thundercats.
look, did you watch any of the cartoon triz?
I didn't say any of
Do Tylox, and I don't care if you did or
I
not.
watched Name the Thundercats. You got to the Name the Thundercats one, and I was like, oh shit. And I was like, Lion-O, Chitara. And she was like, the black one. And I was like, who was, and she was like, Panther. I was like, damn it. Like,
Nice.
it was like right there. I was like, Panther, the Pantheon. Like, I was like going through my head.
But it also depends too, because if you've got any international guests, they might not have necessarily got the same cartoons or anything that you guys would have got, for argument's sake. So
Wait, say it again.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Like, obviously, all the mainstream stuff, yes, but there are a lot of stuff that like for argument's sake,
Well, that's why, like I said, I handcrafted this. I picked all the like And I can run this too because he remembers that first one, but I mean, because the third one is one of the hard questions. But but because like I handcrafted it, I pulled the cartoons, but like I picked some of the basic ones that we all mentioned, and those are kind of like the easy ones. And then I pulled off some abstract ones that, because like lo and behold, I watched all these cartoons growing up.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not like, and I vividly remember like all of them because I spent a lot of time with them. It's not like I just watch one here or there. No, it was like every Saturday morning for years. Or every afternoon school, every afternoon after school. I just power and it came back on. Um, okay, so anyways, so let's see. So if Prince Adam was He-Man, She-Ra's cousin, yeah, what He-Man, damn, I'm high. What is She-Ra's real name?
Oh man.
I know it. I know it. Is it like it's like
Prince
Princess
Adam.
Endora or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
Ding ding ding. That's right, Princess
Oh my
Adora.
god.
You got that right. Everybody was saying Alora for some reason, but Adora is her name.
Okay, yeah.
This is the hard one, gentlemen. The first one. Who is the main villain from Danger Mouse?
The
Oh
claw.
god, I don't even remember Danger Mouse.
Oh, everybody. Oh, see that? Like you either remember it or you don't. But like if you do remember, everybody remembers Danger Mouse. But do
Dr.
you remember
Claw.
the? No, that was
Oh, no, that was
Inspector.
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah.
It's the frog dude.
Yeah, that's right.
I can't remember his name though.
It's hard. It's hard. But it does have to do with the frog thing. If you that's a hint. And I'll give you another hint. He had this little like caterpillar guy that was like
Yeah,
on.
I can remember exactly what they look like, but I can't
Right.
remember his name.
His name was Baron Silas Greenback. Because he was a
Yeah, I would
toad.
never got that.
Actually, yeah, I remember the Baron bit, but I don't remember the other bit.
I miss him. Let's see. Who is Darkwing Duck's arch nemesis?
Oh, I should know this.
You see what I'm saying? They're basic questions, but
Oh man.
And if you haven't watched it for years,
Oh man. Let's get dangerous.
wasn't it like a dark version of himself or something? Or am I? No, that's probably the wrong show.
yep.
No, it was a
Yep.
light version of himself because he was Darkwing Duck, so it was
Yeah.
it was a white version of himself. It was
Light winged duck.
It was. You ready?
there was Archpad, there was
That was
what
Tailspin.
Huh?
That was Tailspin. Launchpad was Tailspin.
No,
Yep.
Launchpad was his
Launchpad. What Launchpad was?
his
That
That was
sidekick.
that was the big duck. That drove
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
with
the big
plane
duck dude.
in Tailspin.
Tails. And Ducktail, and he showed up in Tailspin as well. But he was
No,
from.
you were
He was,
thinking about Kit. Kit was also kind of based on a character from Darkwing Duck, or well, maybe the other
Mhm.
way around. Who the hell
Think
knows?
about this. Well, I'll give you this one. It was Negaduck. It was a duck, but he was black and white, and it was Negaduck. He was the
Yeah,
opposite of
yeah.
Darkwing Duck.
Oh,
All right, here's a basic one, but it'll get you stumped. What does GI in GI Joe stand for? And there is a real life definition and the cartoon definition. I'm asking about the cartoon definition.
GI from GI Joe.
It's basic. You're gonna overthink it. Everybody always does. It's very basic.
Like group inventory or something like that. Or
I thought you. I'm talking with Miss.
Ground infantry. Ground infantry Joe.
It's close. It is government issue. Government issue.
Government issue Joe.
I just automatically went to the infantry as well.
In real life, it was galvanized issue. It ties into the helmet that they were issued during World War One and World War II.
Okay. Yeah, the little. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Wow,
so
some of these are really, really good.
catchphrase from the Transformers cartoon.
All that meets the eye.
Nope. And I will
Autobots
repeat the
transform.
question. You're getting closer.
Autobots roll out.
Nope.
I broke
The
the stream. Oh my god.
oh, no, because everybody always says that more than meets the eye, or that was the theme song. They never said that in the actual show.
Transformers, Robot Beast, yeah.
But in the show, Optimus quite often said, "Autobots roll out."
Yeah, Autobots roll out. Yeah. That
Yeah, but
was
did
like
you
the
say
thing they did before they
did
went
you
and
say
did everything.
Transformers or did you say Autobots?
Well, I said Transformers catchphrase, but Decepticons never had a catchphrase.
No, they didn't. They didn't.
See, I would have gone if it was Transformers. I would have said more than meets the eye. If it's Autobots, then it would have been that one that you said. That's the way I
Look, yeah, more than basic. Yeah, no,
It
Autobots
was
roll out.
catchphrase, something they said, and I don't ever remember like Optimus saying like "more than meets the eye, motherfucker," and I don't ever remember.
No,
Nah,
it was Autobots roll out. Yeah, it was like their thing, their call to
war cry.
arms, I guess you call it.
but no, everybody does answer that. Like everybody that I've asked that question to, they always say that "more than meets the eye." Like or okay, so name the 3 biker mice from Mars.
Oh god.
Oh,
Basic, but do it. Basic, but pull it off.
Oh.
Everybody's always like,
I didn't say enough of it. I only saw a little bit of it.
Harley was one of them.
Mr. Roll Out. That's what you got to say when you leave. Are you leaving? You said you just got off of work. What'd you say?
Harley.
Nope. That's the name of a motorcycle company.
Oh, I know that. That's why I was going with it because I was like,
Is
one
it
of them
like-
got to be
like-
named Harley.
Well, what would you call like pet names, like Scratch or something like that, or
They got names like that, but
I don't
I mean,
remember. God, now I need to go back and watch all my old cartoon shows.
the one that most people remember, I won't give you that one. I'll give you Moto.
Moto.
What's up, Comic Crazy? Happy New Year.
Crazy.
Thanks for stopping by. Moto is one, Rimfire, and Vinny. Most people remember Vinny.
Vinny was what Rimfire I would have
Yeah.
never got. Rimfire was like that doesn't have anything to do with motorcycles, I don't think. Backfire would have been a better choice than Rimfire.
Okay. What is Shredder's real name? And he has the same name in the cartoons, the comic, and the movies.
Yoshi Tatsu.
That's right. He got it right. Oroku Saki. In technical, it is Oroku Saki Raphael. He doesn't mention the Raphael part in the movie, but in the comics and the cartoon, he does mention at the very end the Raphael. But Oroku Saki is correct. And you're the first person that got that. How many Street Sharks were there?
4.
That's right. What were their names?
Oh, I think one of them was Shredder or Shred. Hold on, I got to pee real quick.
It's kind of like
and my phone is here, so I'm not Googling it. I will leave it here. I'm peeing.
it is Ripster, Jab, Strex or Streaks. It's like Streex, Strex, but
Probably
Slamu. I remember Slamu. I don't remember, and maybe Ripster, but that's
I don't think we didn't get enough of Straight Sharks over here.
What city did the SWAT Cats defend? SWAT Cats was a cartoon. What city did they defend?
Oh god. Yeah, another one that we got barely any of.
He said Jaws 1, Jaws 2, Jaws 3.
No,
I would have
There's no
accepted
Jaws
that.
4, it's Jaws the Revenge.
UVA, and you forgot about Jaws Jr., and that was the thing.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't get
It was
enough of that.
something city. Something. It was like Raccoon City was okay. Raccoon City was like
That's Resident Evil.
It was something city.
But at least you got that, because most people couldn't even remember that part. But it is something city. You're on the right.
SWAT Cats. It was
Like
something to do with Calico City.
You're close. It's not in that direction, but it's Mega Cat City.
Oh man, it was
Mega Cat
something
City.
like that.
Okay, now this the Sheena one that she pulled out of the hat. What's up, Def? Happy New Year.
What's up?
In Pirates of Dark Water, they needed to collect how many treasures?
I've never even heard of that.
What?
You're missing
You
out.
ever heard of Pirates of Dark Water?
Yeah, you're missing out.
7.
Nope.
I'll just 5.
In Pirates, nope. In Pirates of Dark Water, they needed to collect 13 treasures.
Oh, was it
And
13? Was it that many?
Yep,
How
and
long
it got
did that show
canceled.
last? How many seasons was that?
Well, it got canceled before it got finished, and that was the second question. Was if you got that right, was how many actually got aired? And the question is, the answer is 8. There was 13
All the
treasures.
episodes of Pirates of Dark Water they aired.
Mhm,
I feel
before it
like I've
got
watched that show like a million times, and it's only 8 episodes.
No, I want to say it's more than 8 episodes, but they only collected 8 treasures.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't.
Matt Spidey,
I don't
if you have
remember the
never
episode.
seen Pirates of Dark Water.
Nah.
Um,
I've never got it here.
All right, so this might be another one.
Like
This
a
is
Sinbad
another.
kind of feel.
Mm-hmm. I love Pirates of Dark Water, and that's kind of what it was.
I loved
It's like it was kind of like like you said, like a Sinbad, like
Well,
like
that's what Beeford's saying. How many of these programs aired in New Zealand? 0.
oh, that was Hanna-Barbera. I don't know, y'all got Flintstones and Scooby-Doo, but that was Hanna-Barbera. So was SWAT Cats was Hanna-Barbera. Now Street Sharks, I don't remember who made them.
I don't think it was.
Okay, so this next
Konami,
one, the Toonami.
Yeah, Konami did. Obviously, they did video games, but I think they did a lot of animated series too. I think it might have been Konami. I think.
Okay.
This one might be an abstract, and it just depends. But Life with Louie was a cartoon. Life with Louie follows what famous comedian?
Louis Anderson.
That's right.
Never
heard of Life with Louis.
Never heard of it.
Had 4 seasons. Who was Earthworm Jim's sidekick? And that does apply to the video game and the cartoon.
I think I played the game more than see the cartoon. But still.
I have
if you remember the game, there was one character that helped you out in the game.
But y'all had to have more than Scooby-Doo and Flintstones.
Right? Jetsons. Come on now.
Had to have Jetsons. Had to.
The answer was, and it's kind of almost comic related because it was Peter Puppy was his sidekick. And when you got Peter Puppy mad, he could transform into a Hulk version of the dog.
He was like a pit bull or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I vaguely remember.
Couldn't remember his name. I know what he looked like.
I don't think I've played Earthworm Jim since like Super Nintendo.
Yeah, like it's Super Nintendo. I think it was
every now and then you just got to go back.
PlayStation, original PlayStation for me or something like that.
All right, so Mighty Max, it's another abstract one, so you might not have seen it, but Mighty Max used what magical item?
Oh, God, I'm conflicted because it's either the skateboard or it's the hat.
It is the hat.
He turns his hat backwards and it makes him...
magical. I know, man. Spidey's over here like, what the fuck is Mighty Max?
Oh, dude, you need to YouTube Mighty Max. Oh, YouTube Mighty Max. I want one of those trucks just because of that show.
All right, let's do some bloody Jetson questions. Okay, I can come up with one right now. What did the Sprocket Company actually make?
Gears.
Nope.
They actually make sprockets? I don't know.
Nope.
I can't remember.
Sprocket is.
They made spaceships.
Did they really?
Specifically.
Yeah. He was in charge of spaceships?
He literally went from his home to like a company where they made the damn spaceships that he took home at. Bam, Jetson question right off the fly. Okay.
And we both failed.
I didn't see anybody chime in the chat either, Mr. Beef.
Oh, yeah.
He couldn't type fast enough.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah, what did what did the gummy bears use to bounce? The gummy bears was a cartoon. What did the gummy
Yeah.
bears use to bounce?
Oh, it was
Gummy bears.
I remember the theme song.
I
Stars.
can't. If you remember the
Beck
theme
singing in the
song,
background.
if you remember the theme song, they say it in the theme song. Na 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 na. Gummy bears. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I remember the whole thing. I'm not gonna sing
Stairs.
it.
Like.
I
No.
remember like the first part of it.
What's the question?
They drank gummy bear juice, and it made them bounce.
Oh,
I was
Yeah.
going to say potion, but I didn't think that was right.
Pizza got it bum juice, and that's how they got away. They would drink their juice, and they would bounce away. All right, here's one for you. Name the Animaniacs.
Wacko, Yakko, and Dot.
That's right.
Hmm.
In DuckTales, the boys were Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Who was their brand new friend?
Who's their brand new friend?
Yep. It's in the intro of the cartoon and the very pilot of the episode, and she stays on all the way until the end of the show, and they have her into the reboot as well. But if you know
Daisy.
Huey, huh?
Daisy.
Nope. But if you know Huey, Dewey, and Louie, and Uncle Scrooge, and Donald Ducks, they were all characters before in DuckTales. They added this brand new character just for DuckTales, and that was Huey, Dewey, and Louie's brand new friend. What was her name?
Gwen.
Nope. You're so close. You're right around there. Daisy and Gwen. I have to assume Travis is watching now because he just laughed at me like on Instagram because he already took this challenge.
What are you saying there, Travis? I don't see Travis anywhere. Oh, Hugh. Okay, Gwen, Daisy.
Okay, look right here. It's Webby, and her name is
Maybe
Webigo.
that's right. Yeah.
Oh,
I think I do remember now. Yeah.
Look,
All right.
Miss Penelope. That was.
Uh-huh.
That was
And look, here we go. We touched on this one earlier. Just for you fellas, Tailspin was a sort of sequel to the Jungle Book. What was the name of the brand new character? You said it earlier.
Launchpad?
It's Kid.
Yeah, it's Kid. You're right.
Yeah. He had the little boom, whatever that thing was you surfed on. Yeah.
He was the unofficial co-pilot.
Yeah.
All right, so the Magic School Bus. Who drove the Magic School Bus?
Miss Frizzle.
That's right. Or I would have taken, and you could have been clever, Mad Spidey. You could have said the Magic School Bus because it drove itself
It kind
sometimes.
of drove itself sometimes too.
I wouldn't have had any idea with that.
Did the U.S. get Joe 90 or the Thunderbirds? We got the Thunderbirds. I don't know what Joe 90 is.
I don't even know what Joe 90
Joe
is.
90, I don't know what that is. Thunderbirds, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds are go.
Created by Mojo Jojo himself. Named the bizarro versions of the Powerpuff Girls.
I never watched that. I don't watch that crap.
What?
Okay, so you had
You never
you
did
had
drugs?
okay, wait a minute. Hold
If you did drugs, you had
on.
to have watched
Bubbles.
those.
So there was Bubbles. There was God, I don't remember the evil versions. I don't remember them.
The evil version. Okay, first off, their group name was the Rowdy Rough Boys, and their names were Brick, Boomer, and Butch.
Oh God,
Like
I would have never remembered
Butter,
that.
Bubble Cup, butter. I can't even say the name. Buttercup, Bubbles, and Blossom. Like
Yeah, Blossom. Yeah.
Okay, here's one for you. And I know everybody's seen this bullshit, so you can't.
Phil is still listening. Phil just now chimed in.
But don't do drugs on the sidewalks. He went and took a nap and came back. Okay, and
Yeah.
don't. Look, don't remember evil versions. What? Um, they showed up 3 times on the
Yeah,
Powerpuff Girls.
yeah.
Okay,
There are a few times.
name the Planeteers from Captain Planet.
Kwame. Um. Oh.
I wouldn't remember. I can't remember their names.
I remember Puff and stuff, HR Puff and stuff.
Kwame. Oh God. I can't remember. There's like 5 of them.
It's Gee,
Yeah.
Cobb, Linka, Mai, and Wheeler.
Of course, Wheeler. He was the like white dude from America.
Wheeler! The fire. All right. This is another abstract one, so it depends on if you've seen it. But how did Mario find Denver the last dinosaur?
I
There was
remember
a
Denver
cart.
the Last Dinosaur vaguely.
Mario cartoon.
No, Denver the last dinosaur was the cartoon, and Mario was his best friend in the cartoon. And it happens in the very intro of the cartoon and in the first pilot that he literally
Found him in an egg or something.
He found him in an
Oh,
egg.
wow. Okay. I was like, Yoshi found in an egg. So
No, this was a cartoon, and it's another abstract one, but it did go on for quite a while, like 5 seasons.
I do remember Denver the Last Dinosaur.
It was very
Like,
popular.
where the streets have no name. What?
Where the streets have no names. That's where you don't do drugs on the sidewalks. And that's why. Where the streets have no name. Okay, this was he. Okay, and it's kind of a trick question because in the intro, if you would have pulled up the intro, it shows him finding him like doing a skateboard trick, and then he crashed into the egg, and that's how he found Denver the Last Dinosaur. But when you watch the cartoon, they switched it for some reason. In the intro, I mean, in the pilot episode, he finds him by doing a bike trick, and that's how he finds him. But same shit. He found him in an egg. All right, back to basics. What were Tommy's parents' names from Rugrats?
I hated Rugrats.
Dee Dee and Phil.
Close.
Dee Dee, I know was his mom. Stu.
That's right. Stu and Dee Dee picked.
Stu. Yeah.
I had to check. I was like, hold on.
Phil was Chucky's dad. Fuck, how do I remember that?
All right. Getting down to the last two. What was the name of Doug's best friend and sidekick on Doug?
Peter.
Nope.
Never heard of
Patty
Listen to the question. What was the name of Doug's best friend and sidekick on Doug?
Oh,
Skeeter was his best friend.
was his best friend, but his sidekick was
He had a best friend and sidekick. He had one friend that fit both roles. Yep, that's right. Pork Chop.
The dog.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's ringing a bell.
And this very last one is an abstract one, so if you haven't seen it, I get it. But the cartoon is called Eek the Cat.
Oh,
Eek
God.
the Cat.
I've heard of Eek the Cat. That was a
Eek
ripoff of
the
Garfield.
Cat's girlfriend. Eek the Cat's girlfriend was guarded by whom?
Oh, God, I don't remember.
What'd you say?
It's hard. If you saw the cartoon, you would know because it was like a main character on the show, but it was Sharky, the shark dog, and it literally looked like a shark.
Oh, my God.
And it was like he was always on a chain, like
Those
leash.
are actually really dope ass questions. Holy shit! Like it made me question my knowledge of the cartoons I watched as a kid. Like,
Did y'all hear any of the movie? Did y'all hear any of the movie trivia? You want to do that one?
Yeah. Because I don't know if I got the movies.
Yeah, so see what I mean though? Like a lot of those cartoons I never even heard of. So it'd be hard for
some of them I pulled abstract on purpose. I kind of did mainstream, and then I wanted to throw some other ones out there.
You do want some hard ones in there.
All right. And the way the movie is set up is kind of like I didn't do any DCE movies or any MCU because they're kind of like their own category. I mean,
Yeah.
there's like what 31 fucking Marvel movies now. So I kind of did like on each movie you'll get like a series, like a couple questions, like depending on how many movies are in that series. So how many movies are in the Harry Potter series?
7.
Wrong. Wrong.
6.
Wrong.
Philosopher's Stone. Chamber of Secrets. Prisoner of Azkaban.
Yeah. That's 4.
Order of the Phoenix. The Half-Blood Prince. Yeah, and Deathly Hallows Part 1 and 2. There's 7.
8.
8.
7
right?
books.
Yeah, there's 8.
7 books. 7
No,
books and 8
I can't
movies.
wrong.
Yeah, because Deathly Hallows was 1 book.
Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or over here, or
Sorcerer's Stone over there.
Sorcerer's
Did you
Stone.
say how many
Chamber
books?
of
How many
Secrets.
movies?
Miss, so
How
you
many
have to
books?
watch
I mean,
Magic.
how many movies? How many movies? Yes, and
Sorcerer's,
R.I.P. to Betty White.
Sorcerer's Stone off Philosopher's
Oh, that was
Stone.
like the worst part of the
Chamber of
Spider-Man
Secrets.
movie. At the beginning of the Spider-Man movie, they did a commercial for Betty
Prisoner of
White.
Azkaban.
100
Oh,
years
God, I forgot
later.
Goblet of Fire. Yeah, so
Mhm.
8. Yeah, I forgot Goblet of Fire.
Yes, but there's 8 movies because the last book they broke into 2
Split into
movies.
two.
Movie, Part 1 and Part 2.
Harry Potter has a mark on his forehead in what shape?
Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, lightning bolt. Yeah, everybody knows that one. Yeah,
What word is to describe a person that has no magic?
Muggle.
Muggle. Yeah,
What item was given to Dobby the house elf that freed him?
a sock.
Sock. A sock.
Night Freeding. That's right. Let's see. Switching movies and Lords of the Rings. How many made up the Fellowship?
7.
Nope.
There's the 3.
3 hobbits.
No, there's 4 hobbits.
Here.
1 elf.
Yeah.
7.
Both John
One
Madden
dwarf.
and Betty White.
It was 8.
8. Because Gandalf. I forgot about Gandalf. 8.
It's
I
9.
mean, 9 would be 9,
9.
including Gandalf. There.
Fellowship of the Nine. It's that's
Oh
the
yeah, it was
Fellowship.
9.
Yeah, but there's 9. There's 4 hobbits, and then
Oh,
there's
there's 4 hobbits. Fuck.
One
There's
dwarf, 1 elf, 2 humans, and Gandalf.
and
I forgot about Sam.
Let's see.
What about second breakfast?
Sauron has no physical body. Who
The big eye
was
in a tower.
huh?
He's a big eye in a tower.
So
Was
Sauron
that the question?
no. So Sauron has no physical body. Who was his physical body in the movies? Who was his second in command?
Saruman.
Nope.
Saruman.
That's what I just
Nope.
said.
Nope. Think hard.
Oh,
Think
well,
hard.
wouldn't be second in command, but it would be the guy who had the ring who it corrupted.
This is second in command.
Which king?
Yep. Witch King of Agamar, and this is the second in command. It's considered his body. If he would have actually made it and got the ring back and made it to the other side and with the ring, that Witch King would have literally became his that is his armor walking around without the soul. Like technically in the series, Sauron is stuck between dimensions. That's why like only his eye can see through. But like if he would have succeeded and brought all 9 rings back to where he made them, he would have just like kind of transformed his ass, and that dude would have became his body. But that literally is, I mean, it is his second in command. Like, but everybody always says Sauron, but it's funny because Sauron, all he did was just making orcs or whatever. Like,
Saruman. Yeah.
yeah, Saruman. All right, back to basics. For some reason, a lot of people had troubles with this one before, so let's see how y'all do. How many arrows did it take to kill Boromir at the end of the first movie?
Oh God.
And it is a thing. It is a thing. They do bullet time. They slow down each arrow. No,
What'd you say? What'd you guess?
6. So probably
6.
5.
Nope.
Oh, well,
So
more
I think it was
than
more
5 or
something like 8 or 9 or something. I think it was quite a few.
It's 3.
I was only 3. I thought it was
3?
like.
And each one was like, and it was slowed down. It was like, "Ugh." And it was like, then the Orakai was like,
I could
when
have
he was
sworn
like,
it was way more than 3.
Oh, I
no,
think it's
it's
because
5
he
or
got
6.
hit and then he fought a bit more and then he got hit again, fought a bit more,
Oh yeah,
and then the
yeah.
last
Okay, it
one.
was like 3.
Mhm.
Hmm.
let's see.
John, you can literally stream from your phone if you fucking want to. Yeah.
I'm streaming from my phone right now, ladies
Yeah,
and
he's
gentlemen.
streaming from his
Everything
phone
you
right
see.
now.
Yeah, I'm on.
But literally, I mean, you can do it from a laptop with a mic and a cam built in. You can buy
The
a
only thing that I found that's limiting using StreamYard on the phone compared to like the computers, I can't share stuff. I like even if I have Google Slides and I can't like I would need one of y'all to share stuff and I can add it to the stream. But that's the only thing that because I can still have like I mean since I'm paying for it, I can still have the 10 people and
look. Norin Rad, fucking Silver Surfer's the only one who got it. 3. Like, how the hell? I was like 5, 6.
Mm.
all right, switching movies. And Candyman, what hand is this hook on?
Right.
Right.
That's right. Everybody always said left, but y'all got it
No,
right.
right. I'm a lefty. I would know if it was the left.
Yeah, Miss like Yurikai. Yeah, that's right. Miss streaming from this phone. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. I'm streaming from my phone. My regular reviews I do on a different setup, but my streaming whenever I'm on like when I make live appearances, it's always on my phone. Okay, so how many times do you have to say his name to summon
Right.
him? Man, you.
What? Who?
How many times do you have to say Candyman's name
Oh,
to
it's
summon
5.
him?
Sorry, 5.
Oh, 3.
It's 5. Everybody always says 3. That's Bloody Mary. That's Bloody Mary and
I
Beetlejuice.
was
I
getting,
was gonna say, wait, yeah. Can't make it.
yeah, it
Um,
was.
Wow. Okay. Wow, that seems a little excessive.
It's hard. It took me. I had to play with it. I had to kind of like fiddle with it for a little bit. But I want to say like being on Spine Tech so many times and kind of being able to like hear how they're doing stuff. It kind of helped. That's like adding the clips in. Like I already knew how to add the clips in. The second I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Okay, back to it. Let's see. Switching movies. How many movies make up the whole story of Rocky? That's including Creed.
5.
No,
The whole
6.
story, did you say?
6.
no. Huh?
Did you say the whole Rocky story?
Make up the whole story of Rocky.
6. There's 8.
That's right. 8.
8? They make
Six
8
Rocky
of those
movies and
movies?
two
Five.
Creed
There's
movies.
5 original Rocky movies. There's a movie titled Rocky Balboa, and then there's 2 Creed movies. 8 in total.
Oh, wow.
Think y'all gonna tell my wife. All right. Oop, I highlighted the wrong one. Good night, John. Thanks for chilling with us, John. Yeah, Beef it had it. Let's see, John, my master streamer questions.
No, Chip
Yeah.
owns StreamYard.
Yeah, Chips. Yeah, Chips amazing.
He works for StreamYard, or he's like, don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure he works, or he's like, I think he works for StreamYard on some
I
level.
think
Okay.
there's a YouTuber who works for CGC.
Yeah, I think you mentioned. So this one's easy, but who is Rocky's manager / trainer?
Oh, Mickey.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Who directed the first Rocky movie?
Oh.
This was the hard.
Was it Richard Donner?
No.
No.
It was. Wasn't Spielberg?
No.
No, it was this.
Zemeckis?
No. I actually didn't know the answer to this one when I looked it
I
up,
had
but this
no
is
idea.
it is John G. Alvidson, something.
What the hell?
It's like AVILDSEN. He's directed something else, but I can't remember at the moment. Okay, so next question: Who directed Creed?
Oh God, I have no idea.
Sylvester Stallone.
I give you a hint. He also directed Black Panther.
Still don't know.
Oh,
Michael Bay.
No, and his name was Michael B. Jordan. It was Ryan Coogler was the director, and he was actually noted for being one of the first youngest directors in the Directors Guild when he directed Creed. All right, switching movies, and this one's gonna be tough. If you've
Wait a
never
minute,
seen.
Burgess Meredith. Oh, he was the Penguin in the show.
yeah,
Batman
and it was
66?
the 19 in the '66.
Holy
Uh-huh.
shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
How can you not? He's got the same voice. How can you not tell?
That yeah.
Like he's hunched over, and well, he's hunched over. Okay, well, yeah.
They almost looked
I was gonna say, well, he's hunched over.
all they did is put a monocle and they gave him the top hat.
Oh wow, okay, shit.
This one's gonna be a tough one if you haven't seen it. But what was Tyler Perry's Medea's first movie? What was Medea's first appearance?
What's Done in the Dark?
Nope.
Oh,
No idea.
Yeah, it's bonus point there. But this is if you don't know, you know, it's like because everybody always wants to say it's one of the ones that has Medea in the title, and it's not.
no, it's What's Done in the Dark. Because I watch the plays.
Me too. I love Tyler Perry.
The plays are better than the movies.
Yeah, they are. I agree. The answer is Diary of a Mad Black Woman. And you,
Oh yeah. Damn, what
I knew you were gonna. Okay, so this also ties into Medea, but what does Medea famously always carry in her purse?
I mean, two
She
things.
says it.
Well, no, one
She
thing.
says it. She says one thing in every movie that she's appeared in, and it's in her purse. And she always says the same statement. That's why I said famously. It's the same statement. It's appeared in every movie.
A pistol.
Never seen any of them.
That's right. It's a pistol, but there's an actual saying that goes with it.
Say hello to
And
my
you're
little
kind of like partial right because technically it's 4 pistols. She keeps 4 pistols locked and loaded to cap asses.
Oh my God! Yeah.
She says that.
One of my favorite moments in the play was she was standing in her kitchen and a young guy came up to her and got in her face. She slapped him with a plate and opened up a random drawer in her kitchen and just pulled a pistol out of it. And I was like, damn, like that. Rednecks don't even have pistols around their houses like that. Like, Jesus Christ, she has them in random drawers in her kitchen. Like, what the hell?
Switching movies. What was Robin Williams' character name from Jumanji?
Alan Parrish.
Was it now?
Yeah. Alan.
That
That
would be wrong. That would be wrong.
Alan Parrish.
You're close. Real close.
I thought it was Andy.
No, it is Alan Parrish the second.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
give
because his
that
dad was Alan Parrish. Damn.
Yep. Okay. Sticking with Jumanji, but how long was Alan Parrish the second sucked into the game for?
25 years?
Oh, damn. That's so close. So close, man. That was so good.
24 years.
No, you're going the wrong. Now it's 26 years, but that was. I mean, everybody always says like 30, but you can kind of go. I mean, because he went in.
Because he was like 12 or like 13 when he went in, and he was like, yeah.
My mom's like, so NORAD Parrish. Now we're learning stuff.
Beef got it 26.
Oh yeah, after we said it. No, okay. All right. What movie?
From New Zealand.
Right. He's got that lag.
Yeah, internet takes a second.
What movie did Robin Williams play a sailor looking for his dad?
Popeye?
Yeah, it is Popeye.
I was going to say Popeye, but I thought, no, that can't be.
All about the wording, baby. See, it made you think there for a second. You're like, wait a minute, a sailor? Okay. Switching movies. What cult classic horror film is about aliens that escape an intergalactic prison and accidentally crash land on Earth? I'll read it again. What cult
I was
classic
going to say
horror
that. It's not that. Aliens in
what
the attic.
classic horror film is about aliens that escape an intergalactic prison and accidentally crash on Earth?
Suburban Commando.
Nope.
Oh, that's quite very far.
That's a good guess, though. That was a good guess, though.
It was a good guess.
They were they were on the run, but then nope, he didn't
Is
escape.
it a horror movie or is it a?
It's considered a horror movie, and it is a cult classic. No, not Enemy Mine. But I love that movie, man. We were talking about that one the other night.
Oh, and I said it was the most boring movie I'd ever seen. Yeah.
What was? Did Tim Allen star in it?
No.
Okay, well, fuck.
What Tim Allen movie do you know that he starred in a horror movie? Motherfucker.
Oh, well, it wouldn't be horror. No, that would have been horror.
I want to see that movie. Was that like the sequel to like Home Improvement where he killed a family?
I was thinking. Was it Galaxy Quest?
Reach out to me, John, if you need to. Most people say Aliens and Predators, and it's not Ghoulies, and it's not Aliens versus Predator, or Alien or Predator.
Tremors.
Neither
Critters.
one fit the bill. That's it. Critters.
Critters.
That's Critters.
Oh, wow. Shit.
Critters is in the very beginning of the movie. They escape an intergalactic prison and they crash land on Earth. And the whole rest of the movie, they're being chased by the bounty hunter.
4 or 5 movies. I think that ended up being
7.
7. Oh god.
Okay, so sticking with that theme, what was Leonardo DiCaprio's debut movie? Not what movie made him big. What was his very first movie? His debut movie?
What's Eating Gilbert Grape?
Nope. That was one of the movies that made him big. Huh?
Basketball Diaries?
Nope. That was also another movie that helped make him big. It was around that time.
DiCaprio movie.
No, he's too young for Outsiders.
Leonardo DiCaprio movie that made him
Y'all,
big.
man, y'all missing the whole.
No, it's not Romeo and Juliet. That's
We're
that
kind
one.
of going. We're kind of going with the theme. All these questions have been like
Man in the Iron Mask. I don't know.
if you know it, you know it, or you don't, you don't.
I bet
give you a
it was something when he was a fucking kid.
It's a horror movie.
One of the Friday the 13th?
Sleepwalkers.
Nope.
Sleepwalkers?
I don't know.
No, I don't think it was Sleepwalkers.
Critters.
Langoliers.
Critters.
Read
Yep,
Oh.
and that was my hint. All these questions have been in 2s and 3s. That was the other
I
question.
think I only
was
saw like the first
Three?
one, maybe second one.
that was his very first movie ever on screen was in Critters 3, just like Jennifer Aniston's first appearance was in Leprechaun.
Kid
Was it?
Yep, that was her very.
I think Jennifer Aniston in was Office Space.
Mm-mm. If you had to say like Leonardo DiCaprio's breakout movie, it would have been Who's Eating Gilbert Grape, and a movie that
Gilbert Grape. Yeah, that was.
put him,
Oh God,
put him on the path was
Oh,
basketball.
God.
That's the Basketball Diaries is what got him on Romeo and Juliet. All right. Let's see where we're. Straight Outta Compton was the telling of how NWA made their first album. Whose son played his father in the movie?
Ice Cube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was his son's name? And technically,
His son's name was
Popsicle.
God.
what she says? It's
That's
O'Shea.
That's
It
like
started with a D.
D something.
Dylan
DeAndre.
Jackson,
Yeah.
Diego Jackson.
It's O'Shea Jackson, and that's
O'Shea
actually
Jackson.
I knew it was an
That's it.
abbreviation.
that's actually his name because he's junior. Ice Cube's real name is O'Shea Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so how many James Bond films has there been total?
Yeah, so this question was asked the other day, and somebody said it was 27, But if you count the one with Sean Connery came back, which was not, it was done by MGM, which was not an official one, it's technically 28.
Damn, I was close.
It's 26.
Oh shit!
26.
Is that in counting Never Say Never Again? Because that's the unofficial one where Sean Connery came back.
I don't think it is when I looked it
I
up.
always
I don't.
count that. He's still James Bond. So it's technically 27.
Damn, so close. I
If
literally
it's made by MGM, then because that is the parent company. So
okay. Side question: who was your favorite Bond?
Daniel Craig.
Who'd you say, Matt Spidey?
Connery.
Oh, mine was Roger Moore.
I like all of them though. I like Pierce Brosnan.
I did like all of them. I mean, there was nobody who was bad. Well, even George Lazenby. I like George Lazenby just because of the fact he did one movie.
I mean, I like
it's. You got to do this.
I like.
He was like, "Fuck off."
I like certain things from him, but to me, Daniel Craig, those movies are just they fit. To me,
he's the most brutal out of all the Bonds. I would yeah, he was so brutal. Oh god!
But it's just the way they've shot the movies.
Suave.
Mm-hmm. But it's like they lost. They he gained the brutality and stuff, and he lost the whole.
The only reason I like Roger Moore is because Roger Moore played like there was a part in what was the one with Christopher Walken in it? Who was Christopher Walken was the bad guy?
Oh.
Fuck, what is that one?
Octopussy? No,
it's the one right before.
Anyway, in that movie, there was a part where like the girl got out and she was supposed to be like a foreman or something of a construction site, and she was wearing heels, and the construction worker looked down, and like Roger Moore was like, "Women's lib," and I was just like, "That's fucking hilarious," because he was just playing that shit up, like it was just so like blasé or some shit like that, like the way he played it off.
All right, hold on. We got to take a break real quick because I got to make some coffee real quick. So we're going to have like a 1 minute break where we can go to the bathroom or whatever and do whatever. Sorry, chat, but yeah, I mean, this is the best way I can do it because we're still doing.
Christopher Walken was the villain in a fucking Bond movie. Hold on, I'll go.
Google that while we're doing that. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna smoke.
Sorry, everybody.
Coming along.
Did everybody leave?
Yeah, we're all taking a 2 minute break. Want to get a coffee one, and then everybody's going to drop off. Well, we're only going to be gone for a minute.
We should have put on hold music.
Yeah, like what shit?
Gummy Bears. You were singing it before.
Ow. Elbow. I should have put on
The Naruto song. Naruto song.
yeah, I was gonna say I should have put that on, but I should have brought my phone out with me anyway to walk another 100 meters.
Yeah.
Or 20 meters or whatever.
That's it. A View to a Kill. A View to a Kill. Christopher Walken was the villain in the movie.
What movie was it?
A View to a Kill.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love this fucking movie. Grace Jones was in this movie. Roger Moore was the Bond. Who was the main chick in the movie?
Look, John wants you to play like a little bit of the guitar while we're waiting. He's asked you like 4 times.
I do not have an amp right now. I have been shopping for the amp that I want, and I want the amp that I want, but every time I turn around, I either can't find the amp head, it's not in stock, or I can't find a cabinet to go with it. I'm looking for a PV6505 MH. It's a 20-watt tube head. It's not even that big of a deal, and I can't find one anywhere. Like I might even have to just go on Reverb and buy one used.
Yeah.
As much as I hate it, like because I don't know what I'm gonna get from somebody sending me a tube amp from wherever, you know. But yeah,
Yeah.
Hit or kill,
yeah. Amazing soundtrack, by the way, as well. Duran Duran.
Oh yeah. Look, there's a platypus, everybody. It's back.
What is the kitty's name?
Oh, that's the second one. The first one's Yoshi, and the other one's Rogue.
Yoshi and Rogue.
Brother and sister.
Puss.
Puss.
Yeah.
Stairway,
Cat's
bro. To be honest, I hate to say this, but I'm not a huge fan of what's his face.
Who?
See, I don't even know his name. I can't even remember his name right now, and I'm drunk.
Who are you talking about?
Zeppelin guitar player.
Oh, Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page. I think Jimmy Page is sloppy as shit.
Have I slept?
Yeah,
it's not even 8 p.m.
Yeah, for him.
It's in another
Like,
day.
yeah. For me, it's 3:44 in the morning.
Yeah, it's 2:40 for me.
Yeah, and I'm over here sipping on some old granddad and Coke.
Kira Spurs were crazy.
I was thinking about just getting a plug-in for the computer and then just getting a modeling thing on my computer, but I don't want to go that route. I want to do it actual mic into amp. I want to do it naturally.
I'm making my coffee, so I gotta give me a second.
So I'll play some. I should have left some hold music on when we all left.
Right.
I mean, with Mike's background, we have to play some black metal.
Yeah, I was gonna.
We have to play some like Emperor or some like Nora and Rad, are you going to come to the Comic Crawl next year in Greenville, South Carolina?
I know you're gonna stop it.
Norin, yeah, you got to come to the Comic Crawl with us next year, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be me, Southpaw Brad, Astro Wizard, Circumstances. Mike, are you coming?
I don't know.
He has no idea.
If they've got dollar bins, you'll go.
He like literally the day that I'm picking it is like a National Comic Book Day. So he'll literally pull out like a basement floor full of long boxes and be like everything in them is $1. So you could pull some fucking gold out of those if you want to. But Nora, you got to come. Come on, man. Come on. You're in Atlanta. You're like 2 hours away. I go see Braves games that far away.
Yeah, for me it'd be like an 18-hour drive.
Yeah, for him it'd be a flight. Circumstances is even thinking about driving. He's like, I'm going to drive from Kansas City so I don't have to ship them back. I can just drive them back in my car. And I was like, dude, don't do that. Like, just, you know.
Yeah, the only person I could probably get to in 18 hours. Oh, yeah, I could probably drive to see Lee from Whack Comics in 18 hours.
What about Simon? Simon
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the same area.
Okay, Melbourne. Yeah.
If I was at work and he was at work, it'd take me 2.5 minutes.
Where's Lee at? Sydney?
Lee's in Brisbane.
Brisbane?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay. All right, cool.
He's over by Melbourne.
Norton, it's not a Comic-Con. It's literally I mean, you can come to SC Comic-Con if you want, but you know, look, Sydney, Melbourne, Sydney, everybody's just naming off big names. Like
No, they're all on the same side. Like
Melbourne's at the bottom.
Yeah, because there's me, Simon, Sarah, the Talking Pop Culture guys, Direct Market Variant guys. We're all in Melbourne. Lee's in Brisbane. Think Geek Theory's in Sydney, and Werewolf by Lunchtime is in Perth. So he's actually the furthest away.
I only know like 3 of the people well, 4 of the people you named.
No one has a pet kangaroo.
I wish I had a pet kangaroo.
Actually, kangaroos are probably really fucking dangerous to try to like approach.
You can go to like a animal sanctuary sort of thing.
Yeah, petting zoo or whatever.
And you can pat them and all that sort of stuff, but
Yeah.
they're obviously being tamed and all that sort of stuff. So
Yeah, but like if you try to approach a wild kangaroo, it'll
nah,
fuck
forget
you
it.
up.
They will kick your ass.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have seen the footage of the guy who like punched one when it attacked his dog.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming if you hit him hard enough, he's gonna feel it. But at the same time, man, I wouldn't. You better have a good lick in you, you know.
Because they
Right.
like
Is
the
it
claws,
true?
the
Is
claws
it
on their
true
hands
that
or on their
Lee's
paws or
uncle
whatever.
is Tom Taylor?
Tom Taylor's in Melbourne too.
Okay. Well, is that
But
Lee's
if I
uncle?
drive to Tom's, I know what suburb he lives in.
Did you hear what he said though? He said it wasn't true that Lee is his like nephew, that Tom Taylor is his uncle. I don't think so. I think they're around the same age.
Yeah, probably. Because I mentioned one time on the stream, they said, "What comic book creator would you like to fight?" And I was like, I mean, Tom Taylor seems like the only one who would be a decent fight. Like, you know, he's not old, he's not, you know,
he's a big
he
pussy
seems
cat.
like
He's a big
strapped.
guy.
He's a
He's a
big
big
fucking
guy.
dude.
He's not that tall though, but he's
No.
he's
He's
solid,
right.
but he's not a
Yeah, he's a solid dude. Yeah, he's kind of built. So like, and Lee was like, he's my uncle. He would kick your ass, and I was like, I've had some training. I mean, lifting weights and fighting training is 2 different things. Like, you know, there's plenty of strong guys who probably couldn't fight worth a shit.
Hey,
yeah, one of the nicest guys. Like he'll
No
get
problem. I'd love to meet him. Like, dude, he's an incredible writer, and I'd love to meet him. Like, he seems like a really, really cool guy.
he's got like 3.
I've been
Three
in
of us.
conversations with Tom like hundreds of times, but I've never actually spoken to him one-on-one. Like, you know, you walk past, go, hey, how you going? And whatever. And because usually, like, if it's the artist that I know, I'll usually jump behind the tables and just sit with them and just chill out and stuff like that. You know, and talk with Tom and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I've never actually just sat with Tom and spoken to him.
Okay. Now, I believe Steve Irwin could have taken Tom Taylor.
Oh, Steve Irwin could kick anybody's ass if he was still alive.
This dude wrestles alligators. Okay, he's not worried about fighting people.
Crocodiles.
Well, crocodiles. Yeah, crocodiles, which are tougher than alligators.
And a hell of a lot bigger.
Yeah, hell of a lot bigger. Hell of a lot bigger.
Size.
Saltwater ones definitely. The freshwater ones are smaller, but the saltwater ones can be.
Saltwater ones get to be like what, 20
They're
feet?
like, yeah,
and
because
the rest.
our alligators will only get like maybe 10, 12 feet, something like that. I mean, we've had big ones, but you know, alligators only get so
Our
big.
saltwater crocodiles can get up to about 30 feet.
I was about to say alligators. Even the big ones are only like 15 feet.
I don't think he does. Does Tom Taylor box? I don't think so. He's
Actually,
Like,
if I
don't know, to be perfectly honest.
was about to say, if I would guess, I would think that Tom Taylor takes jujitsu. From
I
his
think he
size,
just
from his
I don't know.
size, he'd be either a wrestler or jujitsu.
Yeah, Greg Capullo, he's a meat axe and a
Greg
half.
Capullo.
Yeah, it's
Same
best
thing.
friend Zach fucking Wild. Like, I mean,
All right, y'all ready
back,
for the
back to the questions.
Yeah. In the movie Seven, what was in the box?
Oh, you already
that was
asked.
White's head.
Gwyneth Paltrow's head, if you want to be
Mhm,
exact.
Yeah,
But
Okay.
but there was supposed to be the
Schrodinger's cat.
entendre of a note instead of
Okay.
the head sort of thing.
Wait, what
In the
was it?
movie, it was supposed to be a note from
Kevin Spacey's character.
yeah, Kevin Spacey's character to the director, and like it was
So
just,
he was just trying to get it and kill him.
huh?
He was just trying
No,
to
no,
get
no.
it.
It was like a behind the scenes. There was really something in the box. Like there was never really Gwyneth Paltrow's head in the box, of
Oh, well,
course.
yeah.
But like
Okay,
when
yeah.
they filmed the scene, there was like literally a piece of paper in the box, and it said something like that Kevin Spacey, or it was something that the director wrote to Kevin Spacey, or back and forth. I can't remember the story, but um, I remembered it yesterday when I did or whenever I did the challenge. I don't know. In the movie Free Guy, where did Ryan Reynolds work?
He's in
Oh,
a
yeah,
bank, but I haven't seen it, but I know he works in a bank.
I have no idea. I haven't
yeah,
seen it either.
he works in a bank. And so you wouldn't know the next question, but it was, what did he want to buy in the movie? And it was kind of a basic movie. He just
Shoes.
wanted to, yeah, some shoes. Did you all see
I'm
that?
assuming
I saw that bit, but I haven't seen the movie.
I'm assuming Paul Hogan was an actual tough guy.
All right,
No.
and in Jungle Cruise, y'all seen that one? Jungle Cruise.
Yeah.
Okay, in Jungle Cruise, what was Dr. Lily?
The flower, the iris or thing, whatever. That's what you're going for.
Yeah, you remember that one?
I remember that one.
Damn it.
I was about to say I don't think I've ever even seen Jungle Cruise.
300. You remember that? Did we do all these?
I
this
remember the
300
300 questions. Yeah, the 300
The
questions.
iPad guy.
Yeah, the
Ready?
iPad guy. Yeah.
Okay, so that might be where we ended the challenge right there, and is where you came in.
Okay.
Because all the rest of them are like that. I mean, there's only like 4 other questions. There's 2 more Ready Player One and 2 Indian or 3
Oh
Indian.
yeah, because I got the Ohio question, the Columbus, Ohio question.
Oh, yeah, Stacks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stacks.
Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah, dude, you need to like have one on a day that I don't work. I'd be down. Like I was watching it and I was like, dude, this is fucking good. Like this is like great.
Well, I'm gonna do more. I just gotta come up with questions.
All right. Well, maybe we should start coming up with some random questions then. What was Kenshin's surname in Rurouni Kenshin?
Oh wow.
Batosa.
No, that was his like nickname.
What organization did Spike Spiegel work for before he was a bounty hunter?
Well,
That was
the Syndicate.
The Syndicate, yeah.
Yeah.
And the answer to my question was Himura.
Oh yeah, Hamura. Yeah.
Because he was called like Himura.
Yeah. No, I know what you're. I thought you were talking about nickname.
In Three Ninjas, what was the name of the kids?
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember.
Huey, and Dewey.
I've seen that movie once. That was more like my brother's.
I love Three Ninjas. I had that on VHS. I wore that shit.
I saw all of them. I saw Three Ninjas and Surf's Up. I saw the second one. I mean,
actually, a funny story. A buddy of mine named John lived in California, and he lived in California originally. He lived in Carlsbad, but he ended up partying everywhere. He was at a party one time where the guy from Surf Ninjas was at the party, and the guy was being really boisterous about it. You know, I was in Surf Ninjas. I'm this badass dude, this, that, and the other. And John was finally just like, I don't think you're that tough. And he's like, really? You think you can take me? And my friend John beat his ass, like at a party in front of a group like a big ass full of people. And I was just like, are you serious? And he was like, dude, I'm serious. Like, he was like, it happened. Like, he was just really being boisterous about, you know, I was on Surf Ninjas, and he was like, I mean, I fought my whole life.
Freaky Louis.
My whole life. I was a little guy when I grew up. Like, I don't give a shit about karate. Like,
Freaky Louis met him like 3 times.
Name three actors that were in The Outsiders.
oh God, Patrick Swayze, Johnny Depp, and Matt Dillon.
Yeah, I can name Patrick Swayze. I can name
Emilio
all
Estevez.
Yeah. You got Emilio Estevez, like Patrick Swayze. It was
Johnny Depp's first movie.
Ralph Macchio.
Ralph Macchio, yeah.
Not Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp's not the movie. And Johnny Depp's first movie was Nightmare on Elm Street.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, it was Nightmare on Elm Street. That's right.
No, you're thinking of, he's from Parks and Rec. What's his name?
Oh, you're thinking of C. Thomas Howell.
No, not
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, he was Soda Pop.
Yeah.
I'm thinking one of the
So,
old.
who's going to see the new Batman movie in March?
Me.
I'll say it eventually. I still haven't
Like-
seen Venom 2 or Eternals yet.
Venom
That's
2.
because we couldn't go to the cinemas because of lockdown.
You could just wait on Venom 2. Eternals, I don't know yet. But Venom 2, you're not missing anything. It was okay, but you're not
I was
missing.
about to say, I
still-
did not
still
hear
need to say
good
everything.
things about Eternals. I was done
Oh,
with
there's
Eternals.
a good question. There's for music and movies. Who was the main guy that Ralph Macchio like dueled against? Guitar dueled
Steve
in
Vai.
Crossroads. Well done.
Yeah. I'm a huge Steve Vai fan. I love all that shit. Okay. I tell you what. All right, here's your good one, Mad Spidey. Since you like this kind of music. All right. So a lot of people know who oh God. Now I can't remember his name.
You're not going to think of Joe Satriani.
Okay, Joe Satriani, right? That was who I was thinking of. Joe Satriani, everybody knows, is famous playing guitar. He did Surfing with the Silver Surfer album and all that good stuff. Who did he teach to play guitar?
Oh, God.
There's a very famous guitar player that he taught to play guitar.
Slash?
No.
Yeah. Tom Perry.
Nope.
Eddie Van
Lon.
Halen?
Nope.
Twiggy.
Nope. Twiggy is actually a really good guitar player, but no.
I know that's what I'm naming all famous. I don't know.
What, more recent or like are we talking 80s or 90s?
Like, this guy is in one of the biggest heavy metal bands to ever fucking exist.
Kirk Hammett?
Yes.
Who?
Kirk Hammett was a student of Joe Satriani's before he joined Exodus.
Yeah, so I did not know that.
Yeah. Joe Satriani taught
Metallica
Kirk
guy.
Hammett how to play guitar. He was a guitar teacher of Kirk Hammett
Metallica.
before he joined Exodus and then became Metallica, you know. Look, beef it, Metallica guy.
Just trying to think of.
David Lee Roth is actually a samurai.
No, it's not.
He
No
moved
one's-
to Japan and learned how to sword fight from like Japanese sword masters and shit.
I'd kick his ass.
Probably
Right.
good. Probably good. But I still wouldn't want to be in front of him with a sword.
It sounds like a Steven Seagal story to me.
Like it's legit thing. Like I didn't believe it either, and then I seen like a picture of David Lee Roth with no shirt on, and he's covered in fucking Japanese tattoos that he got when he moved to Japan, like from his waist all the way up.
Oh, yeah.
It's insane. It's the crazy. I was like, David Lee Roth, like the guy who, David Lee Roth inspired what fictitious musician on a cartoon show?
David Lee Roth?
Yeah.
Oh, not the one with bloody was it Rockstar or whatever?
Close. Close.
Because Rockstar was the one with Tom Cruise, wasn't it?
No. This is not only was he fictitious, but he inspired a cartoon character.
You
Fictitious.
said cartoon. Like what cartoon?
Metapocalypse.
I
Huh?
don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh,
David Lee
Metal.
Roth was the inspiration for Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. Yeah, the whole leotard jumping around, I even did the voice for Dr. Roxo. The whole, if you've ever watched Metapocalypse, the voice, where he does the singing and stuff, that's David Lee Roth. He was making fun of him fucking self.
I got other I got music questions. Name like America had the whole thing with Cuba, right? And we've had that kind of forever. Name the first American band that was allowed to play live at Cuba. Who was the first? And they went down in Guinness Book World Record as being the first Americans to touch base on Cuban soil since that time.
That would have been what, 80s?
No,
No, it would have been
a lot more recent than you think. The Cuban thing over here. The Cuban thing was like I want to say 60s to 70s. So it
Yeah.
was
Recent.
yeah.
It's not,
Well, not recent, but more recent than
so
it's
90s,
2000s.
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 I don't know.
It's Audio Slave, Chris Cornell.
Oh wow, I would have never guessed that.
hmm name the first American band, and they're famous for it. But name the first American band that broke the culture boundary between Mexico and America during our border wars with them. And it was, I can tell you, it was during the '90s. Yeah, I've mentioned them a bunch though.
I was about to
But
say Guns N' Roses.
no, they have a famous live performance there for this live performance. I
Metallica?
saw. Yeah, Metallica. And they were the
Oh wow,
first.
yeah, because they played in Mexico City. They did the live shit Ninja Purge Mexico City.
They because a lot of these has to do with the last performer that played before them. That's why they weren't allowed. But Metallica was the first one to actually get them to sanction an American band.
What was Peter Frampton's original band that made him famous named?
That
There you go.
think- what is it?
What was it?
No,
What
I
did you
just said
say?
how you going back, like as in back in time, sort of thing.
I don't
Peter
know.
Frampton he originally was in a band that got him famous before he got a solo contract.
I don't
Wasn't it
remember.
Who, was he?
Mm-mm.
No.
He was actually in one of the it was in a band that was considered one of the heaviest bands, like bands that started heavy as far as like heavy music.
Not Black Sabbath.
Kiss?
No, it was older than all that.
I don't know.
It's a band called Humble Pie.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he was the guitar player for Humble Pie. I can give you all kind of obscure music questions. What was the name of Sammy Hagar's first band that got him famous?
Mm-hmm.
Montrose.
Oh, that I did know. That I did know.
Yeah, and yeah, it's really funny because the first time I heard Montrose, I was like, dude, this reminds me of like Zeppelin meets Deep Purple. Like it was really good. Like it was
Montrose
shockingly
is a suburb here in Melbourne.
good.
What was the answer for which one's
Name any other guitar player from Kiss besides Ace Frehley.
Oh God, Tommy Thayer. Oh God, Vinnie Vincent.
It was probably the only other longest guitar player out of all of them, besides Ace.
Wouldn't be Tommy?
Bruce Kulick.
Oh yeah, Bruce. Oh man, I forgot about Bruce. Holy shit.
Because it was pretty much like all through the 80s and half of the 90s, I think.
Oh, yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah. I can get look, Mike's starting to write shit down. He's writing down music questions right now. Like writing down this shit. He's like, this is great. This is obscure as fuck.
I wouldn't. I don't like researching stuff.
What musician was Rob Halford singing when KK Downing first heard him and invited him to play in Judas Priest?
Mm-hmm.
That's way
You're
too.
Never gonna guess it because it's something really ridiculous.
I didn't even understand half of that question.
It is Doris Day.
What was Eric Clapton's Black Stratocaster?
Oh, that's easy. I'm not even gonna answer this because it's just so obvious.
I don't actually know that.
I don't know.
Blackie.
Yeah, oh,
Blackie. He had a black one and then he had a sunburst one named Brownie.
Really?
It was really that easy.
Name the song that Eric Clapton did when his son died.
Do what?
Oh, that's
Name the song that Eric Clapton did when his son died.
What's the name of that song? Here in Heaven.
Yeah.
Here.
Let's see. What was
And it was.
Name the band. Name the band that was. Oh God. Name the band that was Eric Clapton's first big band.
Oh, that was Derek and the Dominoes.
Yeah.
Before that,
No? So before that, yes, I didn't even know that.
Cream.
Oh,
No.
that's right.
I don't know.
Cream.
I forgot about Cream.
Yeah, he was in Cream. It was Cream. He was in him, Ginger Baker, and Bruce. Oh God, can't remember Bruce's last name.
Because I remember, because everybody thinks that Layla is a Eric Clapton song, but it's a Derek and the Dominoes song.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
it was a Derek and the Dominoes song, but basically,
Yeah, it was coined as his, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote it because it was a love song for George Harrison's wife.
Hmm.
And George Harrison's wife ended up leaving him for Eric Clapton, and then they had a son, and the son is the one that fell out of the hotel room that inspired Tears of Heaven. It's a weird ass circle, man. It's a weird music circle. It's crazy how that shit works out. Name two. Okay, well, how would I ask this? How could you ask this?
The first singer for Aerosmith.
Oh, damn! I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know. There was somebody before Steve Tyler.
I don't know who that was. I don't know anybody before Steve Tyler.
I don't remember his name, but there was I suck for asking that question because I don't remember the name. But there was a singer before Steve Tyler, and he's famous for singing like "Dream On." Everybody always assumes that it's Tyler Perry that sings that song, and it's not. It's the original song.
You got Tyler Perry on
yeah, the Blues Breakers. I do remember that. The Blues Breakers was the thing with Eric Clapton.
Yeah. It's like I didn't even know there was a lead singer before Bruce Dickinson in Iron Maiden. I didn't even know.
Oh yeah, Paul Di'Anno. I love Paul Di'Anno. He was the first album. Yeah, the first album for Maiden was Paul Di'Anno. I love Paul Di'Anno. I think his vocals were great. I mean, Bruce Dickinson's better, but I like Paul Di'Anno. He just had a bad heroin.
What else is Bruce Dickinson well known for?
Do what?
What else is Bruce Dickinson well known for?
Oh, I have no idea.
He's nuts. No, I don't know.
For being an airplane pilot.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one that actually flies their own.
Yeah, he flies their plane. What is the name of Iron Maiden's plane?
Eddie the airplane? I've got no idea.
It's close. That's really close. It's called Eddie One.
Yeah.
Eddie One.
I should have just said Eddie.
So like Air Force One, but Eddie One. Okay, name two obscure bands that the Rolling Stones toured with.
Oh, God.
Completely out of their genre. You would never, I'm telling you, if you don't know it, you're never going to guess them. And I'd love to see the chat if they were going to nail any of this.
Prince in Chicago.
Nope. That's kind of out there, though. That's close.
Journey.
There's probably some Aussie bands.
You got to think the 60s. Who was around in the 60s and the 70s who were huge, who were not
Mama and the Papas. Mama and the Papas, and I don't know.
The Rolling Stones toured with B.B. King, and they toured with Charlie Daniels Band.
I've never heard of that.
That makes sense.
Yes, and it was really funny. There's a poster that I want. That's a poster of B.B. King standing there with Lucille slung over his back, and he's standing face to face with Mick Jagger, and Mick Jagger's standing there with like scarves and all skinny and shit, and like they're just staring each other down. And I was just like, oh my God, like, could you imagine going to see Rolling Stones and like it's Rolling Stones and B.B. King, or Rolling Stones and Charlie Daniels Band? Like, it makes no sense. Like,
oh, I don't know. I love Billy Corgan and Smashing Pumpkins. I didn't know
he owns NWA Wrestling.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He's a huge wrestling fan. He owns NWA Wrestling.
I'll say.
Just bought all that.
I'll say Oklahoma City.
Who bought all that?
I thought The Rock did, and he's trying to buy WWE.
No, Billy Corgan owns NWA. He owns the wrestling organization NWA. NWA Power that's running right now, that's Billy Corgan. He worked for a minute for TNA. He worked for a minute for TNA, but he split off for him and he bought NWA. Basketball team.
That's why I thought Thunder.
It would have to be the Bulls because he's from Chicago.
Hey, Billy Corgan's Californian.
He's from Chicago. The Smashing Pumpkins originally started in Chicago. They were a Chicago band.
That was Seattle.
Yeah, he's from Chicago.
Hmm.
His dad,
he
even said on, I saw him on Joe Rogan's podcast. His dad was a huge drug dealer in Chicago. He was a musician too, but his dad was a huge drug dealer in Chicago.
Come on, Noran, we want to know the answer.
I don't know. I have no idea. That's true that he also owns the NWA. Yeah.
What was
the Knicks? He owns the Knicks. He's part owner of the Knicks. So it's like him and Jay-Z. That's unusual. I didn't know that.
What was Motley Crue's first name?
Oh my God.
Mott.
Mm.
Right? Billy Corgan brought a basketball team? Like, I did not know that.
I did not know that at all. I'm going to Google that.
He's one of my subscribers. Like, he might show up.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is.
Motley Crue's
Can't
first
ever
name.
talk to him.
It's not the one that's like based on the Netflix thing, The Dirt. I got no idea.
What? No, that's The Dirt. You're talking about like that's Woody Harrelson. No, was Billy in that?
What?
No, that the rockumentary thing on Netflix.
Oh
is
yeah,
called
for
The Dirt.
Motley Crue was The Dirt.
The Dirt.
I don't remember.
That was Woody Harrelson.
Long shareholder. The fuck?
No, he's saying that he's a large shareholder.
Oh.
He doesn't own, but he's a large shareholder.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Billy, what's his name?
He said
Jay-Z
learn
was part of it too.
a Joe Rogan podcast.
Yeah, dude, he spilled all his shit on Joe Rogan's podcast. He said one of the first things he did when he got his big check from being a like famous musician was he went to a Ferrari dealership. He walked in and the guy's like, "How are you going to pay for this car?" And he's like, "Cash." And he just did it so he could pay cash for a fucking car.
Robert?
Yeah,
He was Robert.
His name was.
What's
Hey, Joe. Man. Yeah,
was
that's right.
Was it Christmas?
Yeah, it's Christmas. So it rings a bell now. Okay, here's one for Tylox. You probably know this, and I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'll try it anyway. Who was the first heavy metal guitarist to have his own signature series of guitars?
I want to say it's Fender, and I want to say it's Yngwie Malmsteen.
I probably, and as I said, I could be totally wrong with this. I actually thought it was Kerry King
From Slayer.
Yeah, the
BC
Flying
Rich?
V signature guitars.
BC
I
Rich?
thought it was Dave Grohl.
No, Dave Grohl's only been playing guitar since he's only been famous for playing guitar since like Foo Fighters.
But yeah, Kerry King had his own line of signature guitar, Flying V signature guitars from BC Rich back in the mid to late 90s, I think. There could have been somebody before that, but there's Dime was sponsored by Dean from like back in the there was a story that Dimebag Darrell was he was banned from playing in guitar competitions that were sponsored by Dean Guitars because he already won like 3 Dean MLs from winning sponsored guitar competitions. So Dean was like, you can no longer and that ended up getting him a sponsorship because they were like, you already own like 3 of these. You've won 3 in a row, like sponsorships. And he had already bought a few of them too. And so that was like the late 80s when that happened. Because Pantera. I probably should have reiterated on the question.
Yngwie Malmsteen
signature series that regular people could buy.
I was about to say Yngwie Malmsteen had a signature Fender Strat since like '88, right before he got. A matter of fact, he was the first person. Yngwie Malmsteen was the first person to get a signature Fender model right before Eric Clapton. It was him and then Clapton right after. And that's something that he really, really boasts nowadays because
They could general public buy them though.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you buy a cream colored Strat, that was like a pro model, like a USA pro model. It was a Ying V signature Strat, and that was
Yeah,
like
I thought it was a bit of a loaded question, but
it's real
Who was
hinky.
the
It's real
first
hinky.
musician to
I
publish?
know that Metallica played Gibson's and wanted to get sponsored by Gibson, but Gibson's one of them highfalutin companies, so they switched to ESP. ESP said, "We'll give you whatever the hell you want. Like, you guys are Metallica. What do you guys want? Tell us what you want. We'll give you whatever you want." But I don't remember when that exactly was. I think that was like the early '90s or some shit like that.
yeah, because I'm pretty sure in the one film clip, I think Kirk Hammett was he had a Gibson, I think.
Yeah, they originally played V's, like Gibson V's. Matter of fact, if you really want to look into it, I'm pretty sure Judas Priest had signature series with like Hamer back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That would have been really early.
Hamer was big on sponsoring people.
Don't be calling out Robert John. He's getting there.
What did Jonathan Davis from Korn name his son? Oh, I know this. I actually know this, and I can't remember what it is.
I used to know this because I've seen his story.
Corn cob?
No.
No, it's
Is it
Is
something
it Cal?
stupid?
it's
Is it
something
Cal-
obscure. It's something really weird. It's something.
Kal-El?
It might be, to be honest. Yeah, because with a scalloped fretboard. Yeah, like he had scalloped fretboards on all Ying V's guitars and shit like that. It was like a signature thing. Like Cornwallis.
Cornwallis.
Are you serious? Please tell me
No.
that child is not named Cornwallis.
It's not Cornwallis. Wait for NORAD. Dude.
I was about to say, please, God, tell me it's not Cornwallis. One word.
Well, Cornwallis is one word. That doesn't help. How many syllables? 13? He's got some.
Shenanigans. His name is Shenanigans. Shenanigans Davis.
Pirate?
Davis. Oh my God. I'd believe it.
Celebrities go nuts.
I feel bad.
What was the original singer for Faith No More?
Oh, God. So it's not Patton. He was the second one.
I don't know.
I want to make sure I get his last name right.
I don't even.
Well, if you're already saying that, then I've got no clue.
Right?
Well, I mean, it's his first name is something that's simple. It's not. It's literally like, oh yeah, Korn still tours. Yeah, they totally still tour. I've seen them twice. The first time I saw them, they were because there was only 4 of them, and they were doing the whole Twisted Transistor shit.
It's not the whole
group. Second time I saw them, there's 5 of them, and they did nothing but the first album and the second album and like 2 songs from like the third album, and that was phenomenal.
Who's not alive? I think all the members.
Yeah, the original lead singer for Faith No More.
Oh,
he's not alive anymore. He's dead.
Oh.
Chuck Mosley.
That's it. Yep, Chuck Mosley. Yeah, I want to make sure.
You cheated.
Yeah. Chuck Mosley. He did the We Care a Lot. We Care a Lot was Chuck Mosley. That was what got him signed. And then the next album that they did was Mike Patton, Epic,
which had Epic on it. And...
name all of Mike Patton's bands.
No, no idea.
There's Faith No More. There's Mr. Bungle. There's Lovage, which Lovage, if you've never heard it, is Lovage. Lovage is Mike Patton, Isaac Hayes, Tori Amos, and somebody else. And then there's what was the other? Tomahawk. Tomahawk's incredible. God. Yeah, Mr. Bungle. There it goes. Look, Mr. Bungle. Mr. Bungle's weird as shit. They're like lounge music.
Tomahawk.
I like how after you say it, then about 2 seconds later, then Beeford writes it in. You must be just a really fast typer.
His music is extremely weird and it's extremely diverse. It's incredible.
Nah.
Yes, I'm always better at the movie trivia generally than what I am with the
Yeah,
music
see, I
trivia.
don't know, like music trivia, and like I think the best like is like maybe name songs off of albums or lyrics or because me, I don't really remember people's names. A bunch of these bands I do know, but like I and like some famous music, like
Slash tried out originally for what hair metal band and got turned down.
mm,
And they're a
Poison.
major hair metal band. They're the hair
Judas
metal band.
Priest.
No,
Poison.
Poison.
Uh,
He tried out for Poison, and they said he didn't have the right look they were looking for. And then he
wasn't
walked
right.
out, and CC
like
DeVille
if
walked
you
in.
talk about the guy that does have the right look for Poison,
And
like
CC, and like when CC was walking in, Slash was walking out, and Slash immediately looked at CC and said, "That's the guy they're gonna hire." Because apparently Slash showed up wearing like some slip-on moccasins and a pair of jeans or something like that. He played his ass off. He was really good. He just didn't have the look that they wanted. He didn't have the top hat. He wasn't wearing cowboy boots. He wasn't wearing the skinny jeans.
9 albums.
13. I'm guessing. I don't know.
I'm gonna
Check
go 9.
Hate to count on YouTube.
Load, reload. I mean, you want to count S&M, S&M2, Hardwired.
The Garage album.
Yeah, I was about to say, okay, I can probably name them. Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master, which is the best one. And Justice for All, Garage Days, Black Album, Garage Days Revisited, Load, Reload, S&M, Saint Anger, Hardwired, S&M2. So, yeah, 13.
Yes, I might got it. Yeah, I was nowhere near it.
I was gonna say like 11, but I think we're still missing one. Wasn't there like?
They did an album. They did an album with what's his name from Lou Reed. They did an album with Lou Reed where Lou Reed did all the lyrics and all the vocals, and Metallica was his backing band. But it was fucking horrible. It was the worst thing you've ever heard in your entire
Did
life.
Metallica do the symphony thing they did? Did they do that into an album?
Yeah, they did 2 of those. They did S&M and S&M2. They just recently did another one.
Because I actually have S&M.
Well, I mean, if metal up your ass, if you want to count like stuff like that, their EP that got them signed was called No Life Till Leather. I even know that. Like, I'm a huge Metallica head. Love Metallica.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was thinking that. I think there's one more.
Oh, yeah, I did miss Death Magnetic.
Yeah, I feel like
I missed that. It wasn't even that bad.
Slash
started out in LA Guns. Did he really start in LA Guns? I liked LA Guns. Huh, that's unusual. I know weird stuff like Exodus was pretty much the first thrash band. There was Exodus, and then right after that, they inspired Metallica. Metallica started right up after that. And then Megadeth. Megadeth wasn't a thing until after. Slayer originally started out in LA. Slayer were kind of like, they were an LA band. They wore eyeliner and had big hair, and then they started, but they had a heavier sound. And then they started playing in San Francisco with all the heavier sounding bands like Exodus and Metallica. And when they got there, Exodus was like, hey, all this eyeliner bullshit and big hair, fucking, you got to stop that shit. That's not happening around here. You guys will not last like 2 weeks up here.
Oh, I don't think so. Best of compilation album. Does that count for the group? I don't think so.
No. The greatest hits. That doesn't count. I mean, if you want to count that, there's a Metallica album called Fade to Bluegrass where bluegrass bands cover Metallica.
No, because that's just cover bands. That don't count specifically.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to count, best of, there's like, all kinds of stuff.
But like if that counted.
John Mayer is popular because he's actually a really good blues player. I mean, he's so good at playing blues that Renee Martinez, who is Stevie Ray Vaughan's old guitar technician, is now John Mayer's guitar tech.
I don't know John Mayer, not offhand.
Body is a Wonderland. Your body is a wonderland. He actually is a really phenomenal blues player. He plays the shit out of blues. But he's like, I guess you would count him as like pop or something like that. He's only had like pop hits and stuff like that.
But going back to the compilation thing,
Guns N'
like
Roses.
because they've done remastered ones, so you could say the remastered ones would count because technically they're studio releases. But I mean, it's the same albums. They're just
I've got an obscure one. Well, it's not obscure. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. What film clip and artist made Courtney Cox famous?
Oh, Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA.
Nope.
No, it wasn't.
You got the right artist, but the wrong song.
Bruce Springsteen. It was the. Why am I thinking Dancing with Myself? That's not it.
Dancing in the Dark.
Dancing in the Dark. Yes,
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Like, yeah.
It's funny what comes to you when you go for a smoke.
Correct. He is crap. No.
I don't think I know John Mayer. I mean, I probably do. I just
John Mayer is an actual really good blues player, and his technician.
I only know like one of his songs.
Yeah, like Renee Martinez, who used to be the guitar tech for Stevie Ray Vaughan, is John Mayer's guitar tech. Matter of fact, John Mayer, when he plays live, some of the gear, some of the heads, the guitar heads he plays through are some of Stevie Ray Vaughan's old guitar heads.
Well, then you're a guitarist guy. You probably know this is probably an easy question for you. Who is the current guitarist for Bruce Springsteen, and what band did he used to be in?
I have no idea because I don't like Springsteen.
Tom Morello?
Oh, for real?
Rage Against the Machine.
I would never have guessed that Tom Morello plays for Bruce Springsteen.
In the A Street Band.
That's really crazy.
So he went from Audio Slave to working for Bruce Springsteen. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, that's not it. No, he went from Prophets of Rage to Bruce Springsteen.
Unless he's changed again. But the last time when he actually, because I think he came out here, I think, just before COVID or something like that. And yeah, Tom Morello.
You sure he wasn't just filling in?
No. He's been on. He's been playing with him for a couple of years, as far as I know. It might, as I said, it might have changed, but he was playing with him for quite a while.
It's really funny because he said that when he started out, he was trying to make the ultimate guitar. And so he took like bits and pieces from all these different guitars, trying to make this guitar sound fucking amazing. And then after a while, he was just like, you know what? This thing's just going to sound how it's going to sound. There's no amount of putting shit on it that's going to make it sound any better. And he kind of just figured out that his sound's in his hands and the way he plays. Like he's not going to, like you're not going to put a bridge on it that makes it sound better. You're not going to put tuners on it that makes it sound better. It's just going to sound how it sounds. Played before Stevie Ray in New Zealand. He also plays Spanish. I wouldn't doubt it. Renee Martinez is a phenomenal guitar tech, and he's got to play. What's his name? Zach Wilde. Zach Wilde says one of his biggest guitar influences is Al Di Meola from Return to Forever, which is like a jazz fusion band. And that's like his favorite guitar player. And I was just like, what? Like, that's your favorite guitar player. Not like Randy Rhoads, not like any of these other guys. Okay, I got you a weird one, Mad Spidey, because you're into music. Okay. Ronnie James Dio's original guitar player in his solo group when he was in Dio was Vivian Campbell. Vivian Campbell now plays for what legendary rock group? They're from the 80s.
Yeah, that's nothing on that one.
Def Leppard.
You serious?
Yes, the first two Dio albums is Vivian Campbell playing guitar. So he does that amazing shit. Now he plays
Def Leppard just before COVID.
Huh? Vivian Campbell, the guy who plays the Irish Bullseye Les Paul, was the original 2-album guitar player for Ronnie James Dio. He played Holy Diver. He played fucking Last in Line, all that shit.
Because I remember it because it being Phil Collin and what's the other dude's name? It's not that. It's
Phil Collin and Steve Clark.
Steve Clark.
Yeah, Steve Clark, I fucking love, dude. Steve Clark is one of my favorite guitar players ever. His Def Leppard shit back in the day, the old shit that they did before the first album, High and Dry, that first album that they did, fucking phenomenal. Like,
Isn't there one? No, I think that isn't there one before High and Dry.
yeah, there was one before High and Dry, but High and Dry was the one that got him signed. That got him, Mutt Lange was the producer on it, who worked with AC/DC, all this shit like that. I love Steve Clark. Steve Clark's one of my favorite unsung guitar
Steve Clark
players.
was more the rhythm guitar. Phil Collins was the lead.
Yeah. But the way he played rhythm guitar is so. It's like Steven Tyler describes like Joe Perry and Brad Whitford. Brad Whitford went to school to play guitar. He went to like Juilliard. He learned how to play music. Joe Perry didn't do any of that shit. He just learned to play on his own in a bedroom. He's got his own jangly kind of style to him. Steve Clark's the same way. Steve Clark's jangly, learned to play himself. He had horrible social anxiety. He would get hammered drunk before he played, not because he was trying to be a rock star, because he was insanely nervous. His dad always gave him shit, told him he was a horrible guitar player, no matter how famous he got. Like, he was always trying to outdo himself. Phil Collins, on the other hand, was finger tapping, technical, like classically trained. When they met Phil Collins, he was playing in a band where he had like eyeliner, he was wearing makeup, he was wearing like, platform shoes. And they were like, "Hey, can we buy you a drink?" And he was like, "I'm not gay." And they were like, No. We're in a band. We're looking for a new guitar player. Do you want to play with us? And he was like, "Maybe. What do you guys sound like?" And he went and played with them. And that's how he ended up getting in Def Leppard. And he ended up replacing the original guitar player. But him and Steve were like polar opposites. One was classically trained, one played in a bedroom. I mean, it's really weird how opposites are like the best guitar player.
You're talking about Phil Collins, right? From like
Phil Collins.
No S.
Oh,
No S on the end.
Phil
Collins.
I think it's a year with
rule.
That's why I was like, I do not remember that. I was like, I need to go check out this. I was like, what?
All right, I've got a really. This is going to be total random, total obscure. You may be able to guess it. You may not be.
Who played Eruption?
We mentioned the name before, CC DeVille. When Poison's biggest album, which was Open Up and Say Ah.
Yeah.
How many guitars did CC DeVille own at that time?
5.
No, I think it was less than that. I think it was like 2.
99.
99?
99 guitars.
What?
There's actually a film clip, and I can't remember the film clip. They actually do, like, as they're going up to the stage, they've actually got them all lined up.
Oh, my God. Eruption. Do you mean Eruption, or do you mean You Really Got Me? Because
Eruption was just the guitar solo.
But You Really Got Me was the Animals. No, You Really Got Me was originally an Animals song.
Yeah,
I love the fucking Animals. To me, they were around the same time as the Beatles, but they ran really hot amps, really high, really loud. They sounded raunchy. They weren't, like that Beatles kind of sound. They were British, but they sounded completely different. They were basically like the first punk kind of band, you could call it, because they sounded raunchy.
No, Eruption was Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah.
He played, that was it was like the first song on the album.
Yeah.
It was just a guitar solo only.
Yeah, Zach Wilde, Zach Wilde now plays in, he's back playing with, is he back playing with Ozzy?
I don't think they're not touring anymore.
But he plays in a band called Zach Sabbath, where he covers all Black Sabbath songs, but it's like him. And then there's Black Label Society, that's still a thing. Yeah, he's got 2 other bands, and they're both, one of them's a Black Sabbath cover band, basically. It's him singing and playing guitar, but they're doing Black Sabbath songs. And then there's Black Label Society, which is one of the wildest things I've ever heard. There's a
guy at my work. There's a guy at my work. He's in an In Excess tribute band called In Excess.
Really?
Yeah, In Excessive.
I love In Excess.
I like NSF.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's the drummer. He's actually got a YouTube channel too.
What's it called?
It's just his name. It's Bo Carnigan is his name. He just does like covers of songs. Just he downloads the music and he just plays the drums to the rest of the music without.
Oh, okay, he's a drummer. Okay.
Mm.
Bo Carnigan.
Yeah, it's KKRNAGHAN, I think.
Send it to me. Send me that because I want to look this up. I like NXS.
Yeah, me
Was it Michael Hutchinson? Dude died way before his time. Before, like, dude.
He's part of the 27 Club.
He's part of the 27 Club. Like, yeah, I Need You Tonight. That's my shit. Like,
I don't think he actually plays any In Excess though. I think he plays everybody else's. I don't think he does.
Kinks song. That's it. It wasn't Eruption. It was You Really Got Me, but it was a Kinks song. That was it. Kinks. Yeah.
They did a few covers actually.
Yeah. Diver Down was a whole album full of covers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Black Label Society is my shit. I love that shit. Originally, Zach, before he did Black Label Society, was in a band called Book of Shadows, and they sound more like a Okay, yeah, I was way off. There was a band called Book of Shadows. Pride and Glory, that was it. It wasn't Book of Shadows. Book of Shadows was the name of the album, but Zach White was in a band called Pride and Glory, and they sound like a Southern rock band. It's a Southern rock band, and he did that like while he was in Ozzy. It was like pre Black Label Society. So he's got Ozzy he did, then he did Pride and Glory, which is like a Southern rock band, and then he did Black Label Society. Now he's doing Zach Sabbath, which is really fucking weird.
Actually, it's funny, like talking about covers. One of my favorite bands, and I've only known about them probably about the last 5 or 6 years, actually do some of the best covers I've ever heard, and that's Disturbed.
Oh, I like Disturbed.
Yeah, they did.
They obviously did Sound of Silence. They did Shout from Tears of Fears.
That was actually really good. I like that. And then they did
Land of Confusion.
Land of Confusion was really good.
Yeah,
that's my favorite. That one and Sounds of Silence. I listen to that like once a week, man. That version of Sound of Silence.
He is actually a classically trained vocalist.
Yeah, singer.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I really dig his guitar player, Dan Donegan. Dan Donegan's one of my favorite like guitar players. Him and what's the guy from Godsmack? Tony Rumbola. They both have a nice rock and roll style to them.
You know what the funny thing is? I haven't been to a lot of concerts. I've seen Disturbed, and as I said, I saw Def Leppard just before COVID. Def Leppard, like in decibel wise, were actually 2 to 3 times louder than Disturbed. And you think about the different styles of music, and you think there's no way in hell that Def Leppard would be louder than Disturbed, but we were like right up the back of the stadium, and we had to block our ears.
Yeah. There's a Manowar, my favorite band, Manowar. They hand out earplugs at their concert, and they're literally like, if you don't wear these and you go deaf, it's your fucking fault, because they're in the Guinness Book of World Records for being the loudest band on planet Earth. Their shows are 180 decibels.
Yeah, my band did that. They handed out the earplugs, and they were like,
Motorhead's also 180 decibels.
I saw Motorhead.
But that's like the decibel level of a screamer siren that you have in a like an alarm system.
Yeah, Manowar literally that's their deal. They're the most machismo like dude band. Like they ride Harleys, they wear nothing but leather. They work out. They're all ripped. They're like 60 years old, and they look in better shape than 30-year-olds or 20-year-olds that I know. These guys are the most like macho. It's like their thing, like, this their shtick, if you would call it, or whatever. But they're phenomenal musicians. They write great songs. Their singer, Eric Adams, is one of the best singers. He's 60 and he can scream for days. And I mean, not like scream like, oh, like Judas Priest, do that all day long. he can hold that shit all day long. It's
We were talking about Disturbed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The sound of silence and the lands of confusion. Who is
Oh, yeah.
Vivian Campbell?
Yeah,
Is that
Vivian Campbell's in Def Leppard. He is the guitar player for Def Leppard right now. And as a matter of fact, he's also one of the only people that I've ever heard Ronnie James Dio talk badly about. Like if
Well,
you pull it up on YouTube, Ronnie James Dio talking about Vivian Campbell, he's signing autographs and they're like, "What do you think about Vivian?" And he's like, "Fuck that guy." Like, and they're like, "Whoa!" And he was like, "Look, I gave that guy a chance to be like in my band and be like a big ass rock star. He's an incredible musician. He's an incredible talent, but he is such an asshole. Like he is like the most stuck up, stupid person I've ever met. I paid him shit tons of money. He always said it was never enough. He wanted more and more and more. And now who he's playing for? Fucking Def Leppard." And I was just like, whoa, like Dio just fucking went off on, Vivian Campbell and Def Leppard at the same time. Like, it was ridiculous. It's the only person I've ever heard Dio talk badly about. Like, it's really weird. Like, it's like when Gary B did that thing for Whack Comics where he's like, fuck Tyler,
yeah.
like it's so out of character, it was.
All right, I got something musical for you. I was thinking, like, finally, I can chime in. Do y'all know the story about the 10,000 Maniacs, the girl that died, like, a couple years ago?
Mm-mm.
Okay, like the lead singer of 10,000 Maniacs, she recently came up deceased like 3 years back, and they actually, I don't know if y'all have heard that cover by Bad Wolf, and they redid Zombie. That zombie,
Oh,
zombie, but
yeah.
it's a guy singing. Okay, so if you've seen the video, which most people haven't, they've just heard the song, but the video tells a different story about like it was the first time that she was going to perform that song with him during the video. And that day that they were supposed to record was the day that she turned up dead. So the weird and like all that's kind of coincidental, right? Because she had already showed up in the studio. She had already recorded some of her songs. They just had to shoot her part of the video. And the day they were supposed to finish it was the day she turned up dead. So yeah, that's all crazy and like sad and of course, but like so it gets weird because if you go look up how she died or what she died from, it's still inconclusive like to this day, and it's like 3 years later or whatever, and to the like at first they were trying to say it was a suicide, then it switched to like murder, and then it switched to like, but it's
I
come
think it
across.
was depression.
They
I think
say
she
a
was
whole bunch
like
of
so
other stuff.
depressed that her body just kind of gave out. Like she just gave out. That's what I think.
There's a lot of stuff that goes into it because like what she was supposed to do that day, what she was like, I don't know. There's a lot of like evidence that points that it's like weird foul play, and like I don't know what the reason would be, but like I mean, I didn't really know her life, but there is this weird story that goes into it, and it's like I mean, it's like one of those like unsolved mystery kind of deals or whatever. But it is an interesting tale if you haven't heard the story. But shit, still to this day, like 3 years later, they haven't revealed to the public like how she died. And you know how like people trip out on Tupac and Biggie and
Yeah,
all
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Could you imagine them holding their body for like 3 years? No, like, and they've held her body for 3 years, and might be longer than 3 years. I don't remember. It could have been. It could be like 5 years now. Shit.
BFit said Dio didn't like Richie Blackmore that much. It's really weird because that's why I said that Vivian Campbell's the worst person I've ever had.
Yeah, I don't remember.
What he said about Richie Blackmore was he said, I like Richie. Richie's a nice guy, but Richie will fuck with you if you're not careful. Like
Oh
he
yeah,
will fuck, yeah, he will fucking act weird around you. And he'll yeah. And a lot of people have said that about the guy who plays guitar for Dio later on was Craig Goldie. Craig Goldie's band that he was originally in opened up for Rainbow on like their first tour. And they literally walked up to his band, what was it called, Epiphany or something like that, and said, hey, you guys are new, you guys are young, we're going to give you a piece of advice. No more solos from your guitar player for the rest of the tour because it's showing up Richie. And he was like, "Are you serious?" And he was like, "Fuck it." So he didn't play any more solos. He didn't do anything wild. You know, they just played their set, left off stage, and then let Rainbow have the spotlight. Last show of the tour, he said, "Fuck it. What are they going to do? Kick us off?" So Craig Goldie said, "I'm doing all my solos. I'm doing all of them. I'm going to go ham. You guys just go ahead and get hate from backstage. We might get cut off. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm doing this." So he does it. The end of the show, he goes backstage and Richie Blackmore is really big on privacy. Like he wants his dressing room private. You don't get to come in there unless you're invited. He knocked on Richie Blackmore's door, and Dio had already told him, "Do not approach Richie's dressing room. Don't knock on his door. Don't ask to talk to him." That's like a big no-no for Richie. So he did it. He knocked on his door and he was like, "Hey, I just want to tell you, you're one of my favorite guitar players. You inspired me to play guitar. I'm a really big fan." And Richie Blackmore said, "Get your ass in here." And he went in his room. They bullshitted around. They talked. They had a good time. And that was the end of it. And he was like, "I still to this day don't know if Richie Blackmore likes me or not because it could have all been a ruse. Could have all been bullshit. I don't know. But I've heard that Richie Blackmore is really particular about like Richie Blackmore apparently lives in a castle. And he his house is still like all he drinks is like beer and he eats like meat and like cheese and he's like real medieval. Everything's made out of wood and stone, like no TVs, no none of that shit. He listens to old school music like mandolins and shit like that. Like it's really
The one thing that just popped into my head too. There's a guy from. You might know him. There's a guy from it's either like Norway, he's a Scandinavian country, and he's got a YouTube channel called Frog Leap Studios.
I don't know him. I know Ole.
Absolutely awesome. He does metal covers of normal songs.
No.
Oh yeah, okay, I know who you're talking about.
Wait,
Two
does
of
he have
my
Pope?
absolute favorites. He did Toto from Africa.
Yeah,
He did what was the other one? And Eye of the Tiger.
yeah.
Absolute favorite. But he does like the music compilation when he does one in the studio when he's on his own. He plays everything himself.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Leo Moricelli or something is
something like that. I know Ole England too. Ole England is phenomenal. He seems like a phenomenal human being. He is a phenomenal guitar player. He's teaching himself to play drums. But those Scandinavian dudes, like some of them are fucking incredible. Like it makes no sense.
Which reminds me something even more obscure because I just find I've always been a big fan of Supernatural, the TV show, and there was a cover done right at the last scene in the last episode of a female vocalist of Carry On Wayward Son, and I want to know who the hell it was. Because it was hauntingly beautiful.
There's okay, I got you a weird one. Do you remember the Punisher movie with Tom Jane?
Yeah.
You remember the guy who played the guitar, who was supposed to be the hitman that came after him?
Yeah, the guy with the teardrops or whatever. Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
He looked familiar, but I never followed it any further.
I'm wanting to say, hold on. I'm going to make sure this is right before I say it. Because it's really weird. It makes no sense. Punisher movie. We'll go with cast. Yeah, his name was Harry Heck in the movie.
Yeah, that's right.
His name is George Mark Colley. He's actually an American country music singer. He's like, oh God, his brother. He's like the brother of I think this is it. I think he's the brother of Marty Stewart, who's like a country music gospel musician or something like that. He's like a total opposite of his sibling. He does this weird country. Mark Colley is his real name, but yeah, he's like a for real country music musician. Let's see.
confusion, just to get a glimpse beyond this illusion.
Ah,
Leone.
yeah. Now, yeah. He's written songs for Aaron Tippin, Alabama, Garth Brooks, Tim McGraw, and J.T. Hedges. But he did that song on let's see. He's been compared to Bruce Springsteen and Johnny Cash. Like,
Yeah, he
he's
had
a
his
real
name on
country music musician.
That's right. Or the character name.
Yeah, his name was Harry Heck, was his character name, or something like that. You know,
which I don't remember from the Punisher comics. I remember the Russian.
Yeah, the Russian was a real thing.
But not
the hilarious thing about that was Kevin Nash is also Super Shredder.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
From the Secret of the Ooze, the second movie.
Yeah. Kevin Nash originally, apparently, they'd used a prop knife that was supposed to be like rounded off so it wouldn't hurt you or whatever. And Thomas Jane actually stabbed him for real with the blunted knife, and he pulled it back and did the whole scene, and they were like, cut, and they were like, all right, that was good. And he was like, can I get like a bandage or something? And they were like, why? And he was like, because he really stabbed me. And they were like, you finished the scene. And he was like, yeah, I didn't. I mean, it hurt, but eh. And they were like, you took that? Like, he was like, yeah. Like,
he's a 7-footer, isn't he?
He's 7 foot tall, 325, 350 pounds. He's a big dude. And the funny thing is, they were going to put Thomas Jane on like wires and move him around the set. And Nash was like, why? And they were like, well, because you got to pick him up and move him around. And he was like, what, like this? And he just picks up Thomas Jane and moves him. And they were like, you can do that? And he was like, I'm 7 foot tall, 350 pounds. Yes, I can pick anybody on the setup and move them around wherever you want.
This guy's a little fella.
Like, yeah, he was like, dude, that's like, I'm a wrestler. Like, we lift people all day long. That's what we do. Like, he was like, yeah, I can totally do this. You don't need a stunt man. You don't need wires. You don't need any of that shit. And he ended up getting stabbed originally because of it. Like, he stabbed him for real. And he was just like, eh. And I was like, that is ridiculous. He was Super Shredder. He got stabbed for real. He was the Russian. Like, I was just like, oh my God. When I seen that movie, as soon as I seen him come in with the blonde hair, I was like, it's Nash. It's Kevin Nash. Holy crap.
But it's funny, though, because a lot of people bagged that movie, and I actually really enjoyed it.
I love that movie.
Like, total different, like, obviously killing the whole family on, a beach resorty bloody holiday house thing. Like, that's a bit of bullshit, but,
Yeah, that was originally, how was his family killed? It was like just a gangland shooting.
Yeah, it was done, or it was a hired hit done.
Oh,
yeah.
He was going to be there and just mowed.
But
down.
For them to be like, he was a retired DEA agent and he retired at like a beach and then his family got killed. It's not unbelievable. It's not. It's not.
They just twisted it on okay. He was a highly decorated cop, and his family got axed down because of something he did. So they still took a bit of a spin on it, but they just went a different way.
But I love that movie, dude. It was way better than the Dolph Lundgren. Nobody apparently saw the Dolph Lundgren Punisher movie because that was.
I missed the Dolph Lundgren movie though because I do like it. And I do own it.
It was decent. It was decent for what? When did that come out?
Had David Hasselhoff.
88, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 88, I think. It had David Hasselhoff as Nick Fury. Come on, you can't mess with the Hoss.
I still have not ever seen that. Have they actually released that ever on, or is that only on the net?
There was a Captain America movie in the late 80s.
I don't. Digital movie.
Motorcycle helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was. Yeah.
But I don't think they ever had a Fantastic Four.
There was a Thor movie. There was a Thor movie with what was the guy? He was like a male stripper or something like that who played Thor. He was actually a musician. He was a male stripper / musician who just had a ripped bod.
He showed up in a whole TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. With Bill Bixby. But that was back in the 70s, of course.
Oh yeah. That was Lou Ferrigno.
I don't know whether they ever released any of those like late 80s, early 90s movies. I know Fantastic Four never saw the light of day.
No, it never saw the
Somehow,
light of day.
it leaked a bit, but I don't know about the Nick Fury and the Captain America one in that though.
No, got re-released on Blu-ray and stuff like that. But as far as digital, they might be.
If it was released on DVD or something like that, I'd love to be able to get them just to complete the set.
Well, we did the Roscoe show where they asked about like TV shows back in like when you were a kid that you loved, and I mentioned the Swamp Thing '90s show, and Phil was even like, I don't remember that at all. Like that was a thing.
Wait, what were you saying?
Yeah, like it was like 90, 91, and 92. It was like a Swamp Thing show. It was like 3 seasons.
Yeah, and I kind of like after you started saying it, I vaguely remember it, but
I did enjoy I know they only did 1 season, but I did actually enjoy the new adaptation that they did.
That I liked.
Mm-hmm.
All the new DC,
had the chick from Teen Wolf in it.
Bro, my show of the year, and I know we're talking about comics and stuff like that, but hands down, like I had to think about it, but like honestly, my show of the year was Doom Patrol, like DC, like even compared to all the MCU, bro. I watched this last season of Doom Patrol, and like I think I caught myself crying twice. Like there was an episode that scared me. Like
what season was I watching? What's the one where they're all small? They start off the season, they're all small. They're all like in a like a miniature.
The second season. The second season. It's the beginning of the second season after they get stuck in the painting or whatever.
Yeah, so I've only seen 2 seasons. There's more than 2 seasons?
Beefy, that was Halle Berry.
There you go, Norrin Rad. Swamp Thing show was great. Was on after Outer Limits on Sci-Fi. That's what it was on. It was when Sci-Fi first started. Like it was,
Here's an obscure one you might not know. Did you ever know they made a Man-Thing movie?
No.
I watched it. I saw straight to DVD, but I watched it.
It was a form in the early movies. Yeah, Halle Berry. Yeah,
it was a horror film. It was a low budget horror. It was decent. I liked it.
It was all right for what it was. For the budget that they had, it wasn't too bad.
They kind of played with the shadows a lot more, so
Yeah, because I was in like DVD shop actually. One of the ones, I won't mention the name because I know Simon doesn't like it. But one of the places that Simon works at or whatever like that, I was just doing my usual thing, checking the movies and stuff like that. I'm like, Man-Thing, what the hell? I'll buy that.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, it was right after Ghost Rider. It was because it's all part of that Marvel Knights. That was right before they did the MCU, and that's what ultimately that was the main reason they had to sell to Disney.
I was almost in Ghost Rider.
You were
in Ghost Rider?
I was almost in Ghost Rider. They were filming it.
You almost be in Ghost Rider
when I was working in the city, because it was filmed in Melbourne, in the city of Melbourne. They were doing a sort of, like one of those cast things for just extras and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, okay, everybody over there, just stand over there, and everybody over there, stand over there, and all that sort of stuff. And I ended up, just missing out because they sort of moved it around, but they didn't use the shot where I was.
Oh my God.
I was in Mr. Nice Guy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because that was filmed in Melbourne as well, and I was up on when they were doing the cooking show in the shopping centre sort of thing there. I was up on the balustrading sort of thing up there. But you can't. It's very hard. Yeah. It's like you blink and you miss me, but it was just right time, right place. I didn't get to meet.
They said that I started watching we were watching the credits, waiting for them to end so we could see the teasers or whatever for the actual Spider-Man movie, and it said it was It said it was filmed in New York. It said it was filmed in Atlanta. And I was like, Atlanta? And they was like, yeah. Like Brad was like, yeah, they do a lot of the Marvel movies in Atlanta. And then it said there was some filming in Ireland. And then it said there was some filming in Australia. And I was like, they went 4 places to film for this movie? What did they do? Like, I don't remember any of this.
Yeah, that's right. Queen of the Damned.
Damn it, I didn't know that was filmed in Australia as well.
the Anne Rice movie.
Yeah, yeah.
That,
I'm a
they actually do. It's funny. You look at nearly every single movie now, and nearly every single special effect is done in Melbourne for every movie.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't know that.
I think they filmed Thor
Yeah, John,
Ragnarok
thanks for chilling
up
with us, man.
up there where Lee is.
Yeah, I'm about to pass out myself. I'm gonna finish this drink and I'm gone. I'm done.
Guys with the red hair steals a Ghost Rider, right? Yeah, that's like here we film. I've been in a couple movies. I grew up on the set of RoboCop because most of that was filmed here in Houston. My grandmother literally worked. Yeah,
Detroit.
my grand. Huh?
I thought it was in Detroit.
It's set in Detroit, but it was filmed here in Houston. Like, if you look at the city scheme and like in the movie, it's still the same. We still have the same buildings today. So I mean, you can literally pull up like what downtown like Houston looks like, and that's RoboCop. But what do you call it? Because like their main okay, I can even like I could take a picture one day and prove it. But like our main library in downtown was their police station, and it still looks like that today.
What the fuck?
But
Well,
like
I know there was some The Walking Dead was shot in South Carolina.
yeah, almost all of Carolina.
There was something else that was shot in South Carolina. I want to say some of Deliverance was, of course.
Ew.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to be tied to that movie.
Because there was some shot in Tennessee. All the river footage was shot in Tennessee, but there was some shot in South Carolina. And there was something else that was shot in South Carolina. I can't remember what it is. I know there was Walking Dead that was shot in South Carolina because they did some filming in cow pens. Cow pens is basically a big ass cow pasture. That's basically what it is. So any of the like them walking across cow pastures, that was in cow pens. There was something else that was shot in South Carolina. Well, there was Eastbound and Down that was actually shot in Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
So I mean, there was that, but there's
I
can't remember what it is.
Yeah, there's something else because I've seen something else with the. I think Chucky. I think no. Damn, I just saw a show and I could have swore it had Carolina at the bottom of the tagline. I can't think. I know a lot of stuff right now, like was shot in New Orleans, and I know during the pandemic a lot.
I could say I was in Lord of the Rings, but I wasn't. Yeah, that was all in New Zealand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All Lord of the Rings.
All of it was in New Zealand.
Yeah.
The bits.
Now.
There you go, Norrad. You can get your job, man.
Ace Ventura was in South Carolina.
Huh?
Ace Ventura.
Oh wow. Okay, well, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that.
I'm just trying to say if there's in it. It's actually a long list. Big Chill.
What is it?
The Big Chill.
Oh wow. Okay.
That's a movie from the early 80s. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that I actually recognize.
Stop lying, this motherfucker. Now I got.
Oh my god, you're not Rufio.
You are not Rufio. Get out of here.
Rufio.
Get out of here.
You guys are doing it.
Days of Thunder.
Yes, that was shot in South Carolina. Matter of fact, that was shot in South Carolina and North Carolina. What's his name? Dale Jr. talked about that being shot on Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s property in North Carolina.
Die Hard with a Vengeance.
What was it?
Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The fuck?
It says Berkeley County, Dorchester, and Charleston.
He does have to.
I would have never guessed any of that shit.
Nah, me neither.
What else is there?
Joe Dirt was not shot in South Carolina because they did not ask me.
I think Joe Dirt was part of it. Huh? Forrest Gump?
Yeah, some of Forrest Gump probably was.
The Fugitive?
Huh?
The original Fugitive?
What?
Full Metal Jacket?
What? Well, yeah, Paris Island.
It's going to be like
G.I. Jane, the one with Demi Moore. G.I. Jane.
Yeah, Paris Island, Marine Corps base.
Yeah.
Post.
A lot of those.
Matter of fact, if the U.S. sends troops to war, literally South Carolina is where they send them from. Like, we have a Marine base down here.
The Jackal.
The Jackal.
That's the one with
That was
Val
a good
Kilmer,
Oh,
I think.
that.
Jack
Wow.
Black. Jack
Uh,
Black.
The Legend of Bagger Vance.
What?
Mm. Why was that out
Why
there?
have I not made? And why have I not been in any of these movies? They don't need
the
extras.
original Longest Yard? The original one.
That would
not
make
the Adam
sense.
Sandler
That
one.
would, yeah.
Burt
Totally.
Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds, the Burt
Mm.
Reynolds original.
Just trying to see. There's a lot of movies here that The Notebook.
That would make sense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the coast. Yeah, that's all on the coast.
Nutty
Yeah.
Professor 2.
What?
Wait,
It says
what
Lake
movie?
City.
Hercules.
What else is there? The Patriot.
They shut it all down.
Yeah, that happened here. That's set all in South Carolina. Marion County is Francis Marion. It's named after him.
I like how the Philadelphia experiment was filmed in South Carolina.
That's fucking
Right.
hilarious.
Prince of
Well,
Tides.
we do have the Lizard Man down here. We have a Lizard Man down here.
Carrie 2. Like The Rage. Carrie 2.
The fuck?
20-year-old sequel.
The Enemy.
I mean, technically, they shoot a lot of films here. Like every time they do a space.
Yeah, Swamp Thing, Charleston area, 1982.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was a Swamp Thing in 1982.
That was the movie. There's two movies, like 2 or 3 movies.
Oh,
Like
yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I grew up with those. My dad liked those. But I think there's
Everything
2.
else is like stuff movies I've never even heard of. But this is quite a decent list.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know.
Probably
that
about
big
100
of a list.
movies.
Damn, I need to get a fucking extra job as an extra.
No,
You,
I can
you,
explain.
you can make a StreamYard account, but I mean, it
You
doesn't
just have-
cost you anything.
All you gotta do
don't
is
have-
sign
You
up.
don't have to
All you gotta
to
do-
join streams though.
Yeah, all you gotta do is sign up, and you just gotta like basically right now, just to be a guest, you just gotta sign up with your email that you want to be associated with,
Look,
and then after that,
like we are inspiring people to join StreamYard. StreamYard should be paying us right now. We've inspired 2 people to make StreamYard
Yeah,
accounts.
Lauren, if you wanted to join this actual stream, you just have to click on the link.
That's
Yeah.
That's it. All you
just
have to do
click on that link. And like when it goes in there, it's gonna ask you basic questions about your cam and your mic, and you just give it access, and then after that, it's gonna take you into the
Yeah,
the back.
then the government can listen to everything you say. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Hey, my tin foil's not, it's just hidden under here.
We had a grenade launcher on the stream. Like it didn't get flagged, so we're good.
Oh, bloody Pocan, yeah.
Yeah, look, it's about to do it. There it goes.
That's chasing its tail behind you.
Come on. There you go. There you go. Be a diva.
Oh, now I'm trying to get Beck to look at it. It's like he's stopped now.
Because she's seeing her shadow. You see what she's seeing, right? And it's because she stopped. Look there. Oh, damn! I thought she was gonna do it.
Nah.
Every time she goes back over there, I'm like,
Where you
oh
going?
look, we got a guest. We figured it out.
There we go.
What's up?
What's up, man? Can you hear it?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm at work.
Wait, tow truck? Tow truck?
Tow truck?
Yep. Oh, well, no. Oh,
He's
okay.
cleaning. He's cleaning the parking lots and stuff.
I was about to
I
say-
know what he's doing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's painting parking lots. Nice.
Yeah.
So you get to be your own boss.
Yeah, Pocan Joe brought a grenade launcher. And,
Yeah.
it was later on in one of my streams. He got a little more, little too carried away.
Wait, he bought a
He was
launcher?
his head.
Yeah, it wasn't loaded, but he brought like on the stream and showed it off and like
Oh, the little slide out ones or whatever.
No, this was like the,
Yeah, you slide it out. Yeah, those things are shit. Yeah, those things are horrible. Like
this is one he'd
that's
actually
like
made
Vietnam.
himself or something.
That's like Vietnam stuff. Like the ones they have now are the AT4s. They're way better. But those, yeah, you can get You can go to military surplus stores and get the slide out ones that are shit.
Beef, it was like that was scary. It was because he was a little intoxicated.
Oh, Conyers. Conyers is tough.
It's the echo. Nora, do you still have us on the YouTube thing?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Close the YouTube screen and just leave the StreamYard screen open.
And there he goes.
It's a learning process. I think I made the same.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the grenade launcher. Yeah, those old school slide out ones, those things are shit. Those things are like, you can buy those military.
Oh, no, it wasn't the thing. It was the one that you snap down. So it's actually.
Yeah. Oh, it goes on import.
Yeah, so it's probably done one, but yeah, you snap down the thing and you put the
people don't know this, but if you pay $500 US, you have to do it once a year, and I think it's per weapon. But if you pay $500, you can get a permit to have a fully automatic weapon. It's not like you have to do $500 per one. But like if you just want one, you can just pay $500 and it's a tax stamp you get from the FBI. That's it. That's all you have to do is pay $500. But you have to do that every year. So it's like a renewal thing.
Look where he's at. Look.
He's at the cinema.
Oh shit!
He's over there cleaning the theater parking lot.
Need some Spider-Man merch.
Yeah. I'll take a poster.
I mean, if we really get technical, I could throw a firearm right now, but I'm not gonna. It's New Year's. People get crazy around here.
Oh, I can imagine. Yeah,
they're still going over here. They're still popping fireworks.
They're still popping fireworks where you're at.
Yeah, it's like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, 4 in the morning. They're popping fireworks.
Do.
To be honest, Beef It, they're not really that hard to handle. They're not that hard to handle. You just gotta point and shoot.
Well, we were more worried that he, and I think it's the same thing. He might like load a bullet. Look at the kitty.
Oh, that's my big girl. She's my oldest one. She's like 13 years old. She's the pretty one in the house. She's the favorite.
So Nora, you been at work this whole time while you've been watching the whole time?
Whole time.
Nice.
Yeah, it's hard to type and drive.
Yeah.
But I've been trying.
That's the other thing on StreamYard. Like on your phone, it's going to be a little harder to see the chat because you have that little section. Like if you play around with it,
it's a pain in the ass. But
and you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful too, because that little this is how I get that angle to stretch that way to get rid of those black lines. Is you literally have to.
Yeah.
Oh. But see, once you do that, you'll see it kind of makes the chat awkward. So once it's like that, just be careful not to hit the X or whatever. When you hit the X, it'll like kick you out. It's like you're leaving the stream or whatever. It's awkward, but I mean, you'll get used to it.
Okay.
But it's not that complicated. There's not too many options on the phone. All right. No, I didn't even see it. I'm sorry, Simon. Have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by, Simon.
Nice, Simon. Yeah, I'm about to head out myself. I'm good. I'm pretty smackered, and I got a Spine Ticks 8-hour stream probably coming in tomorrow.
Yep, I can't stay up too much longer myself.
Oh my god. But yeah, I definitely had a great New Year's.
I'm heading home, play Warzone.
Oh,
Warzone.
Okay.
What's Warzone? Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Yeah, Call of Duty. I haven't played Call of Duty since Advanced Warfare.
I quit for a while because it got boring, but then there's another YouTuber comic guy, Carolina Chris.
Oh yeah, I just saw him.
I playing with him.
I even told him, I was like, dude, if
you're in my area,
like sub me up and like we'll hang out and shit.
Yeah, he got me back into Call of Duty.
See, it's a dangerous, slippery slope, that Call of Duty.
Yeah, it is. I get bored of it pretty quick. But
Yeah, when I was pretty shit at it already when I was just having to run around and shoot at people. Once they started advanced warfare and people were flying through the air with jetpacks, I was like, I'm done with this shit. I can't.
yeah,
I can
the new one is World War II.
Yes,
That's what
World at War.
that's
World
what
at
I-
War was my shit.
That's the one I've been playing.
That's what I like when they did the old retro. Like, well, I could do World War One, World War Two. It didn't matter, but it was like when they started focusing on solely the new stuff. And Call of Duty One, they were good, but
Spidey, you want to see the biggest cat you've ever seen?
biggest.
Oh my god.
Yes.
That's a big cat.
That's a big ass cat. She's like 15, 16 pounds.
Oh god.
And Garfield.
But yeah, I'm about to head out. I'll see y'all later.
That's
Have a good one.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, mate.
Woo! I hope you're working like triple overtime, Nor and Rad. Charge the hell out of it.
I'm getting paid for hours I'm not even doing.
There you go. That's how you do it. Have a good one. Peace.
All right. See you, Alex. Matt Spidey, you want to shout out anything or you want to say any goodbyes? Or I don't know.
Yeah, I think I've pretty much done. I've been on streams for a long time today.
You've been like all day because you were on Simon before mine.
I would have jumped on DJs if he had have sent an invite, but no, I think he just wanted to keep it small. So, but I did say that I'm on 3 weeks leave from work, so I just wanted to try and jump on as many streams because I don't get time to do it. Sort of during the because I've only got my phone at home, so it's very hard to do streams and things like that. I hate doing it on my phone, and so I thought, I'm doing it on a computer. It's a lot easier. So
I got a laptop. I just never use it.
It's a lot easier. Like once you figure out the StreamYard with the laptop or computer, it's so much easier. On the phone, it's limiting. As a guest, it's not bad, but on to host or anything like that, that's at least a tablet at the least. The phone, it's a little restricting.
It has to be sort of newer too, because like I wanted to jump on Legion stream because Mark sent me the link, and then I was trying to do it on a laptop and it was just too old and it just crapped out, and I just said, sorry guys, I'm not coming on.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we'll see if Chip decides to do banter tomorrow and whether I jump on that.
I don't know. Usually during the day, I'm usually like sleeping and getting ready for spine ticks and stuff. Because like you said, it's probably going to be like an 8 or 10 hour thing. But sick. It's the first
30.
time. What is it?
Beer 30.
Beer 30. Yeah. That's what time it's going to be in a little bit for you because you're almost off, right?
Yeah, I'm heading home now.
Oh, see. I mean, that's kind of a cool thing. I mean, I got some people through the night,
Had to clean up after all the alcoholics all night. And now I got to go home and be an alcoholic.
Hey. Back to you.
I suppose the other thing is, like, I've noticed, like, just in the last sort of, I suppose, 4 or 5 days, been on a heap of streams. I've gotten a couple of subs out of it, so it's been sort of good in that sort of way. But
that's just a good suggestion in general. The more you put your name out there, the more it gets in people's mouths, kind of thing.
Yeah.
No one's ever going to talk about you if they don't know about you.
Yeah, exactly. I've been trying to establish like a little fan base just to. I'm thinking like maybe one day I might want to sell comics, so I just want customers, basically.
You're thinking of doing it like on one of the auction things on YouTube, or?
I've been thinking about Whatnot and Instagram.
Yeah, apparently I know a lot of people have stopped doing it on YouTube and doing it on Whatnot now. So I don't know. I've never tried it.
I did Whatnot. It's nice. It's easy. Everything's on the app, so like you don't have to worry about sending nobody your info or anything like that. The app already has it all in it, and then all you got to do is hit your bid button, If you win, you win. You don't, you don't. They mail it to you. They got your address. And the thing I like about it is Whatnot takes responsibility for a lot of the orders. So like if something's damaged, messed up, comes late, you can report it to Whatnot.
Sure,
And
it's
they
fine.
can at least
Is
get
it,
rid
is
of
it
that seller
international?
or flag him.
Is it international or is it only in the States?
I don't know.
Probably only in the States because I know it's just getting started, and I know we're weird about stuff like that because y'all don't have Hulu, y'all don't have like um. I thought that was weird that like internationally y'all don't have like Marvel Unlimited and DC Universe like those apps and stuff
Don't
like
have
that.
HBO Max, don't have Hulu.
Um,
Don't have, we can't, I don't think we can get Cash App or Zelle. We can only get PayPal.
yeah, well, Cash App is kind of weird here too. A lot of people don't. I have Cash App, but a lot of people don't use it. I mean, um, nah, PayPal's you trusted, but I mean, I buy from like, I mean, I've been ordering comics from Instagram, eBay, like, I mean, different sources, like, and I get that question, you know, where's the best place to sell or the best place? So far, I'm like, my research has been like the one I hear the least complaints about, or it's the most, but it's usually eBay, and it's, you know, it's if you can get past the fees and stuff, it's like the
I
more.
think eBay will definitely net you the most money for what you want to sell.
Yeah, I think so because it's just more like a waiting game. And if you have the time to wait, then it's not that bad. Instagram, I think, is more like if you're trying to get rid of something instantly kind of thing
Yeah,
because you people are doing like claims or something like that, which I mean, it works too because like I said, I'm actually buying all my modern comics from like, I think it's rabbitcomics.com or something like that. But he just has an Instagram page and it's all set up. I mean, I pay through PayPal and um like that, like yeah, like ordering now on Instagram, it's simple because you don't have to input like, I mean, as long as you're using like Google Pay or PayPal or something like that, like as the information's the same on your PayPal, that's where your shipping's going and stuff like that. So you don't have to, like when I ordered stuff on Instagram, you didn't have to put in any kind of information or nothing.
dark in my truck now.
Yeah, it's cool. That's a lot. You know, a lot of people, they assume that to get on a stream that I need their audio. I mean their camera. I don't care if you come on the stream. You know, it's just an emblem like this the whole time. As long as you have a voice and you have something to say, come on my channel. Let's talk.
Well, that's like G-Man, the comic book G-Spot. He's always got, I can't remember who it is, but he's always got one guy that only does what you
what
just
to
did.
do.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
What to do. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I have a bunch of, other YouTube creator friends that like Comic Book Journey. He all he shows is his
Oh,
hands.
the crazy man. The crazy driving man.
My big thing has been learning what do I need to know to sell. Like that's been my whole thing. Like this whole past year, I've just been totally researching what's every little thing I need to know to sell. So like, I researched the packing, the material you need, the cost, the printers you need to print out mailing labels, how to do every little thing. And like, I guess just learning all that, I'm like, I don't know if I feel overwhelmed now or if it's like, and I don't want to do it, or I don't know. I just feel like I should be doing it already. I kind of feel like I'm missing a boat. Like I see everybody just selling, and I'm like, man, I feel like I need to sell too because if I don't now, I might not be able to later. That's just how I feel. But I've always just been a straight collector, not a seller. So that's the hardest thing is switching that mindset from collector.
Well, you're talking to the right people because I know Matt's body's just like me, where we only collect for us and we don't really collect to resell. But that doesn't mean that I haven't had the same thoughts and the same fears. And I can tell you what my fear is and with my fear, it gets to the whole grading thing and the whole delicateness nature of comics in general. It's like the whole shipping process, the whole like I don't want to fight somebody because I told them it was like a very fine, and
Like,
it's their version of a good or something, or
when they come
and
back, this isn't a very fine. This is a fine.
yeah, and I'm not saying these are viable fears, but they are fears. So I get 100% because that's why, honestly, I've only sold comics in person, and I mean, like, I didn't set up a shop or anything. I just got cosplayed as I walked out of the store, and they were like, "Hey, do you have this? Did you get a copy of that?" And I was like, "Yeah, I picked up two." And they were like, "Can I buy it from you?" And I was like, "Yeah." As
I
far
guess.
as
I
like
guess
sitting,
one thing is like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
yeah, you're good.
But, I guess my whole deal is like I was a hardcore collector all through childhood, and then like I got the same story as everybody. You hit high school, you meet
But
girls, quit looking at comics, you go into other stuff. Well, I ended up getting married and all that, and having kids, and yeah, totally left comics. But I always kept my two long boxes with me everywhere I went,
mhm.
and I'd say like 5 years ago, I moved across the country and I lost my two long boxes that I kept with me my whole life. And I don't know, it was like losing, I don't know, I lost my heart of being a collector. Like, I really, I
Well, I know
really
what that is.
really loved my collection. And it was really hard for me to try to come back into the hobby. But then I'll
Yeah,
tell you who did it. Journo's Comics talked me back into coming back into the hobby, because when I first seen everybody doing it, it was all everybody was in the slabs, and I was just like, man, I'm never gonna get back into comics. I can't afford no slabs. And then I seen Journo's Comics, and he's just collecting full runs, dollar issues. He's just trying to complete his runs, and I really admired that he didn't care about the value or the condition as long as he had it. And that's a lot of how I was. I just wanted it. I didn't care what the condition
That's
was.
exactly how I am, and I still am.
yeah.
And so he motivated me anyway to just get back in the hobby, try to rebuild my collection. And so just this past year is what I did. I've just been rebuilding my collection. And like I did have like one small short box of comics from my childhood, but that was all I still had. Everything else I rebuilt over the year, and man, I'm already up to like 3,000 comics.
Yeah,
I've been spending way too much.
it
Like
happens. And that's the one thing I warn people is once they get into this hobby, that takes a hold, and you just want to buy, and you don't like at
Yeah,
first. It's
I'm
always
trying to
like,
buy back all them old comics I lost,
oh, and
and
they're
it.
expensive. Yeah.
Oh man, now they're worth. Now Spider-Man 2099 isn't a dollar book. Now it's
Yeah,
like $250, 9.8.
yeah,
that's like Super Russ. Super Russ about, I think he said about 10, 15 years ago, whatever, he had to sell a lot of books because of financial reasons, and he ended up selling like a copy of X-Men, giant size X-Men 1 for like $30.
I had
damn.
X-Men number 2 in
Oh
about
god.
a 4.0, and I gave it to a friend because I just didn't. I was getting out of comics, and I just gave it away. So stupid.
Hmm. But you never know. That's the thing. Like I gave a copy of First Gambit to a friend like years and years and years ago, and now like I want that book back again, but now it's just ridiculously expensive now, even in a raw
Well,
copy
that,
which I collect.
well, that's how I can resonate with that because that's my story. Is like 5 years ago, my whole collection got stolen, and I didn't have the break. I've been collecting my whole life. Like I never stopped collecting. So I mean, by the time my collection got stolen, it was like 18 long boxes and a couple short boxes, and it was my best friend that did it. Most of like I know Miss So and a couple other people know my story. Um, but like that was my whole thing was like it wasn't that I didn't want to stop collecting comics. It was like fuck man, to recollect everything that I already had. That was a dilemma. I didn't want to like reinvest money that I already had Like, and now it wasn't even like investing the dollar amount. Now it was like to buy the stuff. I mean, you're talking about like Wolverine #1 or like even smaller basic books. You mentioned like Spider-Man 2099. They were just, nowadays if you're trying to get like X-Men #1, how long was that a dollar book? Forever. Now
Yeah,
it's like at least a $20-$30 book, even for like the regular stamp version on a newsstand. So like no, but I can say like,
I got
like
real lucky too. I guess I'll mention that one thing that also kind of got me back in is when I was here at work. I on one of my properties that I do, I'm a property manager. I manage the property, cleaning it and all that. And
yeah.
one of the properties I do is Goodwill, and somebody had dropped off a giant box of comics, and I was like, man, I grabbed it, and I was like, that was it. I'm back into comics now. I got a comic box.
Oh, I know. Oh, okay. Like I didn't want to cut you off, but Miss Soda said she lost most of her collection to a flood years ago in her house in Georgia. Couldn't afford to recollect all of them again. And that's kind of like how it goes. It's
Yeah,
that's kind of like even if you were selling, like if you sell all the copies that you have, trying to get them, like say you want them 10 years after you sell them, it's going to be ridiculous kind of thing. And like, did I ever find out who stole mine? I did, because it was at the time it was my best friend who did it, and the only reason he stole my collection was because he was mad that I was getting married. He felt like our friend, and that was his way of hurting me. And then, I mean, I live in Houston, so he just kind of disappeared. And I looked for that mother, but I don't know. I even was hoping he was dumb and he would sell it to like our like secondhand bookstores or something. Like I'd notice my books or short boxes or something. Nah, I never saw none of that. No, but it's like the same thing, losing it into a flood or fires or, I mean, I mean, but that was my whole thing, was like after losing a collection like that, like do you get, because that's like what Funkos with
hard
me.
to restart.
Yeah, like Funkos and me, I had a massive collection, and my wife one day, my ex-wife, she just decided to sell them all, and she got like dirt money for them. She didn't know what she was doing, and like but a bunch of them, she just kind of like wasted. She let our son play with like Chase and different variants that I had, and they were just, I mean, I came home and it was like, and she was like, well, you could start over. And I was like, well, what's the point? I mean, if this is going to be, I mean, if I'm collecting, this is what happens after I amass a collection. Like, I mean, there's no fun in that. You're just going to destroy it or sell it um, but, no, I can say that that's like after losing a collection like that, especially if you've amassed a certain, decent amount in a collection and you lose it or something like that, it would be hard to, get back into it kind of thing. It's like, where do you
Another
restart?
thing
You
is
restart.
Sorry, I'm
that
reading
kind of makes
this.
me
This
like,
is So's comment.
I look for that dude. Yeah, we were roommates, and he knew I was getting married, and it was like I mean, the apartment that we were living in together was paid off for like the next 3 months, and I was spending more time with my fiance. It was way before we got married. It was more like a jealousy type thing, is what he why he hurt me. But he knew. But I mean, he knew that was the one thing, and he could have done a lot. I mean, he could have stole games. I mean, I had a massive game collection. I had a massive vinyl collection, and he chose to steal my comics and my Pokemon cards. I lost both.
I don't know why it bothers me, but I guess like another reason I want to sell is because I see all these. I don't know how to say it nicely, I guess, but I'll just say it. I see
I'm saying,
all these noobs are just coming
mm,
into the hobby, are saying, "Oh, I'm the biggest fan of the Spider-Man movie I just watched. I'm going to start selling comics now." And like all these noobs are becoming sellers and like
They're doing a lot of people are doing
making
it
me.
for
They're
investment.
doing
Yeah,
good.
it's
Like
an investment.
an example I'll give is like Bry's comics. I don't believe Bry ever really liked comics his whole life. Like I think I can tell. Like you can just tell when somebody just got into comics or if somebody's been in the comics their whole life.
I
Like
can
you can
agree.
just tell.
I can agree, but it like it's kind of a different debate. You know, I mean, you can't really get mad at Bry because his position
No,
might
no,
be
not
selling
mad
part.
at him. I feel like there's just a missing place for the hardcore collectors that aren't doing it, aren't selling. They're letting the noobs be the sellers, and I'm kind of worried about that because that's where prices get messed up. That's where you start getting all this. Like right now, I'm trying to rebuild my Spawn collection. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
there's a big problem right now with Spawn, and the thing is that
Wait, Angela.
somebody had to say issues 200 through 250 are low print run. They're worth 5 times more than all the others. Well, here's
Yeah,
the issue with that. It isn't actually issues 200 through 250. It's specific issues. It's like 7 specific issues spanning in between there. Well, now everybody and their mother's like, it's every issue between 200 and 250, and it's not. So, like, you can get an issue 201. Somebody will say, oh, this is a low print run. No, 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 it's not. But they're saying it is because they heard somewhere that issues 200 through 250 are low print, and they're charging 10 times. It's ridiculous.
well, maybe that ties into our like one of our earlier conversations that we had tonight about the whole market manipulation thing.
Yeah,
I didn't know of any proof that Image was in it because I do know some of the other indie companies that have done it. I definitely know Marvel's been doing it. And I know to some extent DC has been doing it too, but I
yeah.
hadn't really heard of Image doing it. But I mean,
Wasn't that the whole big thing with that
it's,
ENIAC book? Wasn't
Bad
that
yeah,
the
idea.
ENIAC book and that was under that sort of umbrella of some sort of conspiracy with trying to make it high priced straight away or something?
yeah, it was because like my LCS has all got the bad idea books and like even that book for me was hard to
Oh,
get and
damn.
I did get a first print, but like I had to go to 3 different stores to get it, which they should have had it naturally. And it was kind of the same thing. Like I just believe that's just stores and fucked up people
I
because
saw a thing on
like
Instagram with bad idea. They had a slab that was invisible.
oh yeah we know about it.
Literally a clear comic.
That's
There was
the
nothing in it.
yeah that's the joke. It's a secret 6 book. And they're selling them starting at point 0.2, point 0.5,
Yeah,
1.0, 2,
10-0.
2.5, all the way up. So you can buy it at any grade that you so desire. If you want to buy that Emperor new clothes edition of the bad idea, because that's what it is. It's just a poly bag inside inside a slab, basically. I don't get that, and I don't even get why we would allow a company to do that. Why we would
I don't
like.
get that.
I mean, I could get if they were doing this for April Fools. I could get that if that was a like Image or Marvel or DC, a big well-known company that was pulling a marketing stunt or something like that. But I mean, you're talking about a company for one that's supposed to be dead. They're they're supposed to be kaput, but I mean, they're still dropping out books, and we all know it's just a different. They're just gonna
Yeah, I
change
can't
their.
get behind them.
I mean, I like what they did with the whole like they weren't going to do first prints and second, which they did because I have an ENIAC first print and I have an ENIAC second print. I have a Tanker first print and I have a Tanker second print. They didn't stick with that rule, but I mean, okay, so I get that, but like the fact that like yeah, my LCSs could get them, but not everybody else could. Like,
Well, mine
uh,
couldn't.
I know a lot of people. I mean, I was getting that book out, and I know like Dane Comics, he gave away like 2 or 3 giveaways. So, just, because people were having an issue getting the book. But I think they did that with a couple different books because Nottingham, bro, I got Black K books, all Black Mass book or whatever the company, I got their books all day long, but then Nottingham dropped and all of a sudden it was like vacant from all my stores. Like,
Dang,
no, I know
not
exactly what it is. It's these comic book stores or the comic book store owners. And when they know because they're watching us like not necessarily me or you but they're watching like some sources, whether it's Key Collector, a YouTuber, something, but That, because it was like that Iron Man 112 cover. Bro, there were so many people in the community that didn't even know the Iron Man 12. No, I said 112. But no, there was a people in the community. If you weren't following the FOC, you didn't even know that cover was coming. My shop didn't even know that was
The
coming.
Miles one?
Yeah, the Miles of the
Yeah,
DJ.
so I
The
never got that.
Me neither. And I ordered it specifically at 3 places. And incidentally, in 2 of the shops I went to, they were supposed to be in my box. They were behind the counter, like already like triple the value of what it was selling for. And it was just a B cover. It was like regular price, like I think $4.99 or whatever.
Mm.
No, that's what that is like, and it's had all those books that like it happened with Animal Castle. I was there at my store the day it dropped, and like all of a sudden they it was distribution issues and they didn't have any. I went the next day and guess what was behind the wall? And like different Animal Castles, like already ready to sell, like triple the like no. And I'm not gonna say it's like I don't, I'm not gonna say my store is shit, but all the stores down here, they kind of do that in their own fashion. Maybe not so bold as that one store I was talking about, but they still kind of do it.
I work graveyards, so going out in the daytime is just never happens for me. I usually order all my books.
I work graveyard and I used to stay up. My shop used to open up at 10 and I used to get off at like 7 in the morning. So I usually stay up and then I'd go do like my earlier videos on my channel. That's what I used to do. Like every Tuesday and Wednesday, I would hit because Tuesday here would be dropped in C. And then Wednesday is everything else. We still do that now, but I just haven't. I don't have currently. I don't have a job, so that's why I haven't been buying books. But no. But like when I was buying books, that was kind of like my routine. Is I would stay up and then go hit the shop, and then after I got my books, I would come home, shoot the haul video, and then after that, I'd pass out, and then you usually like have to go turn around and go right back to work.
I wonder, Dunkin' Donuts closed on New Year's?
No, the
Yeah.
world doesn't consider. Is it closed?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! I was about to say the world doesn't really consider New Year's a holiday, but I guess so. Donuts do.
Dang, I was wanting my Dunkin'. Guess it's time for beer. But yeah, I hope I can. I guess I don't know. I'm in
That's
like a
fun.
financial pinch myself. I need to get dentures and I need to get a car. So I'm willing to sell my whole collection. Hopefully pay for it.
Well, dentures are about the price of a car, so get to it.
Yeah.
I was gonna
It's
say
hard
something.
swallowing goddamn ibuprofen every day.
Try clove.
I'm gonna head off, boys. I'm just done.
All right, man. Thanks for hopping on. Happy New Year's, double.
No worries. Take it easy, boys.
Bye.
Yeah.
You ever tried clove oil? You have teeth problems? Is that what you got?
Yeah. Try what?
Clove oil.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of beyond the point of I don't even need ibuprofen. Like they've done rotted out so bad. Like I'm down to I just need dentures. Luckily, they've all rotted all the way out. So, like I don't even need. Like I'm not in much pain anymore. But I was a lot.
And teeth pain is worse. Teeth and fingernails. Like getting a abscess fingernail or something like that, man. It sucks getting affected. But teeth pain, man. Heck no. Yeah, I don't even want to start talking about teeth pain.
Yeah, let's not.
Yeah, because I got some bad teeth over here, man. My brother he got dentures. He had to pay for them.
You need like $5,000.
Yeah, something like that. And it depends on which ones you go with because they have like the veneers, the porcelain, and they get pricier on which ones you go.
Yeah,
Um,
but I gotta get a girlfriend. I'm divorced. I gotta get me some teepees so I can get me a new girl.
yeah, it comes into having good teeth, it helps.
Yeah,
Like
them
a Miss
girls, they don't
Sorry,
want nothing to do with that.
dental work is
You
expensive.
gotta see
Hey,
me.
insurance is ridiculous, man. I've had insurance and still like even getting replacement teeth, it was still pricey. It was crazy.
Yeah, the other thing is I got kids and I'm at a point I don't even want them to see me like this. I don't want them to see how bad. Like even right now on the camera, I'm trying to hide my mouth, but no, like it's bad.
I, I
Mostly for
know,
my
but
kids is why I want to fix them.
I was
I don't
trying to when I first started, and I stopped hiding my teeth.
I don't want them to be embarrassed of their dad.
No, I get that. It's kind of like you feel broken. You don't feel your like whole self kind of thing, even though it's like imagery and stuff like that. No, I get that. But
Yeah,
it bothered my brother. My brother had really bad like front teeth. I got lucky, all my front teeth are decent looking. It's my molars and stuff that are really bad.
my
My brother,
problem.
man.
I never got adult teeth. I had baby teeth my
Hmm.
whole.
No, that sucks. Well, let me knock them out, and you just regrow adult teeth. You know what I'm saying? You won't even have to worry about dentures.
That's mostly it. Yeah,
Did you have like baby teeth and they fell out, and you had like another row of baby teeth, or they just never fell out?
never fell out.
That's crazy.
They rotted out.
What the fuck? I think that's the first time I've ever heard that. I've heard of somebody getting like another set of baby teeth, but then they got
It was
adult
like
teeth after.
it was like 3/4 of my mouth were baby teeth, and only 1/4 grew in adult.
Did you get any of your wisdom teeth?
I did. I did get my wisdom. Had those surgically removed. And see what
Yeah.
messed me up is I paid to get my ex-wife's teeth fixed before mine.
Isn't that how it works? All my ex-wives got better lives than me.
Yeah,
I paid for my first wife's schooling, and I worked 2.5 jobs to get her to go. Then she turned around and used it against me. I was like, dang it.
yeah, I could relate there.
No. Man, I'm gonna get off as I've been going 6 hours and 49 minutes.
Yeah.
Sucks got on the end, but now you know how to do it. So next time I post a link, that's all you got to do is click on that link, man.
Okay.
Um, yeah, but man, happy New Year! Thanks for hopping on. I hope you make it home okay and get some beers in you. And Miss So and Beef It, thanks for hanging. Um, everybody, happy New Year! I'm about to go to sleep though. I will see everybody later. Bye,
Peace.
guys.